Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Walt Disney World EGF High School National Championships. I am your caster, Rich Red, here with my co-caster, Necra, and it is going to be an amazing day of Overwatch.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Today we're bringing you the Overwatch group stage of the National Championships. 8 teams have been split into 2 groups of 4 who will compete in a round robin format today. The top 2 teams from each group will move on to the semifinals on Sunday, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Absolutely. That means we've got a lot of games for you today. And we honestly are really looking forward to this. We got to see a good majority of these teams through casts that we've done previously, and we get to see them go head to head again. You can see the lineup for the rest of today. And we will be starting off, as we said, with Brooklyn Tech High School and Richardson Purple.
Really excited to see these teams because over the course of this fall and spring seasons, we've really seen these players come into their own. And now that we're here at the national championships, we get a chance to see a lot of these teams we've casted previously going back at it again through this national championship bracket.
And there's been so much that has developed over that amount of time. New meta compositions, Echo, first of all, let's
Mhm.
make a comment about that. And just to see how these teams are going to adapt going into this and being on the main stage. They are here for this glorious, glorious, renowned, just victory under the EGF High School National Championship. I mean, it's amazing to see these teams go at it here today and
That
tomorrow.
I think that's what I'm really mostly excited about, and I'll go back to the Echo comment that you made, is Echo, right? So
Mhm.
Echo is the newest hero that has been implemented into Overwatch and fills one of the damage heroes on the roster. And when you take a look at Echo and take a look at pieces of their kit, it's really important to see how these teams are going to utilize this hero, especially because the meta right now kind of looks like you've got Risa, Sigma, Ash, Echo, and then Baptiste and Brigitte.
Mhm.
So, kind of looking at those 6 heroes as a whole, Echo ends up being such a dominant force as a part of that team of 6.
Absolutely. And to build on more specifically the support line, because I know we'll get into more of the tank line too. Brigitte has also found a very comfortable spot in this meta over the course of the last several months. She's always been very situational in a lot of play, and now with this type of meta, she is so significant because of the adjustment in her armor packs, the utility that she provides, which is still substantial, and then how her ultimate now stacks up compared to others with
Mhm.
both buffs and debuff or well nerfs that have come through over the last several months as these two teams have not gone to against each other in quite some time.
Yeah, Brigitte specifically is probably the best hero for the support line in
Hmm.
Overwatch right now. You mentioned a couple of different features of it, just regarding the fact that there have been buffs and nerfs to other heroes, but Brigitte's ultimate ability, which is that rally, is so critical for these team fights, especially when you're taking a look at how much damage is getting pumped out. That those armor packs can do a lot, as well as the additional shields that stack on top of each other from the rally to keep your team healthy and sustainable throughout these long winded team fights.
Especially if you see an Echo look to duplicate that Brigitte, where you have the double armor packs and an instant lightning fast generation on the rally. There's a lot of sustain, but there's also still that capability for an Echo to duplicate the tank line. You commented on the Orisa and the Sigma being a very, predominant pick for both of these tanks. And we've seen it in a lot of T2 and T1 picks because it's just so relevant right now. The ability to make crossfire, the ability to duplicate those leading tanks like a Sigma and can just gain so much value with that second ultimate.
Gravitic Flux paired up with another Gravitic Flux ends up being a pretty great combination when you take a look
Hmm.
at the seesaw action of teams going up and going back down
Down.
and going up and then back down again and probably getting knocked out in the process. So it's kind of interesting to see how teams are going to develop their team play around an Echo. But
Hmm.
you know what, Rich Rad? I wouldn't be surprised if these teams went with something that was just a little bit more comfortable because the
Hmm.
meta has most recently developed into this poke style of composition. And we're just looking at high school students. I would expect to see more of those comfort style of
Hmm.
kits come out here too, just because they are so used to playing the style of hero. So When I say comfort picks, I'm talking, let's say I want to see some Junkrat. I want to see
Mhm.
some Torbjorn. I want to see some Farah. Those are the types of spam damage heroes that are going to fare so well in this type of meta because of those damage buffs that each hero has gotten.
Absolutely, and we also can, spin off even further of how that adaptation of the DPS lineup can change up the support line. Mercy has going to be seeing a little bit of an increase in healing over time that we've had from recent buffs, where you now have that synergy of the pharmacy composition picking up from, your thought process of seeing a Pharah. Also with, even if we want to talk about it too, a McCree and a May. I mean, McCree and May was always something that's still very, top picked, but also something of very significant relevance even in prior
Mhm.
EGF high school matches that we've seen, and they have yielded a lot of value. I would not be surprised either to see some of the Reinhardt kind of rotated in, and maybe even like a
Yeah.
sprinkling of Dive as well, which we've seen a lot of the Winston Diva, or even a combination of, let's say, the Winston and the Wrecking Ball.
I think that a combination of heroes definitely wouldn't surprise me from the ones that you mentioned. I definitely think that we're going to see a lot more spam damage heroes in this
Hmm.
meta. So, yes, definitely going to see a lot of May, going to see a lot of maybe even Reaper here, especially
Yeah.
if you're going to look at kind of pairing that with the Lucio, because Sound Barrier is still pretty good, especially when you're taking
Hmm.
a look at what that decides to counter. So, I'm really interested to see how this is all going to play out. But I just can't wait to see these players get a chance to showcase all of their talent on this stage.
Absolutely. And, for the first map, we're going to see its control. It's something that we typically see. And again, for those who may be curious, this is a best of five. All of these group stages will be best of five for today that we have over the schedule. So that's what we're looking for. And leading into control, we've talked about it before. It depending upon what it's going to be, a lot of the there's so much verticality and differences between, let's say Busan versus a little bit more close encounter in some maps on Ilios. Just the spectrum is so wide here, and leading on this control map to see what that follow-up map is going to be potentially into, an assault map. And through those decisions, I'm it's just going to be a scrappy fight on control, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about the format of today and how this is going to proceed. So we already mentioned that there's 8 teams that have qualified for the national EGFH National Championships, which are happening today. And those 8 teams have been broken up into 2 teams of 4, playing in a round robin format. The round robin format means that each team in their group is going to play against each other, and then the top 2 teams from each of those groups, based on the round robin stage, will move forward into our semifinals tomorrow. Every match that gets played out is going to be a best of 5, and the map order, or the map type order, that we're going to have today is going to be S control into assaults, hybrid, escort, and then if necessary for a 5th map, we'll go back to a control map. The first map has been predetermined, and then from there it will be loser picks the map, and winner of that preceding map is going to pick the side. So when we say that control is going to be really brawly, not only is it going to be brawly, but it's going to dictate a lot of how the series is going to go for the rest of the series.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the brawliness, this is where I think we can also see, kind of like you said, those more comfort picks going into this versus just sticking directly to the meta, which we've kind of talked a little bit about here, seeing the Brig,
Mhm.
seeing the dynamic between the Orisa and the Sigma. And with that pickup, it's going to be interesting. It's more so the accumulation, because we make a big focus on the spam damage characters such as the Junkrat, such as the Pharah, bringing it in. I would be really interested to even see like a double duo aerial, like to see a Pharah and an Echo, something where
Ooh,
it's like you're kind
yeah.
of bringing in that, recent champ, which right now, as a whole, Echo is just in a really good place as a character. Her kit is very, very well put together for anyone to use, whether you're a upper level player or even just like in that middle ground, kind of like, a lower, like myself, a lower bracket. I can play Echo and I feel like I still do things.
Well, so let's talk about Echo again, because we've been able to kind of mention, yeah, she's a really influential part of this meta, but like what does she do? So we've already mentioned that Echo is a damage character. When in Overwatch, if you aren't familiar with the game, there are 3 different types of characters that you can play: tank, support, and damage. So Echo falls into that last category of damage. And what she does really, really well is she uses things like sticky bombs,
Mhm.
which is a part of her kit, in order to get characters on the opposing team to below half. and then uses her secondary ability of finishing beam or focus beam in
Mhm.
order to actually finish off those heroes' health pools so that you're taking them out. So Echo does a really great job of focusing down targets like your supports and like your other damage heroes on the opposing. So that's kind of what I'm looking at when I'm saying, like, when I say look out for those Echo players, you want to see them use the mobility in their kit, which plays very similarly to Pharah.
Mhm.
When you look at how well they fly around the map, but also how they use those sticky bombs and how they use the focus beam in order to finish targets.
Absolutely, and it still, applies to shields as well. If you do that, extra damage can just completely remove any sort of defensive positioning that we can see, causing a lot of dismay to, let's say the Orisa or the Sigma or even the Reinhardt. If you can find a great positional advantage with this Echo looking for a side flanker coming in from overhead where the shield can't, let's say, swivel up as high, specifically with the Reinhardt, or even where the positioning is for the Orisa. And like we've said, Echo has really influenced a lot of the decisions in some of the upper level meta. But the other part of it is you really have to be a master of so many different characters, or at least very
Yeah.
confident in it, because of that duplicate. The duplicate allows you to select any of the enemy champions that you would like to duplicate to be used. And that gives you six critical options of saying which one of these variables is going to be most effective in this moment.
So duplicate is Echo's ultimate, which is really important because it means that you can copy any character that you see on either your team or the opposing team. So you can utilize that duplicate to kind of look at whether or not you want to use cooldowns from enemy heroes, if you want to use cooldowns from your own team, if you're looking at a finishing ultimate, like when you're in duplicate or when you're in that form, you are charging up your ultimate so much faster than you
Hmm.
normally would. So I've even seen some divas get duplicated, and then you see two or three diva bombs come out within the time that you're using the duplicate form. That's
Hmm.
how fast that ultimate charges. So Echoes have a lot on their shoulders in terms of decision making of what they're going to duplicate when that ultimate comes online. And oftentimes you actually see a tank get duplicated because their ultimates are so impactful for fights like Sigma's, Gravitic Flux, up
Yes.
and down and up and down. And then you also have things like Winston, who can generate Primal Rage really quickly, and you can just throw people off the map. So, very interesting in those couple of ways to see Echo played.
And there are still some of those, different classes such as the DPS, the tank, and the supports that you like to focus on. And for some instances, like when you would think, hey, let me duplicate a Roadhog, you have to also understand that a portion of that duplication is also going to be expended by the time it takes to use the ultimate. So, like you said with the Diva Bomb, a Diva Bomb that has a quick turnaround, just like the Gravitic Flux that has a quick turnaround of usage, can allow you to yield more when you duplicate that. But in some that have a channeling or time of usage can reduce it. So that's also sometimes why a lot of the Echo players pick on those specific characters where they can pump those ultimates out so lightning fast.
Yeah, I think that that's the key is the speed to which those ultimates come out. But we're about getting ready to get into the first match of the day. As a reminder, we're going to be seeing Brooklyn Tech High School battle it out against Richardson Purple Eagles. This is a battle between a school in New York versus a school in Texas. Let's see who comes out on top of this one. Just a little bit of background information. Brooklyn Tech High School are actually the spring Overwatch championships. So they're coming in off of the back of a championship title
Mhm.
into the national championships.
And that's got to feel really good to know that you've most
Ready
recently
for
won. You
battle.
have that victory in that season, and it's gonna really demonstrate to the other high schools kind of where you set yourself and you set the bar.
hmm I think that's something that's going to be really important, especially when you're taking a look at a round robin format. You want to be one of those top two schools that will make it into the semifinals tomorrow. So
Hmm.
everything that you've worked up
Five,
to this point
four,
matters in terms of
three,
your team
two,
composition, your
1.
team
Round
synergy,
1.
and we're going to see
Capture
some
the
very
objective.
interesting team synergies coming out from both teams. Change in styles here is Brooklyn Tech High School is going to be
Get
going
out
with
of
a
my
bit more of a dive
Enemy coming
oriented
my car.
composition with Winters on this Winston and Screwbu on this Wrecking Ball. That's going to be really important to watch.
Absolutely, and there's already an early pick taking one out on Richardson. The dive follows through into this mini drum room to the side. Wrecking Ball up front, just causing a lot of chaos, and the collapse comes through. Nice pile drip as well to continue the stun and crowd control to allow Brooklyn to just keep unleashing a lot of damage onto the back line and resetting them quickly on Richardson for this early capture.
Resetting them quickly, Pinter's maybe hoping to get a little bit more ultimate charge out of that one, where we're seeing kind of both Winters and Scrub You kind of go for the damage on the team. Grebka's going to need to work up to this pulse bomb relatively quickly if Brooklyn Tech wants to have an ultimate to hold on to this point with.
Absolutely, and that ultimate can be very, very critical, knocking out one or two members in the back line, but there's still a very forward positioned engagement from Brooklyn Tech, just keeping all of Richardson at their spawn and playing so dominantly here and just getting those really important picks at the start of these encounters.
If Brooklyn Tech wants to be able to hold on to this point and take this aggressive hold, then they have ultimates to be able to use here. You can already see that Skip was kind of hoping to use the Riptire in order to bait some of the members of Richardson Purple Eagles out into the line of that ultimate. But now you also have a couple of other ways that we're seeing Brooklyn Tech hold Richardson Purple at their spawn.
And Richardson Purple trying to lead out. There's that pulse that we were talking about, getting an early advantage. That's going to reduce the numbers, specifically being that frontline tank, the Reinhardt, with that great shield. Not going to get too much more. A reset once again. The Primal Rage is committed to get that environmental knockoff, but a little bit of a overzealous ball jump there to lose themselves. So now with that reduction on the front line for Brooklyn, Richardson might have a chance to move out here.
Oh, especially with Earth Shatter.
Knocking down one in the back. Does get a follow-up charge. Nice job by Paradox and this rotation for Isoki to fuel this team and heal them up to try and press back for this final contest.
Ooh, see a little bit of a late sound barrier here just to ensure the point capture from Richardson Purple. But because of how close Brooklyn Tech was holding on to spawns, they're going to become able to come back into this really quickly.
Yeah, taking it away and start generating some percentage. Skip, though, with the Riptire, looks to get just behind the shield, picks off one onto Paradox. That tank line, again, already being broken down. Zarya remaining, the only tank on the front to try and keep this team of Richardson alive. And now with the regroup of a 6, you've got a barely surviving Wrecking Ball here, dropping the minefield to prevent anyone from diving in. As you can see, this Paradox emergency adjustment on the Wrecking Ball to at least touch the point, and it will not last, as it's 100 to 18% for this first map in favor of Brooklyn.
I gotta say, like, when you're taking a look at a dive composition, you're taking a look at how the back line, how your supports are going to be able to carry the team on their shoulders. And I think that Smasterly did a phenomenal job on the Ana of making sure that both Winters and Scrub You had enough health in order to carry forward and be able to take such an aggressive positioning. So hats off to them. And I gotta see the same about Hello. Hello on the Lucio did a great job of making sure that the whole team of Brooklyn Tech had the speed necessary in order to follow up on picks. So really sound understanding of how to play this hero and when is appropriate to use the Song of Speed versus the Song of Healing.
Absolutely, and with that quick movement coming out again here by Richardson, you do have the Symmetra with the teleporter leading Brooklyn quickly into this, and there's a vastly different type of composition here from Brooklyn. It gets a pick early.
It does get a pick early. It is going to be the Bastion composition, which now set up on high ground, and with those Symmetra shields, look at the that they can see.
What a swift movement onto that upper window to allow Skip to just have the advantage early behind the shields, really just causing so much disarray to Richardson, and this is a rotation now onto the point and allowing Skip to continue maintaining a defensive position.
Now the question is, where does Brooklyn Tech set up again in order to have the best positional advantage versus Richardson Purple? I think that this catwalk is really important, but I also really like that window that we saw Skip sit in, because look, they have angles on both chokes.
And if there is a need for a quick evacuation, using that teleporter is so simple to go back to that catwalk. The early picks come through, and that Discord orb from the Zenyatta usage by Hello has been very substantial to further the amount of output from Skip.
Yeah, it's been the Orb of Discord as well as Scrubby's halt. Just being able to halt members into the line of fire from Skip.
Now with another contest here in this smaller room nearing the spawn, the Immortality Field comes out by Brooklyn, keeping the back line alive. And you just see this interesting corridor obtained with a shield to keep both the Orisa and the Baptiste alive. Amplification Matrix going to be committed with the Flux. Again, that big tank ultimate just gaining so much with the accretion for a nice stun to prevent anyone from moving out. And once again, there's a really dominant play by Brooklyn here.
Couple of ultimates that I don't think we needed to use there, but you're right about the dominance that Brooklyn Tech has been able to show us. But look at this 1v1 happening here between Raven and Skip. Skip doesn't even have to go into tank mode.
No, and I mean, it's one of those things where you were talking about that explosive damage. Here's a nice reposition, though. Despite that side 1v1, Richardson just says, we'll take the underflank and try and go right in on this, as it's going to be now Reaper Dragon, who we've seen before play very well on this, does unfortunately go down by Winters on the Sigma. A lot of damage being generated now with that Symmetra, the beam increasing the longer it fires on the enemy, and even though there is some nice percentage taken away from Richardson, Brooklyn is just able to rotate back, keep their composure, and take it back.
The rotation was really critical from Brooklyn Tech in order to just ensure that they had cooldowns available to take that fight and also develop a game plan. We saw that they immediately kind of went for Grepka's photon barrier, which was really important to mitigate damage coming in from Richardson Purple. And again, taking this aggressive positioning, Richardson can't even get out of spawn.
But there is this constant ebb and flow because the back line is being contested. You had the Wrecking Ball here, Paradox attempting to compete and switch this back in the overtime. It was so close of being removed from Brooklyn once again, but that will be Brooklyn taking this first map on Busan.
Yeah, this looked like such a dominant performance from Brooklyn Tech, even though Richardson Purple did find some key openings there, which was really taking advantage of Brooklyn Tech's overconfidence. Brooklyn Tech was able to swiftly come back and take back control of this point. I'm excited to see how Richardson Purple decides to kind of approach this next map of assault, because it's going to be their choice and they might have tricks up their sleeve.
Absolutely, and I want to build a little bit too on what you and I had mentioned earlier about the rotation from Richardson taking advantage of the forward positioned Brooklyn defense. The fact that Richardson was able to still take it away shows this, even though it may not be a weakness, the over aggression is something that you can take advantage of. Allow that to be the weakness to exploit. And I think if Richardson can see this consistency from Brooklyn in their overconfidence in some respects, find that opportunity of picking off the few that feel that they can play a little bit forward or maybe a little bit outside of, their ideal zone, it could be a chance for Richardson to take them down and to really start changing the tides here. I would like to see that most from Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you get a chance to see how just aggressive Brooklyn Tech gets. Take advantage of that overconfidence and go a different direction. Like that was how Richardson Purple was able to take some percentage away from
Mhm.
Brooklyn Tech on Mecha Base. Do it again. And especially because Richardson Purple Eagles have decided to go to Paris, there are a couple of different ways that you can approach this point.
Mhm.
Especially when you're taking a look at point A, you got to get through this main chokehold first, but from there you can flank your way around to the
Mhm.
point in a couple of different ways, and hopefully Richardson Purple Eagles will be able to do that.
And the other part too is this is one of those maps when it comes to point A that you can see some verticality here. We could potentially see a Pharah or an Echo come out in the, lineup. That's something that has been viable to kind of almost peek over the cafe where that side opening is near the window to also potentially remove anyone from that middle high ground, which a majority of the time on the defensive position is where you see a lot of those tanks fortify themselves.
Yes, absolutely. That middle high ground is such a crucial positioning for the defense where you see a lot of players opt to perform right there with like an Orisa, maybe a Sigma. It really just depends on what Brooklyn Tech want to go for on this defense. But if if Mecha Base is any inclination of how this next map's going to go for the defense, then I have a feeling Repka walking out of spawn with his Bastion is just the way that Brooklyn Tech want to play this game.
Mhm. And it's a change up too between the DPS, between both Skip and Greb, to know that they can confidently both play the Bastion and have a little bit of a, variation in their DPS lineup is also a really big strength.
Bastion's a really fun hero to play,
Five,
especially when you're able to
four,
do it right.
three,
And I,
two,
oh my goodness, what
one.
is this?
Attackers
This is
incoming.
an extremely
Defend
forward
objective
position,
A.
and if Richardson plays this correctly, it could be an even just more simplistic transition to that first point. But an early takedown on the Sombra play. Soki goes down as well, and this Zenyatta is definitely showing some work that they have been doing on this character.
I mean, the fact that a Zenyatta can take out a flanking character like Sombra that has the ability to get away with Translocator is pretty nuts, right? So
Mhm.
Smasker has been able to show us some really great mechanical skill, not only on the Ana, but also on the Baptiste, and now on the Zenyatta as well.
And the one difficult part too is for Richardson right now is because of these two close doorways to push out of. Brooklyn is really trying to take advantage of this, but because that damage from the Junkrat comes through, Raven Leader doing a stellar job coordinating with the other DPS from Richardson Purple to get those early picks to now transition forward, and this leaves Brooklyn vulnerable, but a Shatter comes through from the side, and Skip leads with the Pulse to get one onto the support line. This is now going to be a very interesting transition because this has bought enough time for Brooklyn to start regaining a potential defensive hold on A as Richardson moves up.
This is what I was talking about, though, Richrad. Like, Richardson Purple needs to take advantage of this over-aggression from Brooklyn Tech, and that's exactly what they're going to do there. But unfortunately for Richardson, they just don't have enough reinforcements to really take back control of their attack. So
Mhm.
Brooklyn Tech coming back with the Wrecking Ball as a quick pick, as sort of a desperation mode in order to get back to the point faster, really played in Brooklyn Tech's favor.
Well, and the Pulse Bomb was a critical moment there to combine with the Earth Shatter. Both of those came out and really drew out time for Brooklyn to recover before this next engage, which there's still going to be some decent hesitation here because Richardson's playing to this side cafe where there's a decent shutdown with that hack to bring the Wrecking Ball play so low, but these supports are doing an amazing job to keep them up for as long as they have been.
As long as they have been. But this is where Brooklyn Tech need to play careful. Because if they're tracking these correctly, they'll notice that Paradox is ready with his EMP.
That's a very, very big win condition. 4 members of Brooklyn going to be hit by this. No abilities available for the time being until it expands. And now you have the Flux and the tank configuration available, collapsing down onto this low ground. Richardson Purple in a very difficult position because that EMP didn't get as much value early on its usage. There was no execution after that, which didn't allow as much value in its usage.
Something that I'm really impressed by is Brooklyn Tech's old healer choices. Like
Mhm.
when you take a look at Zenyatta and how you're supposed to play that hero, at a lot of levels, Zenyatta should be paired with a Baptiste because Baptiste is enough healing output in order to make up for the healing mitigation and the healing nerfs that have come out from Zenyatta. But Smaskerly has been smashing it and has
Ooh.
been doing a great job of developing the defendants.
And with this minefield coming out into the pile drive, most of them actually stayed on the outer portion of the walls, which is going to help Richardson Purple sustain through more so. But with this side angle and viewpoint from the Bastion play, it still yields so much value. And like you were talking too about that support duo lineup, Hello, typically, like you said, playing the Baptiste for survival for the Zenyatta, it's not needed here at this point.
Hello's been doing a great job on the Lucio, and with the fact that there is a down mirror and a transcendence, there's a lot of healing sustain that Richardson Purple is going to have to get through in order to actually touch this point.
And then you've got this choke point of where the Bastion in the back will just mow down anybody necessary. There is definitely a lot of lawn clippings here for that first round, and we're going to now have a swap of sides where Richardson Purple is going to attempt to have a
Score
defense just like
zero
Brooklyn.
to zero.
I think that's a tall
Switching
order to ask
sides.
for because of how
Mhm.
dominantly Brooklyn Tech has really been able to play the spawn doors.
Initiating match.
And unfortunately, that means that I think that Richardson Purple, they're gonna have the same type of confidence in order to do the same. Otherwise, they give up a lot of space for Brooklyn Tech to reach this point. And something else that's kind of special about the like holding the spawn door so closely is that on the defense, you buy yourself an extra potential in defensive hold if
Mhm.
that first defense fails.
Ready for
True.
battle.
Very much. Well, because we see it too with a lot of, the escort map as well, where you play very far forward to have that second contest. And in this case, because it was a full hold by Brooklyn, it's only that 33% necessary to claim
Attackers
this victory.
incoming
And you're
in
going to
30
see Richardson
seconds.
lead in with this Sombra and Bastion dynamic. And we're going to actually get to see a little bit of Mercy play here.
Yeah, I'm super excited about seeing Saki on this Mercy just because the Mercy is going to be able to help boost out so much damage for Raven Leader on this
Mhm.
Bastion. And if I remember this team as I'm
You
remembering
are
them before,
advised to
they
move
do
behind
really
my back.
well in the face of
5,
adversity.
4,
So I
3,
expect that Richardson
2,
Purple Eagles here
1.
picking this composition will
Attackers
be able to
incoming.
protect Raven Leader
Defend
well enough
objective
to
A.
keep Brooklyn Tech at bay. But a heads up pick here from Skip. Skip's going to be able to deflect a lot of this damage with the Genji choice.
Absolutely. A really great counter on this high ground, dashing in early, but the fact that you've already got two eliminated from Brooklyn and now stacking up with Skip no longer there as well for the deflect, Brooklyn's going to just have to acknowledge that that did not go in their favor and rethink this over aggression.
Ooh. Rotation has to be forced back here as Repta goes onto the point, and now it looks like the defense is falling apart here for Richardson.
Oh my goodness, it could be solely this Tracer play, along with now the knockoff from the Wrecking Ball, the attention all on Tracer, and you have a double elimination kill into the Rivers of Paris, and that will be a quick take here from Brooklyn Tech High School. Oh my.
Ooh, that was it looked so solid for Richardson Purple when they ended up getting a couple of takedowns for Brooklyn Tech's offense. But oh, that double from oh my goodness, that double from Scrubby there just did a fantastic job.
What Richardson Purple Eagles is going to pick up here. And it looks like it's actually going to be the Blizzard World. Haven't gotten to see too much of this recently from a lot of matches that we've picked, but Blizzard World is a very unique one because of just how the map transitions, especially when it gets into that final phase of the payload push.
Oh yeah. Blizzard World might be my favorite looking map in all of the
Hmm.
hybrid map types just because
Agreed.
of how wonderfully colorful this map is. And it's a shame that we don't get a chance to see more of it. But the fact that Richardson Purple has decided to go with a very specific, like this very specific map,
Hmm.
I have a feeling they have something up their sleeves, and it might have to do with that Bastion defense they showed us a little bit of on that prior.
Definitely. And the one thing I would almost say, because you saw the Mercy and the Baptiste play to really support the Bastion. You have the Immortality field, you have the extra boost of damage, you still get some nice coverage and shielding with your composition of the tank line.
Mhm.
There are a couple early positions that I think can really favor on this initial defensive hold, and even further through the bridgeway of second and third point capture.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that I'm kind of looking at in terms of how you're going to be able to really hold on to this defense. I mean, if it's going to be anything like the maps that we've seen prior, Rich Rad, to be honest with you, we might not even see a first like anything
Mhm.
beyond that first point, just because of how dominant Brooklyn Tech High School's defenses have really looked.
You're completely accurate on that, and it's really exciting to see how well refined that defensive hold is, especially when it comes to the support ability rotation is, and just being able to manage. And to be fair, when you see a Zenyatta doing as much work as we've seen so far already on Paris, I would
Hmm.
not be surprised to see that same consistency. And also just the Discord orb and the focus calling and the comms amongst all of these 6 players has
Yeah.
to be really strategic. And I would love to hear how that communication is.
So when you talk about communication in an Overwatch team, typically you have the main tank that's calling most of the shots. So that might be Scrub you making the decisions on who to target down and who needs to go first. And if your Zenyatta is listening to those communications, it ends up being really easy for you to kind of just throw the Orb of Discord on there, just like Reaper Dragon.
Oh, and Skip getting an early pick is very critical here on this engagement. A follow-up in the backside does almost get another pick. There's the tumble and roll, picking down another under Raven leader. And that's going to be a great initial defense. And again, you find Brooklyn in another position to hold the spawn again.
I mean, everybody's moving forward, so they're abandoning their original position up by the flight of the Griffin there. But unfortunately, that means for Richardson Purple Eagles, coming at a spawn ends up being much harder than it usually is.
Absolutely, and you've got the Zarya jumping in the back line along with a knockoff. Almost gets a couple more environmentals. You really have Scrub you looking for those with a pile drive for a triple kill just off the edge of the statue. And I would agree with you that the shot caller is Scrub you. I would at least believe that from how these have been going.
Yeah, I definitely have a feeling that Scrub is the one leading the charge on this one, especially because they're the one that's asking for the bubbles. Hello is there in order to provide that kind of assistance. And oh man, the going gets a little bit tough when you lose your shot caller, though.
This is true. This is true. Now, if the regroup comes through from Brooklyn in this archway, it could be a viable attempt to hold here. There's a lot of charge on Hello, too, that does not want to be lost.
No, you definitely don't want to lose the charge of your hello, but maybe you throw out this graviton after you get rid of the mortality skill.
Is there damage to follow up? An EMP comes out to counter, and Hello does go down. Paradox and Soki able to find a great lead and push onto this point, but a Dragon Blade will be there to answer. Skip slashing and dashing to try and work through all of this front line. Does get one picked off, though, in the midst of it. With Scrub you back online, though, this shot caller and reset is back in favor of Brooklyn.
Well, it's really hard. Like, Wrecking Ball is one of those heroes that if you don't have like pristine coordination and communication on the opposing team, it becomes very hard to actually deal damage to this character because of its high mobility. It just becomes so difficult.
Absolutely, and you can see that Scrub you just dangling from the statue overhead. Molten Core is going to come out. Again, we talked about always loving to see this Molten Core and who will be able to stray close enough to be picked off. And with another reset coming through, Amplification Matrix, though, by Richardson attempting to even the score, but it's just not enough and too late for use.
Well, the good news for Richardson Purple Eagles is that they still have a minute left on the clock, and I'm looking at Raven Leader's Junkrat Riptire in order to maybe find an opening for for them to move through Brooklyn Tech's defense.
Absolutely, a nice pick once again from Skip early, and a boop comes out from the side. Roman unable to do anything here with that counter Lucio play. 40 seconds still to go. And another reset. This is going to be last fight territory for Richardson to attempt reaching this point.
Paradox is so close to the EMP. I'm just hoping that these 5 ultimates coming out from Richardson Purple Eagles is going to be enough to deal with the defense. But unfortunately for them, Masterly is going to have a sound barrier to be able to counter something.
Yes, indeed. Grab comes out from Brooklyn, pulling nobody together, but it does zone a few away from that doorway. A Riptire around the back, looking for a flank from Richardson, but can't find anything with it. Still survives for the time being to try and pump out some of that just explosive shots. But now with Skip in the back line going to try and prevent anyone from getting to this point to contest it. Again, the overzealous play allows some backline engagement, but there is a triple with one of those triple kills from the Torbjorn being a hammer kill just for extra salt.
Just for extra giggles, right? It's kind of always fun to see a Hammer Torbjorn kill, so kind of excited to see that come through. But very good eliminations from Brooklyn Tech High School again, showing such a dominant defense. They only have to capture 1/3 of this first point in
Mhm.
order to win this series, Rich Rad.
I'm really looking to see where this defensive hold is going to be. And we talked about it before, where if you play a lot further forward, it gets you the opportunity to recontest a second time. But there is still a lengthy distance between the respawn on Blizzard World versus others. And I would be really concerned if that's going to be the worthwhile decision.
I think that what we're going to see here is Richardson Purple Eagles come back out with this bastion style
Mhm.
of defense and then set up somewhere behind point. That's where I would set up this bastion bunker. Particularly because it makes it very difficult for the enemy to actually reach you, especially if you're going to kind of do that here. If they're going to set up on flight to Duskwood, then there needs to be a really clean rotation. But I really do like the sight lines that this provides to Raven here.
Very much. I mean, the sidelines are critical. The biggest part that Richardson is going to have to watch is that side room to the lower level and see if anybody with heavy mobility is going to come through on this. But Skip's going to be on the Widow here.
Ooh, Skip on the Widowmaker doesn't provide a lot of point presence, but might be able to get some picks as long as people aren't paying attention to that Widowmaker.
Oh, and there's some nice harass in the back. You've got Skip very low, and a majority of Richardson has to just fall back to this point because Brooklyn rushes to it immediately. Nice pick here with the Roadhog. The Roadhog also brings a lot of sustainability to this, and I think that's actually going to bode more effectively for Richardson.
Yeah, Paradox did a great job of making sure that Skip couldn't really focus on what was in front of them.
Ooh, but a double kill comes through. Brooklyn has the numbers advantage. You've got Scrub U in the back line looking for a pile drive and just pumping out damage onto that Discord at Arisa. Again, the communication is high and knowing exactly who to focus on. And there is just so much presence from Brooklyn, cleaning up member after member from Richardson Purple. That will be this finale, but you have at least a little bit of harass from Paradox on this Sombra, trying to hold on to it. Does come out to look to compete against Skip, buying some time, maybe attempting to have somebody touch the point, but that is not going to happen. With a worthwhile attempt, Brooklyn Tech High School still manages to take this third map of Blizzard World, and they will be the winners of this first round for today.
Winners of the first round, and they're already in prime position to take the #1 seed for this very first group stage. So really hats off to them. Again, coming off the back of the Spring Overwatch Championship title, they're here to prove themselves that that wasn't just a fluke.
And the hammer down right at the end of it. You would normally think Reinhardt, but it was definitely the Torb. Getting that melee kill with the hammer. But you are right. And you will see right now, so far, Brooklyn Tech in a very great position to demonstrate, their level of gameplay moving forward into these other rounds. And I'm really excited to see not only how Brooklyn's going to continue, but also how Richardson can play against the remaining teams. Again, two of this group go into the grand finals tomorrow, the playoff portion. And it is still viable for Richardson to be able to play against the other teams and still potentially be that second place position.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out though. Brooklyn Tech, we're going to be able to see them again in the next series
Mhm.
versus Matthew Central School Ravens, who came in second in their division for the fall Overwatch series. So super excited to see how the champions of the spring series are going to face off against the second place of the fall.
Absolutely. And I can't wait. I want to see how this, because again, you also have to take consideration with this type of, multiple rounds through the day. It can be very fatiguing over the
Yeah.
course of this length. So, I mean, it's something where I would like to see how the long run of these teams are going to be towards the later portions of the day. But when you take a win like this already to start out, you're feeling good going into this next one.
You're feeling very good. You're feeling very confident about your ability to play the game of Overwatch, and that's a great boon for Brooklyn Tech High School in terms of their confidence level moving forward for the rest of the day. Stamina might not matter here if they're going to be able to finish this out quickly, and then they could just have
Mhm.
their sights set on tomorrow.
And something that I would kind of at least want to touch on a little bit, for we already know multiple strengths of Brooklyn Tech as we've spoken on them multiple times through the course of these three maps. For Richardson, I think we talked a little bit about how they're able to take advantage of the weaknesses. They started to do that on and over Brooklyn, but I think the real pitfall became where you had too many of, let's say, those backline engagers. The Sombra was a great pickup. You had the chance
Mhm.
to take out the Widow, like most recently in Blizzard World, where they competed against the backline. But I think there was maybe just too much focus on that. Maybe try and pepper in a little bit of damage in the back to just cause some discomfort and uneasiness, and then regroup back to the front line where you see a lot of rush coming out from your potential enemy team, like Brooklyn, who played very aggressively.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. A good thing for Purple Eagles, though, they don't have to play against Brooklyn Tech High School yet again for the rest of the day. They will have to play against the Matsu Central School Ravens a little bit later, but that's going to be on our stream too.
Yes, indeed. And again, with the next matchup, we've actually been able to see Matsu before, and we're really looking forward to having it, be a revisitation for us. There was a great, amount of rounds that we've seen from them play, and played very, very well. As we, can take a look at that schedule and just see, what the rest of the day holds. But yes, Matsu Central Ravens have been a delight to see when we were casting that Alaskan region.
Yeah, that's been really great. But let's take a look at the rest of the schedule for today. So we just saw Brooklyn Tech High School take a clean 3-0 over Richardson Purple Eagles. And coming up next, we're going to see Brooklyn Tech High School again versus the Metro Central Ravens, which you just mentioned we've seen a couple of times in series previous. And then we move on to the second group of these Overwatch teams, which will include All Hello Gil Gamers, for Palmer Moose, the Ludlow Falcons, and Richardson Nuclear Eagles, the sister team of Richardson Purple.
And before we get that underway, we're going to allow both teams to organize and get ready for their matchup. But in the meantime, we're not going to leave you hanging. We're actually going to allow you to be transitioned over to the alternative, the second stream, which we have the other group, which we mentioned earlier today, which is at the twitch.com official EGF2 that you can also look at. So we will be bringing you that action here in just a moment. So don't go anywhere, friends, because Overwatch is always on.
capture that first point, but to no avail. They will all be going back to spawn, and this best of 3 will be on the side of the Ludlow Falcons.
Ludlow really, really impressing me. I mean, in this series, you could see that they were just obviously dominant. But I mean, this is a team that, built around so many different facets here, right? It's not just one thing. Something that we saw a little bit from All Hallows was that they really had most of their success when they were able to play around Phoenix. But with Ludlow, they could play around Goldfish, they could play around Zoom, they could play around Steve. I mean, every single person on this team is incredibly strong. You could build a team around them alone, but they have all of these different pieces that just work so well together.
Yeah, and I think just that inherent game sense was on display as well, understanding when those opportunities to take advantage of those mistakes are. Let me bring you over to when Goldfish identified that the Reinhardt on the other side, Dark Lighter, was very low. The rest of the team was poking, and then once he saw the opportunity to take that big shield out, he dashed right through and got the kill, which enabled the rest of his team to follow up on some damage. And those win conditions are exactly why, and identifying them, why we see Ludlow where they are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Ludlow is a team that you're going to want to continue keeping your eye on. If you're kind of watching both streams right now, you also would have seen Brooklyn Tech take the 3-0 just as quickly against Richardson Purple Eagles. And that's one of the 2 Richardson teams that we'll be seeing over the course of the day on our 2 streams going simultaneously. But those are the 2 teams, I think, in this tournament that most people are going to want to look out for. Ludlow Falcons and Brooklyn Tech. They're expected to go very, very far in this tournament, and it's no surprise that they're able to dominate their first set of opponents.
Masters and GM players on both sides. I'm excited to see more Overwatch Heroics, and if you want to see it with us, you're going to wait for after the break, and we'll come back with Palmer and Richardson and Nuclear Eagles on the other side. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the EGFH National Championships, where we continue on through this group stage. We've already seen Brooklyn Tech High School claim a 3-0 versus Richardson Purple Eagles, and now we actually get to see Brooklyn again. I'm your caster Rich, right here with Necra, and Necra, we get to see a second time around for this team.
We do get a chance to see Brooklyn Tech High School a second time, and their first time was sheer dominance. So I
Mm,
wonder how they're going to fare against the Matsu Central School Ravens, who, in their division of the fall Overwatch finals, they took home second place. So I'm hoping that this is going to be, a little bit closer of a match here for Matsu Central School Ravens.
absolutely. And again, we talked about this where we've had a chance to see some of the Alaska regions play it out and demonstrate their ability. And Matsu was one of those really good contenders, like you said, with how well they did. Going into this, it will be a map of control first, as we described earlier, and it's going to be a little different. Instead of Busan, we're going on to Ilios first.
Ilios is a very interesting map because of how many different stages just feature different architecture. And like, yeah, we could say that for a lot of the other control maps, but specifically when I mention Ilios, I think everybody's mind first goes to Ilios Well, that big
Mm.
hit in the middle of a map that makes it very difficult for teams to play around.
Yes, absolutely. And then we also have that light opportunity of sealing some long range hit scan if we go to runes. But yes, Well is definitely the most important one. And the reason why, not only of just utilizing the pit itself, but it's also how teams like to rotate around that well on that side of the windmill and the smaller awning that you can go underneath where that health pack is. And depending upon how that rotation comes through, I would be really curious to see if Brooklyn, with how dominant they've played, I would not be surprised to see that same kind of dominance getting to that point first, obtaining that side room where the mega pack is and really utilizing it to their advantage.
I definitely look at Scrubbu again as one of those key players to Brooklyn Tech High School's
Mhm.
team strategy, especially because of how much they set the pace of all of those team fights with their ground pounds or whatever you want to call it, the pile drivers, and just kind of like the use of their ultimate as well in order to secure eliminations. It was
Mhm.
really great to see that style of wrecking ball play come through for Brooklyn Tech.
Absolutely. And as you talk about that great wrecking ball play, we are going on that great, wonderful map of Well, where we get to see that lovely windmill spin and who will be able to be knocked into the pit. And again, I really want to focus on, like I said, that side position counter of the windmill. There's that bigger long section under windmill, but since there's so much access point and those like kind of upper high ground positions where you've got those lovely sun tanning benches, that could be really useful if we see a little bit more of maybe a dive variation come through as well with that wrecking ball, how to use that for pile drives, which we've already seen so much from Scrub U.
Yeah, I definitely look at the just what we would call high ground in this map as a really good launching pad for a lot of the mobile tanks that we might
Mhm.
see come through for this map in particular. And when we take a look at what these teams are hovering over, we're actually seeing we saw a splash of Echo in our last map, but we are seeing Grepka choose to play this Echo moving into this first point.
And we're going to see that nice variation, too, of an Orisa Hog for those halt and hook combinations into the center of that pick, utilizing them in these corners of this initial point. A nice flank comes out, and we get to see a McCree here as well. That hit scan going to gain a lot of value. Winter's already taking down one, and that flank coming out from the Echo play, and a triple boop into the center! Oh, the pit takes three, and you've got Brooklyn demonstrating their dominance once again.
Scrub you? Hello? That halt was huge. That halt was absolutely massive in order to allow that boop from Snazzy. It just really enabled that play, and that was so fantastic. But we'll see that as Matsu Central Ravens come back out of spawn, they're already able to capture the elimination of Hello, so that healing not going to be a part of this fight.
Absolutely, and now with this rotation, you had Scrub U being sprinted back by the Lucio to change to the Wrecking Ball to start feeling confident again on the harass. Pin comes through by the Ryan to get that slight maneuver shut down. But at this point, there is still so much dominant play, and because the point was captured, Scrub U now back on that confident Wrecking Ball and doing some work.
doing some work here. Yeah, we are going to see them actually come back to the wrecking ball, maybe just as a little bit of a desperation kick to come back to point. But I really am looking at Grebka using this duplicate here because there's lots of different heroes that they will be able to choose from as Matsu Central Ravens are playing such a different style of composition.
And we can see this Echo just flourishing on that backline. You talked about it earlier when we led into discussion, and now you've got a duplication onto this Pharah. We don't get to see too much of it, but this just rocket after rocket is going to really whittle down the health values. That rocket barrage being developed so early, despite the duplicate not lasting a full use of the rocket barrage, that early pick is still so valuable, and another position to now drop those mines just on the docking door.
Just on the docking door with 15 seconds left. That's going to buy potentially enough time for Brooklyn Tech to not be able to get off here. And look at this positioning that Scrubby has taken. We'll be able to potentially knock off members off that railway.
And with the Moira and Zarya pressing on, it is only a few seconds left. The overtime does come through. Multiple members now from Matsu Central pressing onto the point to switch it back, finally able to exploit the overzealous play from Brooklyn. But the whole hog is there blocking the shield to try and knock them into the pit. Doesn't happen, but Skip on this Tracer really starting to do some harassment as well as Scrub U regrouping on this point. You've got Pulse going to be dropped onto that tank line. Hello getting a double. Definitely saying hello. With a Riptire counter though coming out from Dishonor to at least attempt a manageable changeover, but at this rate it is just stragglers coming through, and you've got really just the last flanking members of Brooklyn competing on this as Matsu Central looks to maybe get back with a full 6 here.
I think Matsu Central Ravens might be able to flip this point back. Depends on how long Scrubby's able to hold on to this point and buy time for their team to come back.
Finally run short. You've got the Lucio again running the inner wall, still buying that time for anybody to get back, but it will not prevail. And that's a take back here for Matsu Central to not let this finish already.
Great job by Matsu Central Ravens. They're already able to capture almost 30% of this objective, and they're still getting trades across the board.
Yeah, these trades are very critical, needing to stagger out as many members of Brooklyn. You've got Scrub U on that wrecking ball, getting a pick though onto Sombra. Nice elevated position with the wrecking ball to get that pick. Duplication comes out onto the Reinhardt. Again, a fast generating ultimate. The Shatter comes through with the backside, doesn't kill anybody at all. They are just knocked out, and it will be that switch back into the overtime, and Matsu Central in a difficult position to even get back and will not be able to take this map of well.
Matsu Central Ravens were able to capture almost 50% of the objective, though, so this is already going more in their favor than what we've seen in the map previous. So I'm really excited to see how Matsu Central Ravens kind of adjust their play style to this next map that we're going to in Ilios, which is going to be Lighthouse.
Yes, indeed. And with this, you have a... I don't want to get caster cursed here, but Skip showing the Bastion, and I would not be surprised because we've actually seen it be a viable choice. If you can get the Lucio speed onto the point and get a defensive position situated in that small room, Skip can just sit there and do work.
Yeah, Skip can actually absolutely just kind of sit on the point and just dish out damage. So interesting to see where Brooklyn Tech High School decides to go to. Winter's now flexing onto the Arisa, though. I guess Scrubby really wants to stick to this wrecking ball.
Yeah, and it's not so unheard of with how well the wrecking ball play has been, transitioning back onto the point to compete and knock a few off. And Skip actually already on this high ground because of the Symmetra is going to give a really great vantage point to compete.
Oh, and then just drops onto the point.
Getting a lot of shots onto the support line, still surviving though, but the wrecking ball with the double once again as Skip cleans up, and that's going to be Brooklyn Tech High School taking this first point.
Well, the really interesting thing about the way that Brooklyn Tech is able to play this is that Skip, because Bastion has that self-repair ability, you can see Hello and even Smasherly really focus on healing up the rest of the team instead of Skip. So Skip is very self-sustainable in that way, and that means that Smasherly and Hello, for that matter, are able to go for damage.
Ooh, Skip playing a very, very risky game up front on that high ground position with that teleporter, but now with a slight retreat and a lot of focus on the front line where Scrub U is keeping some distance from the team. That allows Skip to pump out some damage here. The Genji deflect comes out to try and prevent it, but great follow-up and response to that dive from the Genji play to counter the Bastion. Really, it's just a well-oiled machine right now from Brooklyn, holding on to this doorway once again.
They can't come out as a full-team assist, and Scrubby's ability to knock members into their enemy is forcing out the coalescence here.
Yeah, denying a lot of these ultimates to be used for a more favorable fight. And it's just desperation now for Matsu Central to get on and even compete with it already being 55%. The tank configuration comes out, and that's going to be a huge advantage, but a Dragon Blade might counter the outskirts of this point. There is the Bastion still surviving. The deflect comes through, and now Matsu Central can take a chance of switching it back. But no, there is still so much recovery. Even though you draw all your attention to the Bastion, too many of Brooklyn still survive.
The Bastion is a huge part of this competition for them, and I think that from Dishonored, it's really great to see that they were kind of coming out with that Genji, but I think they just realized as well that Grebka's Symmetra play is also kind of a counter to that Genji. You can't deflect those turrets and you can't deflect that beam, so they're going to try their hand at this Junkrat.
Wow, and the fact that you've got Sombra rotating to this Ashe, getting an early lead into that is a really great advantage for this Matsu Central to take it back. Minefield from Scrub U gonna be attempting to use, but will hold on to it. Does get picked off as well. There's far too many for Matsu to really try and compete against us. I like this Ashe pick, though. I really do.
Yeah, I love Ashe, especially from the way that she gets a chance to be played in this composition. Ashe does so much long range damage, and because of the buffs on her Viper and to her Dynamite, you're just doing a lot of damage to the enemy team before they're able to move in.
And you need Skip to draw a lot of attention to this Ashe play to try and counter it, but Scrub U actually finds it first, and wow, what a dive coming out from Dishonored on this Junkrat, getting right in the face of the enemy, but will get picked off by the turrets from the Symmetra. That would have been so formidable for Matsu to try and keep that just consistent aggression themselves, but because of another double kill on both supports, there's no one to heal, no one to live. And that is going to be Brooklyn taking this map of Ilios.
Brooklyn takes Ilios, and there's a lot of fantastic plays that got a chance to happen here, but mostly that stood out to me were the environmental kills that happened not only on Well, but also on Lighthouse. Smasherly, look at that play from, oh my goodness, the halt into the boop. There's so many different ways that this is really kind of played out in favor of Brooklyn Tech. And I think this map of Ilios really played out in their favor. But you got to hand it to Pretzel King on Matsu Central Ravens. Despite the amount of damage coming through onto their team, they were still able to do the most healing out of all of the supports in the game. And that just goes to show how much Matsu Central Ravens are fighting for this.
Oh, for sure. When you see that much expansion of, or usage of healing, it's just, it shows that the supports are there to really respond to that type of incoming damage.
Yeah.
I think if there's a little bit more mitigation and the ability to equalize that damage, that's where Matsu Central is going to really come into their own, because their support line is strong. Like, they are very, very assisting to their team. It's just, I think there's a little bit of shakiness just in the DPS line of being confident to compete against Brooklyn, who's playing a very strategic and well thought out, coordinated long run game.
From Brooklyn Tech, I noticed that a lot of their game plan just is kind of fragging out, right? Where they get a chance to go for those environmental kills, where you see that, specifically Scrub U on the Wrecking Ball, just being able to use that pile driver in order to really disrupt what Matsu Central Ravens are doing on their team composition. So it really is about specifically kind of fragging for Brooklyn Tech, and Elios just really enabled to do that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it too. We were casting some tier 2 the other day where it became, that just poke composition, being able to just pump out so much is really hard to mitigate, especially since you've had, several patches ago where the, shield was nerfed when it came to the Orisa and the Sigma, the Reinhardt as well. There were some adaptations to give some heavy mobility to allow Reinhardt to be viable. You saw the Reinhardt come out from Matsu onto that first initial Ilios map, which yielded some value, but it was really just outskilled by controlling the map and the architecture and really taking advantage of it against Matsu.
Yeah, so it's very interestingly that, that's how kind of things have gone. But yeah, it's really interesting that like it's not really poke that we're seeing from either of these teams.
Mhm.
Because like poke is specifically kind of looking at like Ash and Echo, looking at
Mhm.
spam damage coming through and things like that. And yeah, we're seeing spam damage, but we're also mostly seeing that like it's just tank play versus tank play right now.
Mhm.
And because of how aggressive Brooklyn Tech High School's tanks are playing, it's very difficult for Matsu Central to really figure out a game plan around that. Like, have you ever kind of had this happen in your own ranked games where you can feel the main tank difference
Yeah.
of an
I mean,
aggressive Reinhardt versus a timid one? That's how I feel like this is going for them.
I'm an Orisa one trick, so I always just compare myself to another Orisa, never any other tank because I never play any other tank. So I really can't speak too high, but yes, I can definitely tell when I go into ranked games that there is just a level of confidence and awareness that comes from your opponent, and you can for sure see that from Brooklyn and how well they're just structured in that front line. And when you've got a front line leading like that, and you have a team able to just follow through, it's literally like what we're seeing, just such great, well-rounded play.
Hmm. Great, well-rounded play, and like honestly, from Matchy Central Ravens, it's not that they're playing poorly at all by any
Mhm.
means, and especially when we look at how Richardson Purple Eagles were playing against Brooklyn Tech, they weren't playing poorly either. It just so happens that Brooklyn Tech it just feels like they're kind of a level above that we are seeing these huge differences in play styles.
Definitely. And talking about playstyles, we're going to see some interesting ones going on Temple of Anubis because that is one of those maps where you can see some nice variation, especially when it comes to, both the A and B point presence. There's a lot that we've recently seen that goes from transitioning very heavily once you capture point A, but we've also seen a lot of really great holds on that middle high ground and rotation and just obtaining a better advantage of angles and even using that smaller corridor room where the health pack is as well for point A.
Yeah, so I'm just like I don't know what's gonna happen when we go into our next map, um which is going to be Temple of Anubis for this next map of Assault. I think one of the reasons why we're going to see this is because there's really great ability to play some Junkrat
Hmm.
play here. And I think that when we saw Dishonored kind of cover over some of those picks before, you can play the Junkrat, you can play the Pharah. And so
Hmm.
for Matthew Central Ravens, this is a really great map for them to kind of just go off with this spam.
Definitely, and there is going to be a side swap here as well. So you will have Matthew Central on the attack first on the left-hand side with Brooklyn on the defense. And I would like to actually see the Junkrat come out on this because of how well fortified Brooklyn has been on the defensive side. I think that that's going to be really critical to try and just whittle that down and start to break down their confidence in their selection of characters.
Yeah. I have no idea what's going to happen on this next map. And especially when I take a look at the way that we are seeing Matthew Central Ravens select for their defense, you see Dishonored sticking to the Junkrat, which I think is going to be an excellent pick for the
Hmm.
defense just because of all of the spam damage that you can send down any of those chokeholds. And then you also have Guilty Spark and the AK Guide on the Reinhardt and the Zarya respectively, where if it does get into a brawl situation, that's where the Zarya gets a chance to shine.
Absolutely, and we'll see if that Zarya can shine here. Again, being the only one still going to keep Brooklyn Tech with the Wrecking Ball and the Sigma play, though. Nice maneuver here with Scrub U attempting to just really go for that backline position, either to compete the point or to knock off multiple members from that middle high ground. Nice sleep, though, to come out to prevent that engagement and a rotation with a Great dash kill early from Brooklyn on this Genji, who we haven't seen as much, but still getting a lot of value. We don't really typically see that Genji play, and there comes a follow-up with a assistance from Skip. And here is once again a very forward-pressing position by Brooklyn, and with Scrub in the back, flanking, causing harass, it draws so much attention from Matsu away from that front line.
One of the reasons why I like Genji, though, and even though we don't get a chance to see Genji played super often, but in this particular meta, in this composition versus what Matsu Central Ravens is running, you can just deflect all of the damage coming out from the Junkrat right back at them.
Absolutely, and this, again, swift attempt onto point B. Scrub leading the charge in that ball of joy with 5 minutes and 50 seconds to work with. Cleaning up here, already getting 1 tick, will obtain the second, and with no one able to get back quick enough, you've got at least a little bit of competition by Dishonored on the Junkrat. It will not do much, and that will be Matsu Central being overrun by Brooklyn Tech.
Brooklyn Tech have 5 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock if this goes into extra rounds, but based on the formidable defenses that we've seen from them in maps past, I don't know if we're going to be actually making it past this first round. If Matsu Central Ravens want to have a chance against this hyper-aggressive defense that Brooklyn Tech High School likes to run, then they're going to have to find a way to really put out the brawl. Maybe bring out a Reaper, maybe bring out a Lucio, maybe just go for a rush style of composition and just focus down one target at a time. Brooklyn Tech High School have strayed away from running a Brig. Maybe that's something that Matsu Central Ravens should do on their attack.
I mean, I would like to see it. I would like to see it on the attack. I think it's going to be very formidable. And now as we... This Skip Bastion play, though, just with the Symmetra, it's going to be such a difficult task. And because the Symmetra can just allow you again to reposition, and you can even see Skip looking to play really far forward here. It's typically we see it on that back upper high ground more so than the middle high ground, just because of the extra distance that you gain in this choke point. But really, Matsu is going to be in for a rude awakening as that door opens.
Oh boy, I don't know if Matsu Central Ravens are ready for this one, but you see the defense matrix in response.
And the Sticky Bomb gets a lot of damage onto the shield, bringing it down very low. It needs a little bit more follow-up, but because the Sigma is in conjunction, just managing to use that kinetic grasp, preventing the fire, that will be a nice takedown early from Brooklyn onto this defense, and really leaving Matsu Central in a scattered just disarray. But there's still someone competing on the back line. You've got that Diva play, and there is Scrub to respond, and with that, you know, oh, then the stagger. And the stagger. It's Scrub, you're gonna be kind and say, all right, that's fine.
Just go ahead and send it. But man, this puts a whole new definition into the term pirate ship, where you got skipper right on top of the ship.
Right? It is the definite description of pirate ship, more so than I think we could ever see on that high ground. But with this rotation, you've got a little bit of a readjustment and just fading out into the minefield, unfortunately, as the pick comes through. Nice flank by Sombra to at least get one, but again, there's already too many down when you start to see Matsu Central getting a few of these picks.
A lot of these picks are coming through for Matsu School Central Ravens, and when you take a look at the offense here, it really matters what kind of picks you're able to get, especially because your reinforcements come back faster. So Matsu Central Ravens, just continue this focus fire. Make sure you are getting eliminations and make your way to point.
Absolutely, and the Dragon Blade is being holstered for the time being with that Flux encounter from Brooklyn, lifting up one. There is already a takedown, though, from Sombra onto Scrub, which is a chance here for Matsu to take advantage of. The duplication onto the Sigma from Sombra, mitigating that fire from the tank configuration, but it is just too much to withstand, even though the kinetic grasp absorbs so much of it. And with Brooklyn now saying, I don't need the ship anymore, I'm just going to stick by this statue and just continue my fire.
Continue the fire, that is for sure. Brooklyn Tech High School have whittled away this time bank down to a minute and a half left. The Matsui Central Ravens, they have a lot of ultimates that are going to come out here. And with a quick pick on the hello, that's going to be a goodbye and hopefully a point capture.
It really needs to be a point capture. There's only a minute and 25 seconds left to go, and with Skip on this upper statue being a little bit prevented in sightlines, as long as Matsu plays towards the wall, that's a better opportunity to survive through it, but there's still just so much presence on this front line, and the assistance from the Baptiste with the Immortality Field allows a lot more survivability, and once any member of Matsu is pushed to the outside, this Bastion is going to clean up.
I was so confident that we were going to see Matsu Central Ravens take this one, especially because they were really starting to focus fire. But they still have a minute left. They haven't gotten a chance to use their ultimates yet. And this is going to be potentially the last chance for them to be able to do that. Especially if they're able to take out these members on the front line, then it'll be really easy for them to move forward and move past. But Bastion is so well protected right now.
I mean, all of that healing coming from the Baptiste across map, but the primal range and self-destruct could finally be the momentum necessary for Matsu to start approaching this point and capturing it. 24 seconds were left, and it's only really the Baptiste and one other from Hello trying to compete.
Yeah, the supports might not be enough to be able to do this. And as we see the reinforcements from Brooklyn Tech High School come back, oh my goodness, Rebka coming back with a Tracer. Coming back so fast.
Yeah, getting a lot of flanking damage here and rerouting on this point, utilizing that health pack as well, which is very, very formidable from Brooklyn to just remove anyone left from Matsu. The Deadeye from Sombra trying to equalize on the high ground, but can't get too much. The Dragon Blade as well, actually finding two with it. There's the third. And this is some great opportunity to cause pressure, but the synergy between Winters and Greb right now allow that defensive hold, and it will be Brooklyn taking this map too on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, Winters and Grubka really sealed the deal there for Brooklyn Tech High School's defense, but got it handed to Dishonor. They had some really fantastic play with the Genji and the Junkrat, so it was nice to see their flexibility come out here, especially with the Nano piled on top of this Dragon Blade. It just did a lot of damage, and it really kind of, you could feel that force of Brooklyn Tech and how scared they were of that.
And then you also had that really funny moment of where he's elevated from with the use of the Dragon Blade, and it's just kind of like, let me come back down. Let me come back down now.
Yeah.
Please, can I come back down now? So
Yeah,
there's some lovely stall from the ultimate there, but again, we do now have a choice of a hybrid from Matsu going into this next round, and we've already seen such a dominant play by Brooklyn. I'm curious of what map could be most beneficial amongst the pool available.
Well, if there's any kind of question about it, I bet you we're gonna see something like a King's Row. Just because King's Row is just the favorite, it seems to be the favorite of any sort of teams in terms of hybrid picks. So I would expect to maybe see a King's Row come out here, especially because the way that Matsu Central Ravens have been playing, I think that with the Reinhardt and the Zarya choice that we saw a little bit earlier from Ilios will be very dominant on King.
I would agree with that. And they've always been the shining star of that map. King's Row has always been very relevant with that duo, and it looks like we're actually going to get that map, so we're excited to see that and how Matsu Central is going to utilize that map choice again. You saw Temple of Anubis be the pick though, and it did not go in their favor, so at this attempt hopefully Matsu can find a better opportunity, because my biggest concern with King's Row is we've also seen some very, I'll say, unique Bastion usage, especially when you're on the attack.
That's actually, we're on the same wavelength, because that's what I was thinking about as well in terms of what could Brooklyn Tech High School possibly come out of the gates with that would end up being something very difficult for Matsu Central Ravens to fight against. And for me, that would be the Bastion strategy on top of the statue. Just because Bastion as a whole, as a hero, is very, very difficult to play around, especially if you don't have the utmost pristine team coordination. And it's just tough for any team to really fight against that.
Well, and tough to fight against that. To build on that even further, Brooklyn has always led to take the attack first on the map choice from the opposing side. And A lot of that, I think, is kind of the mental game where they're already playing at such a great level
Mhm.
to lead into the attack first and to demonstrate to their opponent how well they've done is also just another psyche dynamic of where you're like, oh man, like they did this so well or they got this so
Yeah.
quickly. Now we have to, meet that bar. And that can be a lot, especially when you're at moments like these where you're 2 maps down.
Mhm. I mean, when you talk about the mental, you do have to have mental fortitude to not get completely overrun. But I think
Mhm.
that that's something where Matsus and for Ravens, like, they can feel confident going onto this map of Kingsrow, not only because it's their pick, but oh, Rich Rad, we are prophets in this one.
We are. Oh, with a Sigma foul. Oh, he dropped a shield at least, though. I was going to say, maybe that was a little bit of an opportunity. The shield's a little bit too high here, so Skip is vulnerable, and there is going to be a shot in the back line. What a great response by the supports. Back and forth exchanges. Now you've got the May from Sombra, but the fact that Hello gets the kill onto that with the Discord Orb really changes this up. There was a great window for Matsu to take this back because of that shield being misplaced from Brooklyn, but unfortunately there was not enough execution on the mainland, and even though you got that pick by the Ana, this is still going to be a great pickup from Brooklyn.
Good pickup. But well, look at this. Some trades are coming through here. So it's not going to be hopefully a total stomp of street space, especially because a couple of members of Brooklyn Tech are going down to these close respawns from Matsu Central.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a nice Bionade to come through as well. That's been really critical to find value, but the fact that you have the reposition, especially from Scrub-U, once that Bionade lands and because of the mobility can just dive out and come right back in and not really lose much health value, allows for survival. And look at how close Scrub-U is to being picked off and is always able to find a healer in sight.
Yeah, that just really speaks volumes to how well the healers have been playing. But I gotta say, there's a lot of really great tank play coming out from Master Central Ravens. Yeah, they just went down, but Guilty Spark and Azimi specifically flexing over to this Sigma has done a lot of work in terms of just making sure that they can secure eliminations for their team so that this cart can continue to move forward. So it doesn't move forward as quickly as it has been. Like, take a look at how long we've actually been fighting this out. Cart has not reached the second checkpoint yet.
Absolutely, and it's going to be reaching it here shortly, and we've talked about this before too when it comes to Kingsrow, is that this last final push in Furnace can be extremely difficult for the attacking side. And because you've got Scrub-U at least maintaining distance, causing a lot of harass and playing this underpass position with the photon barrier, it'll guarantee the next checkpoint. But with this respawn, Matsu Central could have a chance to holding back on this.
Agreed. This ends up being a very difficult section for the attacking team to get through. And if Matsu Central Ravens can get a chance to set up, which has been a little bit difficult in these last couple of turns, if they can get a chance to set up on the defense and maybe secure an elimination here or there, then they will be able to have a little bit of an easier go of this defensive phase.
Absolutely. Skip does go down on the high ground by Dishonor. The Riptire will look for a few, does get one, and now you've got Guilty also holding their own with the nano boost. Coalescence also fueling that front line. There's a lot of ultimates that were committed here by Matsu, but it does equalize and still keeping both tanks along with Sombra's ultimate into this next fight.
Sombra's ultimate is going to be very helpful here as an extra member of the team. Bob hopefully will get a chance to do something here, but the fact of the matter is that Brooklyn Tech is staggering out so many eliminations that they are able to come back with a fuller force.
Absolutely relentless in their pursuit. You've got that health pack going to be constantly used by Scrub-U on this Wrecking Ball. Skip with the tank configuration dropping down from the upper window will have a great reposition to get that right-hand side managed while Scrub-U claims the other. And at this point, the Tracer play just kind of freely maneuvers through the opponent, flanking around these shields. Does get another pickup onto Dishonor despite a double shield from both the Sigma and the Reinhardt play. Just under a few meters left to go with 4 minutes to work with. At this point, Matsu's just looking to run the clock.
Yeah, Matsu's trying to get down as much of the clock as possible so that if it goes into extra innings, it ends up being a little bit less for them to deal with. But this card is nearly approaching the end, Richrad.
And now with that spin to win action coming out from Azimi, just Really, at this point, like I said, running the clock, there's the pickup. Can one member of Matsu touch the point? It will not happen, and that is round 1 completed, but still had quite a bit of time cut off to only make it a 3-minute and 44-second time bank.
Yeah, hats off to Matsu Central Ravens for trying to eliminate as much of the clock as possible. You know, it takes a lot of gumption to be able to do that, especially when you are facing a team that is as formidable as Brooklyn Tech High School. So really great job from Matsu Central Ravens in order to bring themselves into a bit of a closer territory. Now the sides are swapped though. Matsu Central Ravens have their chance to go on the attack, where Brooklyn Tech High School are looking to end it here.
Absolutely. They want to close this game out, having 2 wins in a row and continue to demonstrate why they are the top team here in this first group that we've got to try and lead into that tomorrow matchup. And with the defensive lineup coming out here from Brooklyn Tech, not surprised to see Skip on this Bastion. You also do have the Symmetra play here as well. And we've still seen this as a great usage with the Symmetra on the defensive side, in addition to just the attacking side.
I really like Symmetra play. I like Symmetra play just because it just does so much in terms of, like, look at how you can set up around the door. Look at this high ground that you're able to take advantage of. Like, what? What is this? You're fully supported.
It's a risky play, but I guarantee you that Brooklyn says we're gonna do it anyways. And now with the dash up to the high ground, doesn't manage to get up top, but nice hook from Azimi with the Roadhog. If anything, oh, the teleporter's just gonna drop Skip back though. So even if Matsu tries to push to the point, that teleporter allows it to still regroup back on the point, and Skip is responding beautifully to that. The Fire Strike gets some damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Even with this flank coming out by Sombra, it's making it a really, really hard time for Skip to actually fortify themselves and reposition, but the assistance of the team and generating this tank configuration so quickly will allow Tech to do a decent amount here on this defensive side still.
Ooh, yeah, I really like the way that Matsu Central Ravens are approaching this point. That early hook from Azimi just led into a snowball here for Matsu Central Ravens. We are seeing more of King's Row, and that is on the back of Matsu Central Ravens' impressive attack.
It really needs to focus that Roadhog play that is coming up by Azimi. Big game changer right now and giving a lot of value for Matsu to continue competing on this point, but there's a lot of staggers still coming out by Brooklyn, barely able to keep contest on the point with this Tracer play. Finally comes to an end, and they will, like you said, bring it to the payload phase, and I'm really enjoying how well this Roadhog has fit into their comp.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't beat them, join them, right? So if you're going to go with high pick damage on Brooklyn Tech, then it may be, especially with the mobility that they have, just completely disjointed. So really great heads-up play by Azimi Roadhog, but it's not just the Roadhog that's been able to make things work for the team. Roadhog wouldn't be able to do what they have been able to do if it weren't for Pretzel King on this Brigida too.
Absolutely, and you know, the Brigida having the rally ready for this next engage is critical to try and lead into this, despite having Winters in the back on the wrecking ball now attempting to play very harassment as well. You've got this Reinhardt play, though, by Scrub U, and I think that's where a little bit of this change-up is giving advantage for Matsu.
Yeah, it's interesting that, like, you really can't play wrecking ball on this map, not against the Roadhog or Vegeta. Like, this is heads-up play from Matsu Central Ravens, just to kind of pick the counter meta to what Brooklyn Tech is running.
Now with the whole hog in the back, coming out from Azimi, knocking down one with the assistance of Guilty Spark on the front. Does dodge the pulse, but Azimi will survive, and keeping this payload moving at least for a decent margin past the bookstore. Vulnerable and alone, the take a breather not going to get much, especially with the pin coming through, and that's a final push now with Brooklyn resetting.
Brooklyn gonna reset now. Brooklyn coming back with a lot though. Hello has the amplification matrix ready for his defensive hold, but Dishonor trying to get this piece out of the way.
And there is so much evasion coming out from Hello to survive that, and does get away, skirting down the side of the wall to survive. Double kill through on the front line from Brooklyn, and now you've got Matsu in a position once again of where they are being held by their spawn, and depending upon how Brooklyn plays this, it's really going to be difficult again for Matsu to come out of the spawn area. But the Hog in the flank there is trying to survive. He cannot manage to do so, and the helpful wave from that lovely Zenyatta.
You can see firsthand why Hog is also kind of like, not only is it a heads-up pick, but it's also a very risky pick. Masterly had just used the Transcendence and was able to farm 50% of their ultimate off of just the health pool of Azimi. So, yeah, you gotta be careful. Oh my goodness.
Polson spawn definitely gets the kill onto Pretzel, not expecting that again, resetting. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and now you've got Brooklyn playing from above. But there is a Tracer looking to flank, though, by Sombra.
Tracer looking to flank. You also have, ooh, maybe someone doesn't spot that out, but I think that Skip has seen this.
Yep, Skip has definitely seen it, and now it's going to be who can outplay the other. There's some recognition as well, as one will dive away. If Sombra can get this pick on the Tracer, but no, Skip gets the melee just before the full clip comes out, and the fight still ensues by the spawn, while Brooklyn manages to hold once again despite this 5v5. No advantage for Matsu yet.
No advantage yet, but they are working up to a full slate of ultimates. So even though we didn't see this Tracer get too much value just yet, there is a way that we see Master Central Raven to use all their ult after this Transcendence is over.
Two coming out so far. Dragon Blade up front, along with the Rally and Whole Hunk being held onto for this. Dishonored sticking near the payload, along with this Tracer play, but they've reached Orion Heart, and he is looking to say, you shall not pass, gaining one with a charge and trying to get a follow-up now onto this Tracer play, who is still getting a lot of damage and reducing the health, and the fact that the fight was won by Matsu from spawn, the payload can continue to push and almost is about to reach this next checkpoint.
Almost about to reach the next checkpoint, but because of how aggressive Brooklyn Tech was playing, they might have some reinforcements for this next fight at the choke of the second point. But Master Central Ravens have a lot of ultimates, and this is the point where you have to throw everything at the kitchen sink.
Absolutely, a lot thrown into that sink. And you've got Azimi playing aggressive on the front. A very little amount of health on the Zenyatta and doesn't get the pickup. But Guilty Spark on the front will be knocked down. The Shattered comes through. Does not gain any value as a distant strike comes in the back. Twin Dragons swirling at the opposing side. And there's still a decent amount of hold here with this 30 seconds to go. Just under 2 meters, finally picking off that Wrecking Ball. Now looking for that alternative play and reaching it with 1 minute and 50 seconds. This Furnace now is the hardest part for Matsu to push through.
Yeah, but I'm really impressed with how Master Central Ravens have been able to kind of make it through here. And Brooklyn Tech High School are throwing out ultimates kind of willy-nilly.
Yeah, they really are. They solo ulted the play on the Sombra from the Tracer, which was quite surprising to see. But as the team regroups here, you've got Azimi still leading the charge near the payload. A nice sleep in the back, but the minefield is going to at least be dispensed for the time being. So Matsu has to be careful pushing through this. Nice removing them in that smaller area. But again, you've got Hello playing super aggressive and needs to be careful.
Hello needs to be very, very careful, especially because of how accurate the hooks have been from Azimi. But that's gonna be an elimination onto that problem pick.
And now Skip's gonna go on this Doomfist, demonstrating their versatility. There's a boop that comes through onto Guilty once again. Environmental kills coming through for Brooklyn Tech. The Dragon Blade gets 3 with the dash, turning this around. Dishonored feels that he has been dishonored with now another pick. Oh my goodness! Dishonored showing up here with this Genji to get the entire ace over Brooklyn.
Wow. I'm pretty speechless here, and that doesn't happen super often, but I'm super impressed with the way that Dishonored has been able to play this, and even being able to just kind of just keep as much of this momentum going as possible so that their team can create space is so impressive.
And while the space is going to be very difficult to keep once you've got that sound barrier from Hello to allow a recontest by Brooklyn Tech in this narrow corridor around that small room, Brooklyn will have a great engage in this despite the ace from the Dragon Blade. Dishonored working tirelessly to keep this fight alive in the overtime, but as the last remaining member, it is not going to be enough, and that will be Brooklyn Tech High School able to take another victory in their first round.
Whew. In the group, Brooklyn Tech is sitting at the top, and it is going to be a fight to the finish between Richardson Purple Eagles and Matsu Central Ravens to see who is going to take the second spot in the semifinals from this group. But as it stands, Brooklyn Tech High School, they just solidified that first position with this round.
Absolutely. And I can tell you right now, the fact that highlight of the dragon play was still amazing. I mean, we don't, like we said, we don't get to see a lot of Genji, but when we do, it's fun. And when you have moments like that, it makes it even better.
Oh yeah. I mean, Genji is just one of those heroes that like you wish that you could see more of, and especially because of the meta and how it has developed over recent months, you really aren't getting a chance to see that hero showcased as much. But my goodness, was that fun to watch Dishonored play that hero, and the rest of the team as well from Matthew Central School Ravens. They did a phenomenal job holding their own against Brooklyn Tech High School. And I have a feeling they've garnered a lot of information from how to play out that match that will help them if they end up being the team moving forward in the semifinals.
I guarantee you there's a lot been obtained in knowledge from that. And when you have a team that's going against somebody who is quite a dominant force, you still pick up something and learn and carry that into your next ones. And again, still being able to reach that finals tomorrow. And one of the big things I think Matsu was able to at least develop over the course of this is their ability to kind of again take advantage of that over aggression. You have the Tracer kind of flank around the back, even though Skip was able to counter that play on the payload. It happened a second time around where once you're drawing too much attention away and you had the Reinhardt versus the play from the Hanzo, that's where it opened up a better fight against Brooklyn. So those moments like that are really critical to start understanding, because whether it's either going to be Matsu or Richardson or Palmer, as we see as well, going into that next group tomorrow, they will have an understanding that with how well Brooklyn is playing, they have to take advantage of this aggression in one way or another.
Absolutely. That is something that's going to be absolutely critical. And that is going to be a match that happens a little bit later today. Richardson Purple Eagles versus Matthew Central Ravens. That's going to be happening on the second stream. So unfortunately, we aren't going to be showcasing any more of this Group 1 teams for this stage of the competition, but we're going to be moving into Group 2. So for the rest of the day, we've got All Hallow Gale Gamers versus Palmer Moose coming up next, Ludlow Falcons versus Palmer Moose, and then Richardson Nuclear Eagles versus All Hallow Gale Gamers. That's going to be happening for the last 3 matches of the day. So very exciting stuff. You got to stick around for those. We did get a chance to see 2 3-0s between Brooklyn Tech and their respective opponents, but Group 2 happens a little bit later. And you might be asking, Group 1, there were only 3 teams that you mentioned that are a part of this group. Well, just to let people know, we did have Notre Dame that was a part of this group, but they dropped out due to some roster issues today. So there's only 3 teams that are participating in this first group stage.
Absolutely. And with the next 2 teams getting set up for this next game match for us, we will be tossing it over to the other groups. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we've got a lot more Overwatch to bring to you. So we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. Counterattacks are so frequent inside of Graz. If you're not there to try to watch that overextension from your own side, if you're not there to provide that shielding for your team to dish out their own damage into the grab, then you're going to leave your own team far more vulnerable than the opposition, especially with the defense matrix there to support as well. So Dr. Drago found a ton of value there, but as we look forward now, Barrage coming up again for Night Knight. We'll have to see if he can get something out of it here. He got slept the last time. Maybe we'll be able to dodge that this time around.
might need to wait for the Earth Shatter. Might need to use that as a follow-up ultimate for what Clone Recruit's been doing, because Clone Recruit's been getting a ton of value out of those Earth Shatters, but the value after his Earth Shatters hasn't quite been there, especially on this third point. Dr. Bright, Night Knight, Pigfy, everyone should have ultimates in at no time, probably waiting for the full six-pack themselves. They're going to go ahead and press W now that the turret is gone, so that 7th man is no longer available for Dr. Anti-Pants. Now you can go ahead and press a W. Biotic Grenade doesn't land on the best people for them as Clone Recruit does use the Earth Shatter. Coalescence comes through, ultimates upon ultimates. Night Knight using that rocket barrage in at the sky, but no kill still from that Pharah, and an Earth Shatter now from Nar663 onto the ground, but was the damage enough from Palmer Moose? It looks like they're gonna have to reset. Just the 2 or 3 kills from our Nuclear Eagles might have been enough to help with that reset, but they're still fighting on the payload. Narcissus is now on that Wrecking Ball, and that is a desperation move whenever you see that last minute change. The defensive spawns, though, definitely helping out, Urix.
Yeah, I just need to deal with Drago, but it's Drago dealing with everybody else. Triple kill there. And now with only a minute to spare, Palmer Moose have to back out, go back to their spawn, and see if they can do it again. It's the... I mean, this is Dr. Drago just showing off what he's capable of right here. I mean, the Reaper, the Death Blossom popping off for a second time in a row. And coming back into this fight, Palmer Moose, they've only got the Molten Core available here. Luckily for them, they're going to be able to see if they can kind of get everybody from Nuclear Eagles kind of corralled into one single location, and that's where they're going to get the value out of Molten Core.
Yeah, Molten Core can definitely free up a lot of his space. It takes away the land from your opponents, and you can take that over, kind of like Manifest Destiny. But Mr. Gopher and the rest of his team getting taken down pretty low. Self-destruct doesn't find anyone as Peppy is able to get back into that mech. Dr. Drago once more gets 2 more kills.
Just kill after kill after kill pumping in, and the pressure from Dakwall as well on the Soldier 76, making sure that he's dealing with those turrets so that Drago can be a lot more aggressive, including Narcissus, who's got the mines at the ready here.
All right, I'm still looking at Dr. Drago. Night Knight sitting at 0 HP right now. That skill orb taking him down in at the end. Dr. Bright unable to keep him alive with that coalescence. And there are a couple questions I'm definitely going to ask you at the end of this round, because I think some character decisions are of suspect, and I actually think the way they approach this last point is up for discussion, because Night Knight's still on this Pharah. I think needs to keep tabs on Dr. Drago. Whose job is it to keep Dr. Drago in check? Because for 3-4 fights in a row, Dr. Drago the one putting his team on his back and getting them to fight victories.
Yeah, back when you saw a lot more Reaper play, it was very, very often you would see a Diva actually employed to try to combat that Reaper, because here's the thing, with that kit, due to the fact that it gets a lot of value out of the lifesteal, it has to be doing damage. What character can deny its damage outright and mitigate all of that lifesteal? Diva. Defense Matrix is the best tool to be able to take out the value of a Reaper. And if you're able to do that for an entire Death Blossom, that's the same thing as if you were to be able to, you know, hit the Biotic. And that's what we saw back on Anubis. A Biotic Grenade actually just canceled the ultimate almost outright, and then they shielded the rest of the damage. But here and now, I mean, with the Zarya, yes, Mr. Gopher was able to get a lot of grabs out. But were they always consistently able to find the win right after? I mean, were they able to send it forward? No, not every time. And specifically because of the fact that Dr. Drago at one point countered them completely by Death Blossoming his own grab. I mean, they just literally sat in the grab and Death Blossom. We got 2 or 3 kills off of it. So they have to make sure that they're keeping Drago in check, whether it be from, you know, sporting a Diva or just making sure that they have a little bit more pressure on him from their DPS. But otherwise, it's still going to be very difficult, especially given the fact that Dakwall could be running the Mei here, which is going to give them all the more control to lower Clone's shield and maybe even catch Gopher off guard as well.
All right, we got Dr. Anti-Pants on the Symmetra. This has been a Symmetra map ever since her shield moved. Remember that? And so you're going to set up the turrets on the bridge, try to get a bunch of ult charge. Clone Recruit definitely helping out the team right now, and then split the field with that ultimate, with that huge, great wall of Symmetra. Dr. Anti-Pants already 50% of the way there, and that's an ultimate that a lot of teams have a hard time playing around. They're not really used to it, so we'll see what happens when it finally does come through, and main is going to be a lot harder for them to come through, because you're seeing it right now. Those Symmetra turrets doing exactly what they need to do. They don't need to be doing damage. They just need to deny that area, which is exactly what's happening. Dr. Drago still trying to find a way to make it past those turrets. They finally do clear out the turrets, but they're going to go ahead and get reset in no time as Skype are going to be lasered out of here by Dr. Anti-Pants. And so far, so good for Palmer Moose. Unable to get onto the objective if you're on the blue side, as Peppy going to be doing some interesting diva things by making it onto the objective, maybe trying to free up main for the rest of her team to come through. But good stuff from Palmer Moose. Different kind of play style, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are kind of working out for them. And again, this really just comes down to pure spam pressure, where we see Night Knight just throwing out a different kind of explosive, not the rockets, but instead the grenades. And with the Riptire available, they're going to be able to really pressure out Nuclear Eagles, who are, again, playing a rush comp style and therefore going to be really, really tight together. So if Riptire is able to find its mark, it will get the kills.
Graviton Surge is going to start things up. Riptire will be there to follow up, and you've got the Symmetra ult as well. That is 1, 2, 3 kills on that Riptire. That feels good.
Yeah, and that's an ultimate that's a lot safer as well, you know, as opposed to the barrage, something that you become very, very vulnerable as you're just statically positioned. You can't move. Well, Night Knight, I mean, same thing here. You can't move, but you don't need to be anywhere near anyone to pull that one off, especially given the control coming from the tank line, specifically Mr. Gopher there. But a lot committed in that last fight. Now they've got 3 ults to play with.
Oh, Earthshatter gonna get blocked. Some good stuff coming from a Narcissist who's still somehow alive, likes to live on that sliver of HP. Dr. Anti-Pants, the one that's putting on the carry pants right now for Palmer and Moose, as this Symmetra has really gotten into the heads of our Nuclear Eagles.
Still, though, a few ticks taken there, or rather 1 tick taken, almost 2, but Clone Recruit popping off. But it's Dr. Bright, in my mind, who really sold that fight. Clone Recruit is on the floor from the Shatter. Coalescence kept him alive, and Dr. Bright was able to find a few kills just with the right click on Moira. So really, really solid play from their support line there. Dr. Bright really stepping up.
So Dr. Drago getting poked down, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're running the type of comp that Palmer is running. Definitely a lot more poke-oriented versus the movement-oriented comp that Nuclear Eagles are running. And finally, they deal with the Reaper. The walls is definitely one way to do it if you're not going to be using that Diva to be keeping tabs onto that Reaper, unable to make anything happen with that Death Blossom. Is going to get wilted in at the end. This May, though, Wall trying to make something happen using that wall, trying to split the team, but right now the aggression is all on Palmer Moose. Good stuff coming from them, and with 40 seconds remaining, the Nuclear Eagles now just on 1 fight territory. They do have good ultimates, though. They've got Sound Barrier, they will have Self-Destruct, and they will have Coalescence, and the Sound Barrier does hit everyone just in the nick of time. A pretty good sleep onto Narcissist, though, who's trying to get up to that Earthshatter. Will he be able to get there? The answer is a no. Now the Self-Destruct needs to be absolutely huge, and that doesn't get anybody, but Clone Recruit does. Dr. Bright, the man of the moment right now, onto that Moira, trying to keep the rest of his team alive by mixing in a little bit of damage with that Coalescence. That grab comes just in the nick of time. If Mr. Gopher isn't alive right then, you might be seeing a different result on this fight, but the grab comes just in the nick of time for Mr. Gopher and the Palmer Moose, who are gonna hold them potentially onto this first point. There's still some scrappy fighting going on right now, but this should be all Palmer Moose. You know, he might be alone right now, but the way they're playing, there might be some room for one extra special Moose to make it a Meese.
No. Just no, not at all. But nonetheless, Palmer Moose, they take the win here in a really solid defensive effort on point A, the full hold, and Mr. Gopher having the opportunity to show off his Zarya there, getting so many grabs in this last map here, and really on the attack phase, I think finding most of them. It's just unfortunate that once we did see them transition to point C, they weren't able to do what you're seeing on your screen right there in the play of the game.
And so the other thing that you have to really understand is, while Zarya is so good against D.Va and developing that charge, D.Va is one of the only characters in the game, her and Sigma, that can delete a Graviton Surge off of the map by eating it. And you saw the Defense Matrix out, but when Zarya sees you use Defense Matrix and sees those squares go away, that means I can ult for free. And I think that's what we saw in that play of the game. Understanding those openings, if you're a Zarya player, is key to doing anything on that hero, because while I think Zarya looks like one of the simplest heroes in terms of the macro play for that character, I think one of the hardest in the game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when it comes down to trying to control the Zarya, there's a lot of marking that needs to happen. And specifically from the perspective of marking, I mean, when you look at the different flank holds, when you look at the different flankers rather, and then trying to contest them, and then not only having that to worry about, but also looking at the Zarya to try to see if you can first of all ult track, but then also mark when you do see them at 100% charged up, and looking to try to grab. I mean, there's a lot of things that these players are having to look out for. So they're constantly multitasking, and these are just some young players, right? So I mean, still obviously a lot of room to grow, but certainly showing off that they're very, very ahead of where most of their peers are at. These are really, really solid players here.
Yeah, definitely ahead of me, man. When I play Overwatch, sometimes I feel like I'm playing with two left hands with missing fingers. And so these kids definitely making me feel bad about myself. I wish I did a lot more of this kind of stuff when I was in high school, this community-driven, like esports-oriented team building, because I think what this brings to them is exactly what playing on a soccer team, playing on a basketball team can bring them in terms of team atmosphere. Maybe not as much of being outside, but learning on how to work on a team, learning how to be kind of the cog, but also being the playmaker too is such great just life learning for these kids and soon to be adults as they do enter college soon. I'm sure some of them are going to be going to college soon and eventually. But here, so you want to talk on that a little bit, just like how important it is for esports to have these opportunities for high schoolers like this.
Well, I think the most important thing to make mention of is the fact that while you would have loved to do this in high school, when you were in high school, all they had was radios. So it wasn't really a possibility. So
we were using abacuses back then. That's right.
Yeah. You didn't even have the TI-6 yet. You
no,
they didn't even work up to the. What are they at right now? The TI 5075.
I know, it's just a Terminator. At this point, way, you just get your own Terminator.
Either way, though, I mean, coming in from high school, being able to find yourself with a scholarship. I mean, it doesn't even feel that long ago that I was in college and everything. And, thinking about a scholarship for esports, it was insane at that time. And now to see, not only is it possible, but it's also really prevalent. In fact, in Overwatch specifically, there was a thing that was just released. I want to say it was about $2 million in scholarships purely for Overwatch players at the collegiate level. So that's insane. That's absolutely insane. And not even beyond that. I mean, I've already been contacted myself to just kind of like oversee some of these organizations that are starting up at the collegiate level. I mean, almost everybody in the esports industry has been looked at to kind of say, hey, we want to build something up for our college. Can you help us look at this? Can we help or can you help us do it the right way? And I mean, it's been really interesting to see. So as good as it is right now for players at the high school level to, come out here and really play at a high level at the high school level, maybe be picked up for collegiate, it's going to be even better down the line because colleges are looking to expand constantly on this front.
And remember, esports moves at lightning quick speed. So we're not talking like 6, 7, 8 years down the line. We're talking potentially about next year having that number increase by millions. Esports is something that, through COVID, through a lot of the troubles that we've had, has been something that can bring people together and show us that what community can actually be. And being a part of this particular community, seeing these high schoolers, grow in their play even throughout these games has been absolutely wonderful to watch. And I know, even though we went to school in black and white, we can still see the progress that has been made in these kinds of environments to provide opportunities for students to work together and become the people that they're supposed to be through the glory of gaming. So now that, our TED Talk is over, let's talk about the game a little while longer. I've absolutely loved, continued on through these last couple maps, the tank versus tank matchup here. Clone Recruit versus Narcissus. This time around, we're not going to see an up-close hold, which is something that we see very often on Havana, but this time around, you're going to go ahead and give him a little bit of space, take the high ground at this right angle turn. Dr. Antipants, though, this time is going to be playing that Doomfist, and a nice hook onto Narcissus forces him to use that charge. The shield doesn't save him quite. He's got to walk himself behind that shield, but Dr. Drago finally gets some, checks on him. Dr. Antipants going to bring him back to spawn. 6v5 for our attacking team. There should be a lot more progress as our teams try to get another 6v6 before the end of this point.
Oh, they got to check that Lucio, though. Pigfeet making his way out after getting a lot of value, just displacing everybody from Nuclear Eagles. And now you can see Nuclear Eagles slowly losing control of this battle.
And so, are they going to be losing control completely? The answer is no, as they do get 2 kills. Venom on the Ashe was subbed in for this round, so maybe an Ashe specialist is something that we see on our hands. 75% already on that Bob, as well as an early point. 5 minutes and 24 seconds for this distillery portion of Havana. That's lightning quick.
Yeah, real fast take there for them. Unfortunately, you know, there still is some things that they need to worry about here. The Ashe can deal with Night Knight in the sky, but the Bob is going to be a presence on the front line, on the payload that they're going to have to worry about. Luckily, they do have that hook. They do have opportunities to actually kind of deal with him very quickly, but nice hook there actually takes Narcissus out of the equation entirely.
And so this is telling Dr. Antipants I can get into the backline. He gets slept. Huge sleep, but not enough to take him down using the Meteor Strike to be offensive. You actually see that ult used defensively more often in this Moira. These supports are not going to be long for this world. Just playing with this food at this point in time. You got the Seismic Slam. You got the Rocket Punch. You got another Seismic Slam. And you're going to get a second point potentially because of it.
Yeah, Peppy is not long for this world at all. And you can see Palmer Moose just sending it forward. And they're just going to continue with this momentum, especially given the fact that Dr. Antipants, I mean, he's been left almost unchecked here on the Doomfist, just constantly battering members of the Nuclear Eagles side, and still Venom ready to go with the Bob. Just Nuclear Eagles haven't found a foothold yet to actually expend their resources.
They've been moving backwards the entire time, and that means the resources have evened up. Dr. Antipants playing very confidently so far. Definitely has some Doomfist on his player profile. Just the way he's moving the character, the way that he's using the character shows that he has fluency on this Doomfist. And I like how alpha this play is, putting the Pharah in the air, putting the Doomfist on the ground. Where do you look, Urix? Who do you focus down? Do you focus down the potential Rocket Barrage in the sky? The answer is yes, because Dr. Drago is going to take him down. Sound barrier super late. You're going to want to use that before that Death Blossom, but still trades going on. Dr. Antipants can still make something happen with this Doomfist, especially with a Meteor Strike on tap once more.
Roadhog going to go forward with the whole hog, but you can see, I mean, nobody is looking at Venom, and he's able to just constantly pump out pressure. Those dynamites helping him do just that as well. And as that continues, you can see finally Night Knight investing in over the top, and he's going to get away scot-free as well.
Just 30 HP. He's going to have to wait for some of that healing. He finally does get it, so that means the Rocket Barrage. You know, I feel like a broken record because he's been holding on to most of his Rocket Barrages. He might actually have an opportunity to use it because of the environment here. This could potentially be huge. 1 kill. You need to find 2. There it is. That's a 2 for 1. And at this point, the defensive spawns are going to be a little too strong, but that doesn't seem to be stopping Palmer Moose for now to try to maintain a little bit of control over the payload. The hook does miss. You're looking at that Hulk hook combo, the pulled pork, the oink and a yoink for Palmer Moose, and they've got 4 minutes left to try to take down the fortress. Ooh, nice pull.
Yeah, absolutely. And Palmer Moose now, they're going to be able to send it forward. Whole Hog coming online soon for Gopher, and he's going to look to expend that here, find some kills.
The Meteor Strike's not going to land on anyone, but he's going to go. Dr. Antipants is trying to push him back to spawn. Peppy going to be going down. 6v5 Coalescence is not going to be lasting very long. Like you said, Coalescence is such a great time to take down a Moira, as it's the most vulnerable portion because she cannot use that Fade. Defensive spawns, though, coming into play for this match, pushing back Palmer Moose. 3.5 minutes remain.
You can see now Palmer Moose stepping back in. I mean, with plenty of time to play around with, and interestingly, a swap up from Narcissist was on the Sigma before, wants to play the Roadhog here, something that is in isolation going to help them. Although, of course, losing out on some of that shield control in the long run might prove to be a little bit difficult to deal with. So it really just comes down to those solo plays on either side. Gopher versus Narcissist. Who's going to be able to get that pick potential off? And certainly, in the pick potential perspective, Palmer Moose is indeed favored with that Doomfist.
And so the Hulk goes through without the hook. Here's the one on the other side. Ooh, some nice right clicks, just pushing some damage on to Palmer Moose. Nuclear Eagles putting up a pretty strong defense so far. These supports are going to be going down really quickly. Dr. Antipants getting a double rising uppercut kill, but this is just the same story over and over again as Dr. Drago takes 2 down with that Death Blossom in the back line. Dr. Antipants trying to put the team on his fist right now, using that Meteor Strike. Venom's going to try to get taken out, but is going to be able to be safe here. Dr. Antipat's trying his best to take Venom down, and you got to get that kill as Bob is going to come through onto the payload, and Mr. Gopher going to potentially be taken down because of the coalescence used to keep him alive. Ult's just getting thrown out here, and just the order of operations, I think, helps the defense that Bob, the final ultimate needed for our Nuclear Eagles.
Venom with a big play there, somehow avoiding Dr. Antipants on the Doomfist for what felt like forever, getting the Bob out, and that helped them secure the payload, and now they can back themselves up here. Nice couple of kills there from Venom and Dr. Drago, kind of combining Dr. Drago with the final blows on all of them, but you can see Venom up over the top. This is what I'm talking about, not having the shields there because they swapped, or because they're playing the Roadhog instead of the Sigma that you often see here, or even maybe the Ryan that you sometimes see paired with the Orisa at this stage even. This is just free pressure, free ult charge for Venom on the Ashe.
Oh, gets pulled though, somehow is still alive. The repair pack almost doing enough to get the Ashe back to the team, but a nice hook is going to be it for Venom, who has been pushing out most of the damage for the Nuclear Eagles, and now Palmer Moose knows that the carry for this map is already down. Rocket Barrage takes down Dr. Drago. That's the other one they had to deal with, and so now it's all about finishing it up. Time to kill. Focus fire is the name of the game. If you're Palmer Moose, as you're trying to escort that payload into the final parts of the fortress, the defense should be able to get a little bit more going, and Dr. Drago takes down Big Feet with that Death Blossom. Mr. Gopher, though, trying to keep his team into this, and there's 4 members of the Nuclear Eagles coming back onto the payload. That's not the full 6 that they wanted, so that still means that Palmer Moose have the advantage, but Narcissist taking down Clone Recruit means that that advantage is slowly slipping away from their grips. Dr. Bright now still investing in this fight here. This is a long one.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to come down to Night Knight. Can he keep pushing out that pressure? But instead, it's Dr. Drago going all the way forward, and yes, he doesn't get the kills that he's necessarily looking for, but he forces back Palmer and Moose. So in spite of what they might have been trying to do to get back into that fight, they are backed entirely up, and that ends the fight despite the death. So Dr. Antipants now building up into his blade, but we'll have to see once he gets it up if he's going to even find value. They don't have the nano to pair with it.
That charge is absolutely enormous from Clone Recruit. Taking down Spooky Cypher means the Coalescence is not going to be available, at least until the end of this fight. Mr. Gopher finds another one now with Dr. Drago out, and overtime spawns in. That means there's going to be a lot more of an opening for Palmer Moose to finish out this round. Dr. Antipants finally gets to that Dragon Blade, and because Nuclear Eagles invested so much in that last fight, there are no ultimates available. Proximity Mines and Dr. Drago's Death Blossom are going to be it for this round. This Wrecking Ball needs to do absolutely everything along with his friend the Reaper as they C9 the point. Unfortunate. They were playing that so well, but the Death Blossom was enough to take them all off the payload. At that point, they should have just eaten the bullets and seen what happened. But I understand why that happened. Unfortunately, it did happen.
Yeah, the Mines and the Death Blossom, it's just enough to send you packing home, it seems. I mean, yeah, I think I would have tried to step on the payload, but it's easy to see why they might not have wanted to. And trying to get that level of coordination where you can communicate, you know, I'm going to dive in, I'm going to contest, you guys pull off, and then, you know, come back. I might have to give my life for this kind of thing. It's very difficult unless you have a lot of synergy, a lot of experience playing together to kind of put that kind of stuff together. There's usually an order of operations, actually, when it comes to that kind of thing. You kind of quickly download who's alive, who's up, who's healthy, who's stable, who has cooldowns, and you do that in a split second, and everybody already knows who's supposed to go forward. That's kind of a given thing, but again, you have to build into that kind of thing, and it's not expected at every level of play. But nonetheless here, 2 points, virtually the whole map capped. I mean, come on now. Almost the entire thing was taken away.
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, my friend, says Peppy is been a little bit quieter on this. Sorry, Peppy is a little bit quieter on this. That is to be expected, but in terms of value with those halt hook combos, not quite as synergistic as when Peppy was on that Diva running interference into the backline. I definitely like the Diva look a little bit better, but Orisa just so strong on this point in particular on both sides, but only one side running it. We got Symmetra again with Dr. Antipants, which was brutal for the Nuclear Eagles to deal with last time around, and already almost at 50% on that ult charge. Let's see how they're trying to set this up. They're going to let them go around the corner. They already set up those turrets on the truck, and with that pick onto Dr. Bright, they can be aggressive as well.
And interestingly, Dr. Antipants isn't able to get his power generation up as much because he doesn't have the shield, but finally now barreling through, it's going to be Palmer Moose taking it very easily now, which is again that relentless pressure that we saw back on Eichenwald point A defense. This is the same composition, or at least very close to the same composition that we saw them make a very, very strong hold with.
Yeah, but any time that they take away from Nuclear Eagles right now is good for them because they rushed through this first point. So they're already at a little bit of an advantage in terms of pace for these 2 first points. Palmer Moose feeling pretty good about it so far. Is Mr. Gopher going to be looking over for that high noon? And Venom's not going to be able to find any one with it, so no kills, just a nice hook, though. This one's going to bring the tank into the rest of them, and the wall is going to actually save that Roadhog. Unfortunate timing from Dr. Antipants and that ultimate, but now the Valkyrie's there with that Riptire. Too many resources to overcome.
Absolutely, and it seems as though the same way that Eichenwald finished could be the exact same case here on Rialto. Again, just that spam comp that came through with Palmer Moose actually still on a Reinhardt here, something I would say is a big change up to what you're normally seeing with a spam comp, but certainly something more aggressive. But they're just locking down this corner and making sure that everyone that comes around it goes down.
It's like the hook just curved out of that Roadhog's way, brings in Venom on that McCree, and that's all of their damage pretty much out. Dr. Drago's going to be the next one that's pulled. He survives, but that Reinhardt's all the pull, and he's going to go ahead and charge and lose his life for it. That's maybe a little bit too much trust into your team, as Dr. Drago's going to have to Wraith walk away, but he's still trying to get to the back line. And now with that sound barrier, means the power of music compels him to get into the back line himself, does take down Night Knight, and this is the opening that the Nuclear Eagles have been waiting for. And Dr. Drago, once again, is the one with the key.
And I don't want to be that glass half empty kind of guy, but here's the problem, Boop. They're going to be able to contest again on point A here. They need to be able to take out Dr. Drago, but even if this is captured, even if we get to point B, this composition, this spam composition from Palmer Moose, it's just stronger in point B. It's just stronger.
Not a lot more room to avoid the spam, and so characters like Symmetric, characters like the Junkrat are able to take these really great angles and just take part of the field away.
And it really comes down to control, again, just trying to make sure that you disable that kind of line of sight positional setup from Palmer Moose. Once they get locked in on a corner, it's going to be very, very hard to round it if you're Nuclear Eagles, because you're going to have to land those halt hooks. You're going to have to land some of those combinations that require quite a lot of setup if you're going to want to get something going. A little bit of an early start here for Palmer Moose as they get the res, but Dr. Antipants goes right back down.
Yeah, 2 kills early on the same person, as Dr. Antipants is going to have to come back with that ultimate. They don't need to. They can just go ahead and give him some space here. They don't need to keep feeding this Reaper more ultimate charge, maybe trying to bait him into those Symmetra turrets. But right now, he's the one that's doing the damage, and pretty easily.
Palmer Moose still in this fight, but it looks like this might have been a lucky go of things, or a very fortunate at least go of things here for Nuclear Eagles, as they're 4 meters away from completing point B.
Dr. Drago is down, though, unable to get to that. Death Blossom Skyper finds another kill, so there's a numbers advantage for the Nuclear Eagles, but Palmer Moose have the ultimate advantage. Now they have to do something with that. It's only advantage if it becomes one, as Night Knight now using that Riptire finds absolutely nothing. So 4 ultimates for the Palmer Moose, and 4 absolutely nothing burgers for them as well, as Spooky Sniper helps escort them to that second point.
And there's a res onto Night Knight, so they're in deep territory right now. There is no way out of here except for into the spawn, unless you can see Night Knight starting to dish out some more damage here and build up into a tire. But right now, you're going to need to see Clone stepping forward. If they want to keep those 2 players alive, they have to absolutely step forward. Unfortunately, they don't, and that is going to signal the death of both Pigfeet and Night Knight. Granted, they are able to take some kills. Unfortunately, the rest of their team, they're not even contesting, so nothing gained from that at all.
Yeah, they're eating these orbs from Dr. Antipants right now. They're allowing Palmer Moose to get back in on this ultimate game. And when you're letting Mr. Gopher take a breather like that, get the full value out of that heal, that means the whole hog's not going to be far along. But Dr. Antipants, you know, his pants may be a little bit too big right now. Maybe Dr. Fancy Pants trying to get into the front line and make something happen when the rest of his team is actually doing just fine. Narcissus gets a nice pick onto Night Knight. But my question is, why run the Mercy with the Junkrat but not with the Pharah?
Interesting for sure, but you know, here's the big thing going into this next fight. Nuclear Eagles, they're going to have Supercharger And that is something that's going to benefit them big time. They need to break down this photon barrier or just kind of sustain through it. And I think breaking it would have really been the best bet. It doesn't have that much health.
Maybe some people don't know that you can break it. I think it's 1,500 health total. That whole hog would have been able to burst through it immediately, but intimidated by that wall enough to actually just give up on this push. And so they're actually losing control of the objective, the Nuclear Eagles are. And right now, the tempo on the side of the Palmer moves, especially now that Dr. Bright gets that initial pick. 65 soft reset now for the Nuclear Eagles.
Yeah, 12-second duration, 4,000 HP. I can guarantee you can rip that thing down in faster than 12 seconds for sure, especially with the investment of a supercharger at the last half. So you still have the benefit of it later because everybody's going to be really aggressively positioned behind the photon barrier anyways, and you can really catch them off guard by breaking it apart.
And so Night Knight has that Riptire. Another nice hook is actually going to take the Roadhog out of the fight. I love that play. Doesn't necessarily need to kill him, but now look at where he's at. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. No, as Narcissus and Dr. Drago do finish things off, but maybe that was another opportunity to get a backline kill. Narcissus feeding that to the opponent's backline, but right now the Riptire is all that they need to look for. Night Knight unable to find anything outside of absolutely nothing on these Riptires. Pick feet going to fall. 58 seconds remaining. Remember how hard it is for the offense to actually overcome the defense. At this point, the spawns are just so defensively focused. The whole hog definitely allowing them to get a little bit more breathing room as Narcissus is the only one on the payload right now. And the Nuclear Eagles win as 2 payload miscommunications happen for the Palmer Moose. And we're tied 2-2. We're going to map 5, friends.
Well, I don't necessarily know that they're going to be able to touch there. I mean, Venom really popped off at the end. There was basically nobody alive at that stage. There was no helping them. And I mean, I think realistically what this really came down to was, again, the fact that there was a couple of miscommunication cues there, but nonetheless, Nuclear Eagles, I think, really popping off, especially the DPS players there, I would say, to a very high degree. Venom pushing out a ton of damage. The Ash pick, I love it. I'm a big Ashvocate right now, I would say, because of the fact that with the Dynamite, you can get out so much damage. The headshots are going to be able to land you some really, really quick kills. If you have the damage amplifications, those are going to be one-shot headshots as well. So as we are tied up right now, 2-2, so we go into a final match where, again, this is a best of 5. It's the next map wins everything. So both these teams still very much in contention, but we'll have to see who comes out in the head after this one.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed this matchup so far. We've gotten a lot more variety in play styles. We've gotten some slower tempo play. We've gotten some higher tempo. We got Dr. Antipants both carrying and feeding on the Symmetra. And that's kind of what happens when you play Symmetra, I think. She's almost like a win more type of scenario, right? Usually when the Symmetra is doing well, the rest of your team is already doing well and is just enabling you to win more. At this point in time, Dr. Antipants, though, having a hard time staying alive. But if I were to say there's one thing that was the difference in that game between Palmer Moose and Nuclear Eagles, it's Distillery. You said it yourself. Palmer Moose were running a spam comp, and none of them were alive long enough to actually spam any damage in the Distillery against Nuclear Eagles because Dr. Draco got a bunch of early kills just by like hanging up on the high ground, and they knew he was there, but they kept walking in to that Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the make it or break it for Palmer. I mean, at that point in the map where you were already finding value early on a corner play off of the first objective, I mean, if you're able to set up in that position on point B, there are 2 different angles that you can take that are just so strong with that comp. And all you have to do is make sure that you also have control of the high ground with one character. So you send maybe like a Sigma forward up to the top or something like that, and everything gets locked out. There's no way through at all unless you overpower with ultimates. So then it's just an economy game, and certainly Palmer has looked very solid with that throughout the course of this series. But unfortunately, it's make it or break it. They broke it.
They sure did. Oh man, I was ready. It almost felt like we were gonna have just like a nitty-gritty brawl in Distillery, which happens a lot once they get the payload to the middle portion, because the defensive side has such high ground advantage with the catwalk, and you have to stay on the payload if you're on the offense so you can get collapsed upon. But when you don't ever give the opponents the opportunity to set up any sort of defense. You're sitting where we are right now, tied 2-2. Palmer potentially losing an opportunity. They held for 2.5 minutes on that first point, and I think just fumbled the ball on Distillery, unfortunately for them, because the fight on Fortress was still pretty good. But something else I want to talk about too is let's talk about Roadhog and how both Roadhogs putting in a little bit of effort. But what are you gaining with Roadhog versus what are you losing with the Diva?
Well, with Diva or Sigma, really, I mean, you just lose out on a lot of those defensive cooldowns, the utility that you look for, and you really invest entirely into both shield break, A, and then B would be basically just pick potential entirely. I mean, the hook, if you catch someone out, that should be a kill with these compositions that we've seen from these two sides. And then on top of that, I mean, the reason I would say that we don't see the Roadhog, again, given the fact that we do see the pick potential still really high with Roadhog, is the fact that you become an ult battery on Roadhog if you don't have enough shield, and your DPS players are not given the allowance, the space that they really would like to have to be able to push out the damage that they need to slow down aggressive pushes from your opposition. I mean, yes, Roadhog can take a little bit of punishment for sure himself by utilizing the take a breather, but it's never as good as a shield, which is going to deny ult charge. It's going to deny that lethality as well. And that's why you don't see it all too often. So it's interesting now that we see it not only on one, but on both sides of the field here.
Well, it makes sense. Maybe at this level of play, you're trying to make plays yourself, and Roadhog, one of the best characters to do just that, as they're going to meet each other around the statues, and who's going to be able to take that positioning first, as they're just going to run latent parallel against each other, and it actually looks like Nuclear Eagles are going to find a better position on the objective. It will unlock in 8 seconds, and Clone Recruit and the rest of Palmer Moose are going to have to stampede onto the objective themselves. How are they going to do it? The shield is nice and healthy now. Is a really good time, and this is one of the things that I've noticed from both of these teams is the shield doesn't seem to matter. Is a lot of the players just trying to get to that damage, try to get to that ult charge, standing in front of the shield, and maybe even getting isolated and picked off, just like Night just did.
Yeah, you can see Nuclear looking to try to stave off this aggression, and they've done it so well. Again, that spam pressure coming in from Palmer Moose is just not working out at all for them. And Nuclear Eagles, they're already in full control here. 24% on the board. And Night, I mean, she's just been getting so much done with this Junkrat and has really gotten some value. I mean, we've seen a lot of the explosive play from her, both the Pharah and the Junkrat, but the Junkrat has been really lights out so far.
87% on that rip tire. What better way to open up a point than to blow everyone up with that rip tire? But like you said, the Roadhog feeding a ton of ult charge. Not only does it originally have that 500 HP, with Take a Breather, you're potentially pushing in 1,000 damage, and all of that damage equals ult charge, and that equals 5 ultimates for Nuclear Eagles. Venom gonna take down Pig Feet right away. You gotta be a little bit safe if you're then a Dr. Drago. Look at that intent. That's what I want to see from other people on other teams. It's just the intent that Dr. Drago is playing this Reaper with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would basically just try to steer very clear of Drago on the Reaper, or maybe even bring in a little bit of that Diva to try to kind of throw him off, you know, make sure that you're mitigating some of that pressure outright. That's going to be a big factor here, very key. But meanwhile, with Gopher on the Roadhog, again, you kind of get into that department of just becoming an ult battery, and that's going to be on both sides. Antipants is going to have the same value.
Oh, they know that Dr. Drago is there, and the whole hog gonna knock 4 into the pit, and then Dr. Antipant's gonna use the Death Blossom in the backline anyway. Oh, because we're at 98%, the game is over. And so just gonna. You're correct, Urix. Thanks for telling that to me lightly. Much appreciated. And so 100-0 for the Nuclear Eagles. Dr. Drago, once again, player of the match for me if Nuclear Eagles do end up winning this 5-game set. But you can't let this guy just do what he wants. He makes a decision, and they just kind of give it to him on a silver platter.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we move now into this next round here on Control Center, this is where the Junkrat, in my opinion, just the value just goes through the roof. I mean, absolutely. If you play up on top and just kind of serve in that pressure on the side, I mean, the value skyrockets. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that. They've made a quick swap. Now they're May McCree, and this is very, very, very close to a very traditional rush comp that we see at the professional level, and this is a really solid composition.
So it is in its name, Rush. You're pressing W, trying to get behind that shield. The May is going to enable you to do just that. You can block off some of the backline while your team takes a little bit of space, and you're actually seeing the way that this rotation is on a control center, that Night and the rest of the crew are able to take some advantageous positions, but it doesn't seem to matter for the Nuclear Eagles because they get trades on both sides. So 4v4 right now. Night and the rest of her crew trying to make some things happen. That Biotic Orb does keep everyone alive, but this May making everyone go slow, making everyone cold in here. Narcissist, though, trying to body this May out. Particle Barrier going to keep her alive. Good stuff coming in from Night.
Yeah, Dr. Antipants was able to generate the Deadeye. Not going to be able to find the initial value, but you can see Venom posing a threat here on the side, and Nuclear Eagle is trying to get something going with that. But finally now, it looks like Palmer Moose is taking control and coming away from this fight here with already ults expended, and we're only 12% in. This is important here for Palmer Moose to maintain. They're already down 1-0, and remember, if they lose this round right here, they will lose the series along with it.
Clone Recruit sitting very close to that Earth Shatter. Pig Feet has that sound barrier, so hopefully he's going to shuffle that feet to the beat and help get his team to the objective. Night now with that Blizzard. That's another really great way to get some area denial. It pretty much just means you cannot fight in that space unless you've got some ultimates to keep them as safe, which they do not. The Nuclear Eagles don't have that sound barrier. Dr. Drago so close to that Death Blossom, but that sound barrier from Pig Feet is a little bit too late. 5v5 now. Blizzard is going to put the advantage right now onto the Palmer Moose, but nice hook, nice bob there, as well as Nuclear Eagle stabilizing and going to be taken over the point here shortly if they're able to focus in those kills, clean up the point, and get this point on their side. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it just yet, as Skyper having to invest that sound barrier. Pig Feet dies a second time in this fight, and I like this stall coming from them. They're trying to get as close to 80%, got about 10 extra percent by engaging with less numbers, and also got some ults away from Nuclear Eagles. I would say that's a win for the Palmer Moose there.
Yeah, I think draining them of all of these resources, I mean, really, it was just Peppy staying patient. I mean, she's maintained the supercharger here for them, and that's going to be the one thing that's going to give them the boon that they need to be able to actually sustain in this next fight. They're going to have a lot more pressure, specifically from Venom's perspective, who can sit behind and actually just push out a ton of damage. The dynamites are going to be all the more lethal. If that isn't healed up, then those can actually find kills outright. So Power Moose have to look out for this supercharger in this next fight.
One big TNT from Venom means that Bob will be at the ready. Unfortunately, doesn't really tag anybody with that dynamite. He's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, just right-click down the sights. But unfortunately, the shielding is just a little bit too strong from the Palmer Moose. That TNT should be able to get a lot of damage in. Doesn't actually detonate it herself, but will get that ult charge. Bob is going to be at the ready. This is time. You got to make that shot. The hook was there, but if Venom tags that McCree, that kill does not happen. He would be dead before he's able to use that Deadeye. Narcissist is going to be helped out by that sound barrier as Mr. Gopher trying to cause a little bit of hassle for Dr. Drago, and he was the only one really keeping Dr. Drago in check, but gets taken down as, look at this, the Nuclear Eagles on the brink of winning this series.
Yeah, that was huge there too. Supercharger committed and actually dropped on the very center of the point. No protection other than Peppy just kind of standing over it, and it wasn't dealt with. I mean, Palmer Moose basically just said, yes, you can do double damage. We're fine with that. That's effectively what they said.
And we talked about it earlier, right? If Supercharger's down, you just have better stats, and you're gonna win that fight if all things come in true like they should. And sometimes that doesn't happen, so the Graviton Surge is going to lock them up in a terrible position, actually keeping them safe behind that environment. Night is going to get 2 kills. She's going to try to put everyone on the back right now, but without Night, the area denial is going to be a little bit harder. Clone Recruit now trying to get into his own back line. The trade's going back and forth. It still could go Palmer's way as no one is... Oh, that was so close to the overtime wig going down. Palmer needs to find themselves on the point, but they're losing their lives. This is looking like a Nuclear Eagle Eagle win as long as they're able to stay on the point themselves. Will the re-engage have the overtime spawns are going to be absolutely brutal for the Palmer Moose, and they're unable to get on to the objective. The Nuclear Eagles win this thrilling back and forth, literally 5-game set, moving on with that victory to their next opponent. Remember, this is a round robin. Their next opponent might be actually feeling pretty good about it since they just played such a brutal set. But you got to give it up to both of these teams for putting on a show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is just kind of down, at least at the very end here, to the fact that in this meta right now, damage amplification is such a big factor. You see the Orissas giving 50% extra damage every time the supercharger goes down to virtually everyone, as long as they're in line of sight of it. Then damage amplification matrix coming in as well. That's 100% increased damage. Teams love to pull out either one or both of those at in a single fight to be able to push out more damage, find that lethality, but even more so find more ult charge quickly so that they can go into their next set of ultimates and kind of string that momentum along. But in this series, I think the big thing is what you were talking about, the mental aspect. This is a long day. I mean, it's going to be mentally and physically through constant sets of best of 5. And when you talk about a team that just went through a full 5-game set, now looking to try to transition some of that energy into a matchup against Ludlow, who in Group 2 is clearly the favorite, it's a very tough transition to make, absolutely.
And so before we go over to a break and get you to our third game of the day, I just wanted to ask you, Hirix, if there's a player that you said really impressed you in this game, who would it have been?
Absolutely, Dr. Drago is the one that I'm looking at there. I mean, the Reaper was a major factor for Nuclear Eagles, and I think a big reason why Nuclear Eagles was able to just stay in this game at times where it didn't seem like they were going to be able to pull that off, and it also enabled them to get the win back on Havana, a very critical map in this series.
Exactly. So we're going to see the Nuclear Eagles again, but this time it's going to be up against our #1 seed, and or potential #1 seed, I should say, as Ludlow Falcons are going to be coming back on the stream to take Richardson and Nuclear Eagles and try to clip their wings as well. This potentially is for the #1 seed in this group between these two teams, since both teams have already gotten their victories in this round robin, but we won't know until we come back. So we'll see you on the other side for the EGFH National Championship. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here, at least for our end of the group staging, to continue this EGFH National Championship. I am Rich Rat here with Necro, as we were able to see some Boop and Curix action a little earlier. But we're going to continue on right now as we have some great follow-up to what you just saw. It's going to be Palmer Moose versus All Hallows Gale Gamers. And we're excited about this one, aren't we, Necro?
We're really excited because Palmer Moose just took a really hard loss to Richardson Nuclear Eagles. So they're definitely raring to go. They are hungry for that win against All Hallow Gale Gamers, where All Hallow Gale Gamers, if you didn't get a chance to watch the end of the first game on the second stream, also took a hard loss to the Ludlow Falcons. So this is going to be a very important match for both of these teams in order to see who's going to make that semifinal spot.
Absolutely. And again, we will be having that action coming up here in just a moment for you, as we do have the schedule, at least for you to take a look at it for the rest of the day, though.
Yeah, first up is going to be Hallow Gale Gamers versus Palmer Moose, and then we see a continuation of Palmer Moose versus the Ludlow Falcons, see how that match plays out, and then finally, to round out the day, it will be Richardson Nuclear Eagles versus All Hallows Gale Gamers. Going to be a very exciting set of matches coming up for the future.
Absolutely. It's a great evening for you to watch some Overwatch, and it's definitely one that we're going to be enjoy casting. But like I said, we will be coming up here with that match in just a moment, since, again, Palmer just recently finished their match. So they're going to get set up, situated, and they'll be challenging Hallows in just a moment. So don't go anywhere, friends. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here, as we said moments ago, to see Palmer Moose versus All Hallows Gale Gamers. And like we said, it's going to be a good one. We did see a couple of losses for both of these teams, but now they're coming at one another to see who can claim a win. Necra, we're excited for this. I'm stoked.
I'm really excited because this is going to showcase the second half of our group stages on this stream. So if you didn't get a chance to watch stream number 2, then you're going to get a chance to see these teams for the first time battling it out here. So hopefully you guys are just as excited as we are to kick things off with All Hallows Gale Gamers versus Palmer Moose on the map of Nepal.
Absolutely. And Nepal is one of those very, very fun maps. There is a lot of variation between each of them, some environmental kill potential as well, as we're going to hop right into this game and map of Nepal. Now, we've already seen a couple different ones come, at least on our stream so far. We've seen Busan, we've also seen Ilios. Now, as we go into Nepal, you're going to see that environmental kill potential very possible, with the first map going to be Sanctuary.
Yeah, we saw a lot of environmental eliminations coming in from Brooklyn Tech High School versus Richardson Purple Eagles, as well as Matthew Central Ravens. Especially when we were on Ilios versus the Matthew Central Ravens, Brooklyn Tech were able to take advantage of all of that open space in order to capture those environmental eliminations. And as we take a look at Nepal Sanctum, there's the same type of opportunity here for either All Hallow Gale Gamers or Palmer Moose to take advantage of.
Absolutely. And, this is also one of those maps where I think the composition is going to be very interesting, because it's only half of that side of the control point that does have that open space. And a lot of teams tend to try and create a crossfire here to gain an advantage to transition onto the point before going directly to it.
Right. When we take a look at the team compositions that a lot of teams like to run on Sanctum specifically, it's a lot of that double shield, Sigma play, where the Sigma gets a chance to create that crossfire, but instead we're actually seeing these mid-range poke heroes coming out from both teams that will be able to do that instead.
And there is a instant just push to this point, and an early takedown here, gaining the advantage for Palmer with another takedown as well. This Roadhog is going to yield so much advantage on this initial point, and it's going to be easily taken by Palmer first.
Palmer gets a chance to take control of this point, and without an Orisa, this is actually going to be a little bit easier for all Hallow Gale gamers to come back to. As long as the Orisa is able to cycle through shields effectively, and you use these Zarya bubbles to gain charge, you can create a Brawl Center cup. Then, oh my goodness, Archive!
Yep, with a double boop right from that inner cove just over the wall. Getting the double is a great early advantage to transition onto this point. The Orisa shields, as you said, rotating them consistently on this point to block that type of damage. And Phoenix taking this side high ground position through these windows is really gaining a lot of vision and also just accelerating to that ultimate.
That's kind of what I said when, like, you get a chance to create these crossfires for these mid-range DPS. Ashe fits the description of that perfectly, and especially because of the buff to the damage coming out from her Viper, she gets a chance to do a lot of damage. So already has the Bob online, going to be the first ultimate that we get a chance to see here, and that's going to just be extra reinforcement coming into this next fight for all Hallow Gale game.
Absolutely, and with this rotation, still a lot of attention here. Phoenix drawing back just ever so slightly to not get picked off here by Dr. Antipants, who has that tactical visor, which can be very viable. Gonna have a covered shield in front, and now with the attention drawn to the side, you've got a pick onto the Reaper. Was looking for a flank from Hollows, but couldn't get advantage because of the ultimate, and now with the numbers disadvantage for Hollows, you're gonna have Palmer jump in instantly onto this point.
Gonna jump in instantly, but they do have a sound barrier to sustain through the ends of this fight.
Oh, but that sound barrier from Palmer will be able to last longer than Archive, especially when you've got a whole hog coming out from Palmer, locking multiple members into the corner. But even though there was the whole hog gaining advantage, this regroup by the stragglers from All Hallows actually is still causing a lot of problems here, and Phoenix on this high ground needs to try and just whittle down this shield to regroup. 60% for Palmer, and looks to continue holding.
Really trying to get the damage onto the Moira that's hiding behind that shield, though. Dr. Bright dancing around that shield really effectively so that Palmer Moose can continue their hold of this point.
Now collapsing down. You have Palmer going into that smaller corridor. You got Wraith dealing a lot of damage with this Reaper in these close quarters, which is a definite advantage for Hollows. But again, you're nearing these ultimates used by Palmer. You have the Riptire in the back pocket just in case. Wraith does go down, can't survive with so much being thrown at that back line, and this is last fight territory for Hollows.
Last fight territory. Hollow doesn't have much that they can really do to get in here either, except they do have the grab. They might be able to throw that off the side, maybe, see if they can capture some environmentals.
Collapse from the high ground 2 comes in as well. The grab needs to gain so much. Thrown in the center, the Earth Shatter to counter, mitigating some of that damage, and it's actually going to be just enough here for the Coalescence and the tactical visor from that high ground position to clean up any remaining players from Hollows. 99-44, and Palmer will be able to take this first map.
Taking the first round of Nepal, but we still have more maps to come, and this was really close. All Hallow Gale gamers just had some difficulty holding on control of that point, especially when you had those flanks coming in from Palmer Moose. Now the flanks can't really come in nearly as effectively as we move over to Nepal Village, where we're gonna slow things down just a little bit here coming out from these team compositions.
And one of the things, and you can already see a little bit of potential option of use here coming out from Hollows, the Symmetra, typically used for a teleporter, but that can also be a very unique strategy used in that near small area because of the turret placement on the inside, and it can be really dominating because the control point is so encapsulated by that architecture.
We'll see if we keep the Symmetra pick, and it looks like we are. Usually if you're going to see the Symmetra used just as a tool to get to point, the teleporter comes out really quickly and very early here. So Phoenix sticking to this Symmetra, as long as all Hallow Gale gamers take control of the point first, they'll be able to set up that turret.
Wow, but you've got an early takedown. Once again, Mr. Gopher just multiple attempts now on this Roadhog, finding an early pick into these fights, giving a disadvantage for All Hallows to press forward with, but still leading the charge. A lot of charge energy onto Jackal, but gets charged and pinned across the center. Those turrets are definitely, unfortunately, not doing enough here from Phoenix. Even though the position did help unleash damage, it was just not enough.
That takedown from Wraith was really important early on by Mr. Gopher. Eliminating that huge source of damage from those Reaper shotguns is very important for the tanks on Palmer Moose to stay alive. Clone Recruit already building up to the Earthshatter because of how long they were able to stay in that last fight.
And that Earthshatter is going to need some serious value. Darklight playing this corner hesitantly, going to use it with the counter shatter coming in from behind. Nice job getting that backline presence. Darklight finds the assistance as the immortality field up front from Hollows keeps all members alive except for one, and it's going to be quite a bit here pressed onto Darklight. This single support player remaining, along with now the Reinhardt play up front from Clone, is doing so much work, and Gopher getting the final pick there as well.
Ooh, that was a lot of assists coming in from Dr. Bright, though, on the Moira. And when you see the Moira get played, especially from the nerfs that came through to their healing, you really do have to play this as a little bit more of an offensive character. So Dr. Bright, recognizing that, was able to go for mostly damage in that last fight, using the Coalescence as a team fight security.
Ooh, Photon Berry gonna split this room, which is an opportunity with the immortality field as well. Nice early pick onto Gopher, who has been doing an excellent job on this Roadhog. The Death Blossom to follow through by Wraith, cleaning up a few and chasing after the pants, and does get the kill. And now we'll see Palmer have that taken away.
Palmer gonna have the point taken away from them, but All Hallow Gale Gamers has a lot of ways to keep this point from them too. You have the amplification matrix from Ghost, which you can open this up with, and unfortunately for Night Night, she just kind of goes Night Night herself.
Yep, definitely taking a nap. Big napskis for a moment, as there is some decent charge gained by Hollows, and at this point, Palmer's not going to risk anything, and Hollows is going to aggress.
Ooh, Mr. Gopher, though, evening up the score. That might be the Ghost Gopher if Palmer misses in.
Oh, but there's some great crowd control coming from the Brig, along with this crossfire from Pants to try and even it out, with the sound barrier from Pig Feet in the back line. Does get some decent contention onto this point, switching it back almost perfectly before anyone from Hollows can rotate back, but there's still some hesitation. A lot of armor and also protection coming through. You have Jackal dropping out the grab to keep multiple members from Palmer away from this point to try and compete, as the amplification matrix comes out to increase the amount of fire rate in the back to whittle down the health values of Palmer. The ultimates are still pretty evenly matched at the time being, even though Ghost just expended that amplification matrix. And you've got now Clone holding back and trying to keep this team of Palmer alive for another favorable engage.
Waiting for cooldowns to come back online. Unfortunately, you're going to lose that huge source of DPS damage from Palmer Moose again, and that's buying a lot of time for All Hallow Gale Gamers to continue their hold at this point. Take a look at how Phoenix is going to be able to place this photon barrier as Palmer Moose decide to move in. It's going to be able to mitigate all of that damage coming in from maybe even the Earth Shatter too.
Big charge leading in from Clone to drop the Earth Shatter. The Immortality Field is there for the start of that stun, and a shield still maintains high to prevent the counter shatter. This Phoenix Photon Barrier is still blocking some damage. You have this multiple ultimate extension going out, with Wraith getting a double on the Death Blossom, and this whole hog, though, from Gopher is at this point a desperate use to try and just clean up the few remaining members of Hollows off this point to turn it back. 99 in the overtime. Clone still surviving. The Symmetra, along with this Reinhardt play from Darklight, is keeping it in their favor for the time being, but with the Moira getting back onto the point, still going to be eliminated. I don't know if that healing zone is going to be enough for this Dr. Anti-Pants to survive as the team comes through. 99 still in this overtime. No one can touch, and Hollows will actually bring this to a round 3.
This has been so close between these two teams and such a back and forth. And I gotta really commend All Hallow Gale Gamers for the use of the Symmetra in that last round, because you were able to crowd control everybody from Palmer Moose, really making them and forcing that team to connect and engage from a specific point, which really funneled them into the damage that All Hallow Gale Gamers were able to pump out. Now that we're moving on to the next map of Nepal, this is where things get really interesting, because we are seeing Palmer Moose hover over the Pharah. Night Night has been a proficient projectile DPS player for the team, getting really nice Riptire kills, as well as maybe showing off some of the prowess on this Pharah. So I'm really excited to see what she can do.
And some early rockets come out quickly from her on that back line. Doesn't get the teleporter just yet, but still going to be a consistent problem. And it's going to be most important to see how Hollows is going to be able to respond to this. The only real hit's going to they can rely on at this point with that high elevation is going to be Ghost on the Baptiste. Nice takedown early onto this. Great Bionade to follow up from Palmer onto the back line of Hollows. And now these eliminations start coming through, and you will have Palmer clean this up nicely.
Palmer's going to clean this up nicely, and I think this is where they need to see a bit of a switch in the composition or a switch in their tactic to how they decide to deal with Night Knight in the skies. The fact of the matter is the way that Palmer Moose is playing this composition is really forcing all Halloween gamers to make a decision on where they look. Is it going to be at the front line, or is it going to be at all of these rockets raining down from above?
And Phoenix is going to respond. Here comes the Ashe. Not surprised that this is all. They can't risk to just focus, I think, solely on the ground fight because of how well Night Knight is playing.
Yeah, so that gives a lot of decision-making. That puts a lot of decision-making on Phoenix's shoulders, right?
And with the shots coming through, gets the pick. The decision is the correct one for the time being and rotates around getting the double, but there is still one in exchange on the front. And Jackal, unfortunately, goes down from, it looks like, potentially self-damage in close quarters. Phoenix still going to get 60% on this initial engage, so even though the fight wasn't won, that is a great ultimate to lead further.
All Hello Gale gamers have to take a couple of disadvantaged fights here before they're going to be able to have ults to go into the next fight. With Archive is the first one on their side of the field that will have that sound barrier online and ready to go, but Palmer Moose is already on their ultimate rotation. Let's see if All Hello Gale gamers can make sound barrier.
And there is a great knockoff for the environmental kill. Phoenix almost got the kill, but leading in, Night Knight takes the advantage, still continuing to pick off others from Hallows Gale. You will have Darklight fall. Only one tank from Jackal continuing to maintain this front line. And with Ashe no longer there to counter Night Knight, that is a cleanup once again.
Cleanup and last fight territory. And there's so many different ultimates that Palmer Moose have in order to keep control of this point. No real way, no real defensive ultimate that Al Hell and Gamers can use.
Grab comes through, but the Rockets respond in the midst of it all. Both Bob and Wraith have been knocked away. The Death Blossom as a use just to buy a few extra seconds, along with the Immortality Field. That is not going to be extremely helpful in this instance. And at this point, it's just straggler after straggler from Hollows to try and keep this alive.
A little bit of struggle coming through here, and that's the struggle ending. Palmer Moose taking this round and taking this map of Nepal to kick things off in the series. Fantastic play coming in from Night Knight. That Pharah was such a nuisance for all Hallow Gale gamers to deal with, but I gotta give a lot of respect to Archive playing this Lucio. This was a fantastic showcase of what it means to get environmental eliminations on Nepal Sanctum, and you gotta respect the Lucio play there. You can't be too close to the edge.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is something that we already saw a little bit earlier. You had the control map Ilios taken by Palmer Moose. They feel very comfortable on this control map. So the other part of it is how is all Hallows Gale gamers going to now transition into this next map type for us to see what kind of adjustments and changes are going to come through. Also, what map selection they would like to take, feeling confident in with their type of composition.
I haven't been able to gather enough information from just watching Control alone, especially when Control is such a brawl-centric style of map where
Yes.
mechanical skill really matters.
Mhm.
It's not until we get into defined attack and defensive sides that we really see the evolution of these specific styles of composition and teamwork really come through. So what I'm super excited about is rolling into the next map type of assault where we do have defined attack and defensive sides,
Mhm.
how all Hallow Gale gamers are going to perform under those circumstances.
Well, I mean, there's already some great decision making to really counter Night Knight if the Pharah does come out again. The hit scan
Yeah.
was a necessity. They opened up their wheelhouse. They acknowledged that they had to make this change, and it really started to speak volumes. There was a little bit of an unfortunate turnabout towards that later portion of the fight where I think Night Knight played too aggressively on that outer position where you could see that the Rocket just get a nice pick off onto the play from Phoenix. So I think if there's a little bit more cleanup from the positioning of Gale gamers, that would really help compete against how Palmer's been playing, especially in these aerial matchups.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this one's going to go. I definitely think that Night Knight versus was it? I believe it was Phoenix that was
Hmm.
playing the Ash. Like
Hmm.
the 1v1 ends up being very important in that situation, just because you in this spam damage type of meta, the DPS are the biggest reason, the biggest carry
Hmm.
on the team. So you have to be getting damage onto those shields, onto the back line, and also taking out your counterpart. So if we do see Palmer and Moose decide to go for the same kind of forest strategy, especially as we move into Temple of Anubis as our next map choice,
Hmm.
then it's going to be really important that we see Al Hallow Gale gamers respond effectively. And I really liked the Ash that Phoenix showed us. I think that was a really
Hmm.
great choice, and it was also executed really well.
Definitely. And you're very correct with the influence that the DPS lineup has. And when you talk about this kind of map as Temple of Anubis, we said it earlier, where there's just so much being focused into that choke point. And in some cases, if a team is dominant enough, like we saw earlier, that you could play further forward even. But typically that middle high ground is the place of resolve. You have that side position that you manage. If you do have somebody playing that high ground aerial position, such as Night Knight, that you can kind of get a decent crossfire looking not only into that side flanking position, but still also getting a lot of damage into that small room where the attackers look to start pressing through.
Well, especially if we're also going to take a
Attackers
look at what we've
incoming
seen
in
on
30 seconds.
Control, I
Hmm.
kind of expect to see some Junkrat play come out here just because of how effective it is on the defense as well. But it looks like Phoenix, just in case Night Knight comes back out on that Pharah,
Hmm.
has already opted to go with the Ash. And I really like this pick because this is great synergy between the Ash as well as the front line of Jackal on this Orisa and Darklighter on this Sigma. This is
Hmm.
cope. This is what we like to see here. I have a couple of questions about the support choices, but I think that the Mercy ends up providing a lot of value with being able to get some resurrects, and the Discord orbs as well from Ghost will be very important.
Yes, absolutely important to get that. Now you already see it early on to go first, so there's a chance to get some damage onto the front line of the tank. As Jackal's just going to watch that side position, and really with Phoenix on this upper position, this very back high ground keeps a lot of angles on to see where Night Knight might come from. And with this now drop down, regrouping with the rest of the team, that dynamite in that side room is going to deal so much worth. But there was a nice charge on the front to counter this by Clone on the front side, managing to just really sever this defensive position from Hollows. And everyone's pretty scattered here, and the kills need to start coming through. Ooh, and especially now with Night Knight getting that pick, that's a great advantage for Palmer.
Woo! Dr. Bright got so low there on the Moira that I was very worried about Palmer Moose's ability to attack not having that main healing online, but it's back.
Yes, indeed. Phoenix trying to work with what is left of this battle, and it will not be anything remaining. Palmer now going to take this first point and transition with a decent time bank into the second point.
Might be very difficult for Clone Recruit to get this Earth Shatter off, though, particularly because they are playing the Earth Shatter into the double shield. Both Jackal and Darklighter have a chance to stop this Earth Shatter from hitting. But if Clone Recruit can manage this Earth Shatter, that's a great way for Palmer Moose to snowball the second point.
Definitely. The snowball can come through. It's going to be a lot of coordination and just really knowing how the enemy is playing at this present time. Barrier is broken, but a nice coverage from Gopher on the Zarya to keep that Reinhardt alive on the front. But you have Wraith in the back saying otherwise with this McCree. And now with Ghost having that Transcendence, there is a nice defensive capability on this point. Darklighter does get the Flux to rise and fall with a res resetting a majority of the numbers here for Hollow. And that will be a steady hold to keep this fight going. But there are ultimates stacking up from Palmer as well.
Ultimate stacking up for Palmer, of course. You still didn't get a chance to do the Earth Shatter because of how early Clone Recruit left that last team fight. But you still have 5 ultimates here. And Night Knight just got a crucial pick onto Wraith. There are now double hit scan pressures on Al Hallow Gale gamers. It might be very difficult for Night Knight to hit this Rocket Barrage But maybe once you hit the Rocket Barrage, you decide to switch to something like a Reaper that provides a bit more point presence for the second point.
Absolutely, and with this being such a clustered area, the Reaper does bode well for a DPS selection. But yes, Night Knight most likely is going to try and allow most of the ultimates to be expended from Palmer to try and get that last instance use when everyone's attention is drawn away. But with All Hallows Gaming, Supercharger's going to be led first to compete. Taken down, though, drastically after it's dropped. Transcendence ultimates galore here. The High Noon takes out 3 before all else can respond. Flashbang in the back. A nice displacement from the Zarya on Gopher, but it is just far too dominant by Hollows on this defense. 3 minutes and 30 for Palmer to have even more attempts.
That was a really expensive fight for Hollow Gale Gamers, though. We did see the Transcendence used. We had the Deadeye in response to the Graviton Surge. We started out with the Supercharger. The Bob came out. The things that all Hollow Gale Gamers will have will be the Valkyrie and potentially the Gravitic Flux, depending on how long it took the Palmer Moose to move in. But Palmer Moose is going in with 2 fantastic engagement tools, the Earthshatter and the Coalescence. So this one might be tough for all Hollow Gale Gamers.
It can be difficult. It really just depends on how well Hollows can respond to those ultimate usage. But the other thing to also note is that we've got Night Knight on the Mei, who with this ultimate is a heavy win condition. And the fact that you can shut down with crown control on the enemy needs to be very precisely used here. And a little bit of an aggression coming out from All Hallows Gale Gamers on this doorway, feeling confident in this pursuit onto Gopher, but doesn't get the kill and a nice fallback to respond.
I think that switching Night Knight over to the Mei is a very good choice. This is going to help be able to segment members of All Hallow Gale Gamers defense, but you got to be able to move in against this Reaper.
Ooh, Coalescence in charge, back-to-back, as you have the Earthshatter dropped in the corner. Flux to respond, though, in the back line as well from Darklighter to maybe slow this aggression forward. Archive has already expended the Resurrection as well. Pants in the back with the blade, slashing through that enemy. Zenyatta not surviving on Ghost with that support down and the Discord not available. That will make this even harder for the reduction in these players on Palmer. Now, the grab, holding one to the outskirts, does prevent either of those supports to get on this point, and that's going to be a point B completion for Palmer in this first round.
Ooh, 1 minute and 43 seconds left on the clock for Palmer Moose as well in case we go into extra rounds. So that's going to be a decent chunk of time in order to make whatever needs to happen for those extra rounds. But we still remains to be seen whether or not we're going to see those, as all Hallow Gale Gamers are now up to bat on their attack for Anubis.
Absolutely, and for the attack on Anubis, I mean, being able to finish this right now with some time in the bank is still critical because point B can be so difficult to push through. We've seen it time and time again ourselves where the respawn advantage and also just really the architecture of that last point and that side flank can be very difficult to take advantage of on the attacking side if the defenders respond very well to that position. And as we take a look at the defensive side for Palmer now, you can see that there is a hover over the Bastion play with a Brigitte and a Baptiste, where I can guarantee you that they are going to fuel this Omnic.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I definitely think that this is going to be a tough situation for all Hallow Gale Gamers to walk into because Dr. Antipants is definitely coming out on this Bastion. And now you have 2 ways to protect the Bastion with the Sigma and the Reinhardt having very mobile shields in order to really protect those flanks and protect all angles that this Bastion might get hit from. And you have a lot of healing coming in from the Soldier healing pod. You also have another shield from Brigitte, the armor packs as well, which you can already see are going to be in effect here.
Yeah, it is a force to be reckoned with, and when you put all of your resources into a Bastion, it can yield a lot of value. Phoenix going to now divert forward, trying to draw some of the fire, and the reload comes through to try and whittle down some of that damage on the front. The Immortality Field has been used, though, in this one. Not really too much damage has been coming out, and that early use could be an opportunity for All Hallows Gale Gamers to move onto that middle high ground. But unfortunately, going under this passageway, that is still allowing Dr. Antipants to just unleash so much fire onto that shield and puts, once again, Hollows in a very difficult spot.
We've talked about this a couple of times. where Bastion can be that team check and balance necessary for team synergy and teamwork. And we can kind of see firsthand how that's really playing a role here, as it doesn't really look like All Hallow Gale Gamers understands the game plan that they need to execute in order to approach this Bastion. I think it's
Well,
going to be like pretty difficult. Like, look at how much damage this, like from the spread specifically of the Bastion, really can connect on the team.
oh, and there is that stun and crown control from assistance of the supports that you were talking about earlier. Just completely shutting down the Reaper, not getting any value. Now going into the Catan configuration for Dr. Antipants to clean up. Ultimates being dropped. Lot put into this by Palmer, but there is still 2 ultimates, going to be 3 that Palmer will have on this next reset.
Couple of ultimates left. Even though that was a pretty hefty investment by Palmer Moose, you still have the Gravitic Flux, you still have the Amplification Matrix, and an Amplification Matrix in front of a Bastion. You know what that means? It's a lot of damage coming your way if you're All Hallow Gale Gamers. And it might, the Transcendence alone still might not be enough to actually mitigate that. And oh my goodness, especially when you get taken down so early like that.
Yep, like you said, that amplification matrix makes every bullet deal even more damage, and in a narrow vision like that, when you are pushing through from All Hallows Gamer, you are just a sitting duck.
Sitting duck, just a sitting target for this Bastion damage, and with a minute and a half left on the clock, I really want to see All Hallow Gale Gamers just stack up ultimates and maybe use this Riptire from Phoenix that we just see coming out here on the Junkrat to just dislodge this Bastion and at least force Palmer Moose off of this high ground.
Well, and the biggest part of that is making, first of all, already difficult in and of itself to get that damage out, but you have to force out that immortality field first before expending the Riptire, and that's also still another difficult task for Hollow's Gale.
Yeah, it really is, especially because if you're trying to surprise the Bastion, you have the immortality field from Pigfeet that will just be able to come out as, oh my gosh.
I mean, it's really just such a reinforced position, and like I said, when you put all of your resources into this, it's very hard otherwise. And then every now and again, you've got Night being able to take a pick for themselves so that they can feel involved as the DPS lineup. With this Flux also available from Gopher, after that Transcendence drops, the engagement comes through. Grab going to be thrown in. Will there be enough damage with this Deadeye in the back to gain anything? Both supports are down, though, from Gopher's Flux. And with Wraith having to play very strategically against this 1v1, you've got the healing zone coming out as the Bastion repositions, but doesn't have any shielding, nor the supports close enough. Can Phoenix gain value on this Genji to try and take it down? No, the tactical visor from the side and the deep flank is no longer available, allowing a cleanup here. And now as we enter the overtime, Palmer is in a beautiful position and will be able to take this next map of Assault on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, that was a close call. Again, the Bastion just playing such a heavy component into how All Hallow Gale Gamers really needed to approach this point. Like, it's so tough when you are in the face of that Bastion to make that kind of difference in that decision of how to approach. But there were some really standout moments for me from All Hallow Gale Gamers where it was a lot closer than the scoreline would suggest, where I think that the specific standouts to me were the support line. I mean, Archive had to flex onto a couple of different heroes to be able to make that defense work. And especially with the number of Mercy reses that I got a chance to see coming out from Archive, that really made it difficult for Palmer Moose to actually approach that second point and take that point.
Agreed. I 100% would say that All Hallows Gale Gamers still had a formidable defense. I mean, they ran off 3 minutes of that clock still, so they had a very well organized play. It's just when you are on that first point, and if you cannot find a method to that madness that is a Bastion defensive hold, it's just so difficult to try and figure out an alternative. You come in multiple attempts, and then now this is where you're talking about a morale and mental check of saying, what do we do to try and counter this? The Junkrat was a very worthy attempt to try and reduce the shields with that explosive damage that we've talked about earlier. The spam is there, but because of how well that hold is in those 2 archways, the Junkrat play really couldn't get any advantage, which was so unfortunate.
Yeah, that was really tough. I mean, the buffed Bastion's damage is just so incredible
Yes.
that it makes Bastion a much more formidable hero. Like when you think about your own games that you play, you see a Bastion, and a lot of the times in metas past, you go, "Why are you throwing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you playing this hero on my team?" And especially now when you are looking at spam damage as being such a necessary component of a team composition,
Hmm.
you have to think about what the enemy team is going to run in terms of what they're going to come out of the gates with, and then how you're going to respond to that. So I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more damage mitigation coming out from All Hallow Gale gamers, maybe seeing something like a Diva come out or a Sigma, just to be able to soak up some of that damage to approach the Bastion and dislodge it from its high ground. Because once it gets set up there, it doesn't want to move. And
Agreed.
you've got to choose heroes that will allow you to get close enough to deal damage behind those shields that you were talking.
Yeah, I would definitely piggyback off the Diva pick. I think that would be a really great option to see coming out to try and challenge this Bastion, especially now with the next map actually going to be selected. It is Numbani, and this is a map that we can still find instances and relevant selections of Bastion to play both on the attacking and the defending side as
Mhm.
well. So I don't think that All Hallows Gale Gamers is out of the thick of things just yet, because I can feel from how well Palmer Moose played on the map of Temple of Anubis that we would see something very similar still by their composition going into this map.
Well, think about the classic version of Numbani even just a couple seasons ago, where Torbjorn was such a fantastic pick for the defense
Yep.
as well. So you get a chance to use that turret to create those crossfires and also just deal damage where the opponent's not looking at it. So that might be another selection for either of these teams to go with, whether they're on attack or defense, because that turret is so much more powerful now and is a legitimate strategy for poke composition.
And then if you really wanted to dive deep into that, to have both a Torbjorn and a Bastion, the amount of crossfire,
Oh
especially that
man.
you can create on that initial point, is just overwhelming. And it really just makes the attacker's side have to play vigilantly in knowing where all of these different firing rates are coming from.
That's the check and balance that we were talking about in the
Mhm.
last map, where Bastion has that ability to check what you're doing on the enemy team in terms of team coordination and teamwork,
Mhm.
because you have to be able to look at multiple different angles and figure that out. So it just ends up being really difficult, right?
Mhm.
You force the enemy to make a decision of where they want to look. Is it going to be at at the one side of the map that's, that has the front line coming at you pressing mouse 1W, or is it going to be the Bastion that's set up again behind a shield where you have your Reinhardt trying to figure out what to protect you from?
Mhm. WM1 is always my motto, especially if I ever find myself on Reinhardt, but there's a lot of shifting for the charge, and I am so always out of position. But I digress, as these teams are definitely more aware of their positioning as we enter into this map, and you are going to have on the attacking side Palmer Moose first, and the defense will be All Hallows Gale Gamers, and they're attempting this Bastion of their own.
Yes, I like it. I like this. If you can't beat them, join them, right? Because there is a real possibility that Palmer Moose doesn't understand how to just respond to a Bastion of their own. So you've got
Mhm.
two ways to protect this Bastion on All Hallow Gale Gamers, with the tank line in terms of Jackal playing the Orisa and Darklighter playing the Sigma. But then you also have a bunch of other ways to pocket this damage coming through. It's going to be Archive's damage boost.
Absolutely, and a quick response to Palmer Moose as that Bastion deletes a shield. And you can see this hesitation here by Palmer Moose. They're really probably communicating and understanding how they want to engage this, especially because Night Knight is going to be in a difficult position, not only from Wraith, but also from Phoenix.
Oh, but look at this! Is able to find an opening to take out Wraith's Bastion.
I cannot believe that Night Knight was able to find it. An even score, though. Phoenix does take out the Pharah, which is critical to prevent that damage from overhead. Now, looking to get the hit scan, does get another quick reload fire before the scopes. That was greatly done. But Palmer is still maintaining position on this point and picking off members despite the early pickups on those critical players from Palmer.
Wow. Yeah, there were some really critical takedowns from Palmer Moose's team, but despite all of that, I mean, Mr. Gopher able to protect the team really well with those deployable bubbles, and then also for the selfish bubbles, really being able to build up charge and just melting opponents on All Hallows Gale Gamers.
Absolutely, and you saw Mr. Gopher almost be taken down with almost 100 charge, just fleeing for their lives because they did not want to lose that. That is a huge benefit. Phoenix, though, going to get very low in the backside, does get found out by Mr. Gopher, still at this 100 charge, vaporizing anyone that comes near, and this payload is going to still have some great momentum forward around this bus point.
Charge is such a precious resource to a Zarya, and especially when you are playing in close quarter street phase, that ends up helping out so much.
Oh, but there's a nice May change up again with that freeze to lock down, but with these ultimates being expended slowly, Mr. Gopher leading in synergy with Dr. Antipants on that tactical visor. Now it really is going to come down to this last archway because this is probably the hardest point of Nubani, and Hollows has to find value here.
Look at this, though. Dr. finds out Phoenix on the high ground.
Oh, no, the stagger. It's not what you want to see with 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and you're already going to see Antipants up front going to just look for some vision and see what the comp is if there's any changes.
No, not too many changes coming out here. You still have a very similar composition from All Hallows Gale Gamers, but they need a chance to set up, and that's going to be very difficult to do as Palmer Moose is already set up on the start.
Absolutely, especially now it's even harder because the Immortality Field is expended from Hollows. Doesn't have that utility. The Amplification Matrix comes out, but an Earth Shatter does get 3 in the backside with a follow-through. Blizzard actually could have a nice shutdown on the back line, but Night Knight will not be near that Blizzard to still function as a critical aerial attack, and this flank with the tactical visor from Antipants is just beautifully done. Nobody saw it at all, and now with just these few meters left to go, Hollows, I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to get a really good recontest because look at the delays.
Depends on whether or not Jackal is able to secure a takedown during this last couple of moments.
Darklighter with the Devo, as you said earlier, is a great pickup to try and use to mitigate damage, especially in moments like this, but does get demeched. Was not close enough to that Immortality Field to survive from Ghost on this defensive side. The payload now just under a meter. The rockets rain. It is only one member remaining. The res comes out to bring up Wraith, but this is still a tall order to even stay in this fight. The Cryo Freeze does not land close enough to the payload to hold it for a moment longer, and that is round 1 completed by Palmer.
Oh boy, with 4 minutes and 13 seconds left as well. That's a lot of time for this card to move. But that was a very quick take coming out from Palmer Moose. I think honestly that what happened there is just like All Hallows Gale Gamers just didn't really get a chance to set up ever because of the staggers. You also had really early picks coming out from Palmer Moose, and it was still very difficult for All Hallows Gale Gamers to find a response to Night Knight's Pharah.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have Night Knight playing a Pharah as clinically as we've seen so far, finding a response to that is very, very difficult. And now that we take a look at the lineup here for Palmer on the defensive side, of course we are going to see Dr. Antipants come out with this Bastion, and you'll see the duo with the Brigitte and also the Baptiste to just consistently fuel that fortification on the Bastion.
This is a really great composition for Palmer Moose. This is not the first time that we've seen it, and it's probably not the last time we're going to see it either when we look at the fact that we get a chance to watch Palmer Moose once again in our next series. But I really like this choice from All Hallows Gale Gamers, especially if we do see them stick to this dive-centric composition. Darklighter and Jackal will be able to help dislodge the bunker comp from the high ground as long as they're able to speedily move around and not take too much damage.
Absolutely, but that damage is high between both Night Knight and Antipants. This dive it has to be flawless between both of these tanks, and that's going to be the biggest challenge in addition to just mitigating the damage.
Yeah. Ooh. And Archive trying to get that flank, unfortunately going to be found out by Pixie. That's a huge source of healing gone for the team.
Absolutely, especially with the utility of the movement, and now you've got Darklighter up front being just missing that high ground and falls to the low position to be collapsed on, and that will be a difficult position now for the remaining members of Hollow's Gale, just attempting to survive for the time being. Will accidentally fall off there. If at this point, it's probably best to just do a reset if that is the option, and now a reposition comes out again from Palmer to change things up.
Reset's going to be really important. All Hallow Gale Gamers hasn't gotten a chance to contest this position, and we're going to see how that's going to really affect their ability to take control of this point.
Yes, indeed, and with that tank configuration available, it is still a great, solid defense here for this next attempt. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, though, still a couple more attempts, and Phoenix is going to actually adopt this Pharah play.
I like it. I like it. I mean, this is another way that you can really throw Palmer Moose off guard. So, especially when you can hit these long-range rockets, you get the splash damage off the wall, you get the shield break as well from the rockets. This is a great choice from Phoenix. You just have to make it work. Ooh.
Nice accretion, but there wasn't a follow-up on it, so that wasn't too much gain. With this now dive, there's the unbelievable. The second that you have Darklighter reach the ground, it is absolutely no go for that follow-up damage from the Tesla cannon. And Jackal on this now base floor, trying to spin to win at this point, just surviving and really drawing attention away from the high ground, but the tank configuration instantly drop into the low position. Jackal has the shield, but you see the well-timed charge as the ball spins for a takedown, and 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. This is leading into that final fight territory, potentially two if you've got a quick reset.
There's some pretty mobile heroes on All Hallow Gale Gamers, but they're giving up so much ultimate charge by having Darklighter, Jackal, and Wraith switch over to different heroes. A minute might not be enough time for them to get these ultimates online. So the biggest chance All Hallow Gale Gamers have for capturing this first point is going to be this Rocket Barrage, and it's going to be this Valkyrie. They need the extra damage right now.
Yes, the damage has to come through, and that Rocket Barrage needs to yield much. The Immortality Field, though, has been used by Palmer. It is now or never, with Phoenix does get taken down amongst Dr. Bright. The moments now dwindle away. You have that Maywall and the sound barrier preventing some of the Bastion damage. Dr. Antipants finally removed from this high ground position, and this engage might have finally gone in favor of Gale Gamers.
Yes, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We wanted to see All Hallow Gale Gamers use that Valkyrie to increase the extra damage, but ooh, Clone Recruit's coming back.
Clone Recruit's coming back, but look at just the shield swivel, just like, don't hit me, don't get me, just don't. And then finally it's going to be taken back. Nobody's going to be able to return quick enough for Palmer. That's going to now transition into the payload phase, and Hollow's Gale Gamers will have a chance at their own now to push towards the end.
Yeah, and if they have the barrage, that'll be a great thing. That'll be a great tool for All Hallow Gale Gamers to rely on to kind of continue the momentum forward that they generated from this first point. But yeah, with the pick onto Night Knight as well, there's your opening.
And again, Hollows just needs as much time to their advantage for these next few fights, and getting picks like that will lend into their favor. Mr. Gopher on this Sigma play now, doing a very stellar job in this side corridor room to contest, but if Phoenix continues to gain value like this, and now especially with the Blizzard, with the wall locking down too, there is some great opportunity for Hollows to keep this pushing with no real contest.
I really like the way that All Hallow Gale Gamers is playing this, and the Pharmacy is ending up actually being a very difficult duo for Palmer Moose to deal with. It's kind of like they're getting a taste of their own medicine the way that Night Knight was playing the Pharah before. And I don't know if the Baptiste and the Soldier are going to be enough specifically to deal with the extra boost of damage from this Pharah.
Oh, Jackal also getting that early pick at the whole hog, gonna force multiple members back from Palmer, keeping space for this next payload checkpoint will be reached. And you almost see a different type of playstyle now coming out from gamers because they have managed to start to get to a point of good confidence.
Very confident in their play style and very confident in their game plan. They have so many ultimates, Rich Rad, to be able to move through the hardest checkpoint of them all on Numbani. It's going to be that third point where things start to get really tricky because of that distinctive defensive advantage that we do see from that respawn being so close for Palmer moves.
And this difficult position will now start to favor, once again, Gale Gamers because of that Earth Shatter on the front. Night Knight on the side with that Tactical Visor attempting to deal as much damage as possible, but the sound barrier by Archive keeps the team flourishing on this front side. Phoenix also just raining damage overhead along with Wraith on the front with this May, slowing it down piece by piece, and that will be a round completion as well with a Rocket Barrage as a show.
Ooh, nice job, All Hallow Gale Gamers. You finally found the footing that you needed in this match, and now we've got an increasingly close one between these two teams. Yes, the scoreline does say that Palmer Moose has a 2-0 advantage at the moment in terms of map differential, but that doesn't really explain how close these games have actually been. And the fact that Phoenix decided to switch over to the Pharah was such a huge boost of energy and damage to the game plan for All Hallow Gale Gamers. I'm really excited to see them coming back out on it now.
Absolutely. And again, with 1 minute and 47 seconds on the time clocks, it is less than Palmer Moose. The attack will come through first by Hollow's Gale Gamers. And Phoenix going to come out the gate on this Pharah play because it really yielded a lot more value. And at this point, they're evaluating their comp to say, what can work for us? Because this did, you might as well stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Because it did work. I would stick with it. And, you know, another standout to me has been Archive on this Lucio that has really been able to help the front line. Again, knowing how to switch between the Song of Healing and the Song of Speed. That speed being ever important for Darklighter and Jackal to get into position to pick out members of Palmer Moose that are out of position.
Absolutely. Nice displacement rocket trying to dislodge that Bastion play, but there is just enough shielding to prevent it from gaining any value. This opposite high ground, a nice freeze comes through on the inner wall from Night Knight to allow a pick from Dr. Antipants. And with that pick, this is going to really make this final fight difficult as all of Hollow's needs to reset for this, especially since Ghost is trying to keep that front line alive.
All Hallow Gale Gamers need to play the patient game here. They're waiting for ultimates to come online. Anyone like the barrage, or even just getting a chance to dislodge this Bastion from high ground before they're able to move in. The shield is going to deplete so quickly for Darklighter.
Oh, but there is the displacement with the Reinhardt shield, so it's only the Sigma up top on that balcony. If the damage comes through by Phoenix with this transition down to the low ground and the rotation on this balcony, there is a chance now for Hallows to continue dominating. Tank configuration by Antipan, looking for the enemy to pick off one, but the rockets rain true from the upper position, but there is an immortality field from Pigby to keep this still not in full favor of Hallows. Window comes through that amplification matrix to funnel damage, but nobody's moving out to touch the point, and it's going to be Hollow's able to complete this unless there is a reform. Blizzard keeping all that do touch the point in a singular spot for focus, and I'm not thinking Palmer can come back with this. And what a great engage from Hollows to transition into the payload.
Huge plays from All Hallow Gale Gamers, and there were ultimates forced out from Palmer Moose that they're not going to have anymore to dislodge All Hallow Gale Gamers off the card. No tactical visor, no whole hog, and no amplification matrix. Everything relies on this Blizzard,
Absolutely.
which is gone.
Which is gone, yes indeed. You saw the Lucio go down because Night Knight was playing aggressively to ensure the support kill, but because of it, you will have Palmer lose a lot more than they anticipate even further through this streets portion. Jackal with the whole hog, knocking as many back to keep distance and prevent potentially the hook coming through. But the overtime still commencing. The second that Hollows gets off this payload, it will allow Palmers to stop that progression. Jackal on the front still maintaining his Night Knight has the Blizzard. That's the win condition here to try and prevent anyone further moving on this payload. Entering back into the fight, and still a decent amount. The res comes through by Ghost, but here's the Blizzard. Can it gain value enough to move all members off of this payload? And it's really not working out too well for Palmer.
I don't see target focused right now. I see target focus coming in from All Hallow Guild Gamers, but not from Palmer Moose. Their defense has been completely disrupted by the playstyle that All Hallow Guild Gamers have adopted for this map, and there's going to be a huge stagger onto Clone Recruit here, as well as Dr. Antipants. This is going to be super, super tough for Palmer Moose to come back into this one. Oh my goodness.
What an overtime push that is occurring right now for Hollows. Major props for this team to continue into this third and final checkpoint to be reached. Palmer again going to be staggered by 1, needs a full 6 to compete, and at least attempting to get that amplification matrix along with the tactical visor to use in conjunction with one another to compete against this. But Dark Lighter has the Earth Shatter ready for this engage. The Immortality Field is out, and the Blizzard also being thrown to keep separation from the enemy team. Phoenix in the back being damage boosted by Ghost with the rockets raining down onto the payload to delete all members that still remain, as you will have Hollows Gale Gamers complete round 3 in an overtime.
Wow, Team Kill belt to boot. Congratulations to All Hallow Guild Gamers for bringing us into not only extra rounds, but also completing the third checkpoint of Numbani. That was an impressive run. And now Palmer Moose has no choice but to do the same.
It's a lot more time for sure in the bank for Palmer, but I'd be a little shaken if I was Palmer to see how well that change up in composition from All Hallows Gale Gamers came through and really started to prevail over this Bastion comp.
Bastion was a smart decision, but once it got dislodged, what do you do against all the rockets that are going to be hitting you from inside that mini pack room? There's just no way for you to really get around that, and that was what was super smart from All Hallow Gale Gamers to kind of point Palmer Moose into that closed direction, where that's just what they had. So great job from All Hallow Gale Gamers. I've been really appreciating how Ghost and Phoenix have been playing this pharmacy together.
Definitely. Well, the other part too now is we have to accept, because of how well that Hollows has been playing, can Palmer adapt now from playing this heavy Bastion composition and be able to prevail with this new adjusted comp?
Night Knight playing the Sombra, once again showing her flexibility on and just depth of hero pool.
Now, with that depth of hero pool, let's see if it will work out. The nice wall separation coming out from Wraith early, and it collapsed into this choke point. So much healing necessary, but multiple members from Palmer are frozen in this small room. This is a back and forth engage in this narrow doorway. Those first couple of kills are going to be critical. Back and forth for 1. Now as Gopher has almost 100 energy, the extra damage is going to finally persevere. What a cleanup. And that is 3 DPS for sure on that front line with this amount of charge.
Ooh, I like the Moira choice from Dr. Bright, just being able to lock down the sides of that Para and really forcing Phoenix to have to look in a different direction. I think that that's a really huge asset for Palmer Moose right now, as they also force out the Immortality Field very early from All Hallow Gale Gamers.
And even we see the change up now for Phoenix going onto this Tracer, and I'm really curious to see how that's going to bode for Hollows Gamer. Now the res going to come out as well here onto that second support to keep this team sustained for the moment, but Palmer has really managed to hold their own on this attack and have such dominance pushing through the streets phase, especially with their ultimate economy generating. They're in a good spot.
Really good spot, and look at how Palmer Moose is playing this corner, just kind of really forcing All Hallow Gamers into this grab.
Yep, gonna lead into it, but the wall comes through to block it along with the Immortality Field. That's a lot committed to that to survive. And since the Immortality Field is gone, Bob will be thrown. Dynamite as well onto the back line to get some extra damage. in addition to having that 7th player who will take out one onto Wraith, the second onto Ghost. Bob did something, and this checkpoint is going to be reached very quickly.
2 minutes left, so Palmer Moose has some room to make a mistake here, but I don't know if they're going to, especially now that Night Knight has the EMP. This might be another snowball through to this 3rd point, and with potential time to spare.
Yeah, Jackal in the back is going to try and just harass to bring down some of that time bank and also prevent Palmer from getting that consistent snowball. But with Night Knight and the EMP online, the translocator available to get out or to look to dive in is at their disposal. Blizzard from Wraith trying to compete against the Earth Shadow that just came through from Palmer. The back line with Bright also going to use the Coalescence to whittle down the health values of both that Mercy along with the second support play on the high ground. And with this separation from Palmer, Hollows is actually able to take advantage of this underneath. Phoenix gaining another, specifically onto Night Knight, who had the EMP. And with Jackal dropping this minefield, it forces all of the remaining players from Palmer away from this payload even further to allow Hollows to pick them off. The grab comes through, keeping multiple members all bottled up in that area. Can Palmer find enough damage through this as the EMP is going to be committed? Thought that was going to be held onto for moments longer, but is going to gain some. 3 being lack of abilities in that fight and still forcing back.
Ooh, the Valkyrie, though, providing a lot of sustain for all Hallowell gamers, but we are still seeing the takedowns come through for Palmer Moose. Another Bob is going to be able to come out here as we see some desperation picks now from all Hallow Gales. Jackal coming back in with the Winston.
And the High Noon in the back doesn't get anything. You saw a flank from Phoenix attempting to try and turn this around, that it didn't work out, and fleeing for their lives to try and survive on this back position. Now, the Winston by Jackal gets absolutely reduced along with every other member. Darklighter has to force the Diva Archive onto the Moira, but it's not going to matter. That golden box will be reached. And just with a few moments of time left, it is now both teams having 1 minute to work with, and Palmer having an extra 9.
6-6.
Wow.
Switching sides.
We are at 6-6 on Numbani right now for Trad.
How many rounds are we gonna have, friends? Let's take the votes now.
Round and round and round we go. So honestly very impressive for both of these teams to be in a scenario where we're actually in rounds 5 and 6. I didn't think that we would ever get to this point. Like I honestly thought that it was going to be over. Like Palmer Moose was just going to full hold on that first point. But all Hello Gale gamers, they turned it up a notch, and I'm not surprised that we are, based on the level of gameplay that we've seen from Gale gamers come out now, that we are in the situation that we are in, going into rounds 5 and 6.
Well, because we've seen so much back and forth. The Bastion prevailed, then the Far prevailed. Then now you have the composition change up from Palmer onto this Ashen Sombra, which now prevailed. How is it that All Hallows is going to adapt to this Sombra play that has been coming out and really harassing those either backline flanks or shutting down the Pharah even with the hack and bringing her out of the sky?
That is going to be a really crucial thing for Night Knight to focus on, is if Phoenix comes out on this Pharah, you really need to make sure that that Pharah is not able to do the job that they want to do, which is just rain aerial shots down. But it might become a little bit of might come as a little bit of a surprise for all Hello Gale gamers that there is no Bastion.
True. I mean, with this first initial hold, it's definitely a little... Ooh, there's a nice knockoff. Palmer going to get displaced from this high ground and has to forfeit this upper position. A pin in the back line onto Jackal starts to allow some decent exchange options, but Palmer forcing out that immortality field and does get taken down. Hollows right now is exerting so much dominance of their own that Palmer really is having a hard time competing against this.
Hard time competing against this right now, but you know, Respawn's coming back a little bit faster. Every elimination that all Hello Gale gamers gets matters.
Absolutely. And with that Sombra still on point, it allows some evasion of damage along with management of ability use. But look at how low it does get picked off by Archive, who's been really keeping an eye out for the Sombra to make sure that there is no ability to use that invisibility and evade that incoming damage. Overtime commencing. Only 1 tick has been obtained here, but there's still so much presence, especially with this Reaper from Hollows.
Oh my goodness, Wraith is being so aggressive, and because of this Earthshatter too, just able to clean up.
That's going to be very, very helpful. The Lucio just buying time again, riding that wall, manages to be picked off. And now we transition once again into the payload, and we're in the overtime. Can Hallows do it once again, reaching this final point is the real question.
Couple of late eliminations for Palmer Moose though, so they're gonna have to wait a couple of seconds in order to get everybody back together. But oh no, don't get picked.
Oh, so close. Great shield usage just in time, but nice job by Antipants taking down Phoenix. Does have the capability of getting back quickly, and the Pulse Bomb is not available. And Palmer really needs to coordinate their ults for this.
Really needs to coordinate the calls. Nice dynamite though from Dr. Antipants, so that's gonna help a lot. Jackal, shatter.
The stun and Bob managed to shut down the whole hog on the front side, which was very important for Hollows to use to dislodge this defensive position from Palmer. Bob going to get an extra pick on the support in the back line. Phoenix draining as much as possible to try and keep this alive. It is not going to happen. Archive gets bioed and the damage comes through. That will be a hold in this round 5 where Palmer says no more.
Score
Oh man.
7.
Palmer Moose has to capture this first point to get the cart rolling though. They
Yes.
literally can't afford with a minute and 9 seconds to make a mistake. That was a quick take by All Hello Gil Gamers on their attack push for round 5. It's got to be the same, if not better, from Palmer Moose in order to close out the series here.
Yes. And it's one of those hard decisions. I almost would say that maybe Palmer wants to try something cheeky like the Bastion, but since they're on the attack, it's not really worthwhile to maybe take that kind of a risk when you've got the minute and 9 seconds. But in the meantime, we can take a look at that defensive side where it does have Phoenix on this Ashe and Wraith coming out with the Mei. And both of them together have been doing very well to hold here on these
Wraith's
defenses.
Mei. Wraith's Mei specifically has been very potent, especially building up those blizzards super quickly. That has been very difficult for Palmer Moose to kind of just navigate around. So I really like this Mei choice from All Hallow Gil Gamers. I think that Wraith specifically just plays it super well. And with the enablement from Ghost on this Moira, you have a lot of self-sustain on this team too.
And with these doors opening, we'll get that final conclusion of composition, and it is going to be Night Knight taking an attempt on this Sombra, and Antipants going to take an Ashe of their own.
We'll have to see how this works out. You gotta be very careful if you're Phoenix playing on this high ground versus Night Knight here.
Ooh, the pin comes through before the wall is there, and you've got an early takedown for Recruit. The second comes through onto Wraith. That critical Mei pick that you talked about is no longer available. A hook comes through in the back to try and shut down Dr. Antipants, but the follow-through is not there. What a great maintain on this point for Palmer Moose. No matter how many try to come at them on this low ground, it is going to be a capture after these few stragglers come through. And it's at this point, Hollows is going to have to just look for a regroup because they can't risk these staggers.
They can't risk the staggers, and they already had a couple on Darklighter and Phoenix, and even still, Jackal tries to come back in.
Oh no, with this few seconds remaining, overtime commences. Another pin in the back from Recruit onto Wraith makes this even more difficult. But there is still a distance to turn around that corner to reach the golden box of victory, so Hollows will get one more attempt.
Pay attention to Phoenix. Phoenix is in the back here, trying to take this flank on the Reaper. Is that going to be enough, though? Is that surprise factor going to be enough?
And there is recognition by this. Oh, actually going to not get sought out. Going for the supports in the back. Does get the pick before the fade comes out, which is critical. Dr. Bright out of this fight. Does not have the damage or the area of effect healing, and leaving solely just the Lucio is very, very challenging. Now with the Earthshatter coming through in the backside, Darklighter does take down Pigfeet. With this exchange back and forth, this could really be either team's game, but Hollows with the Coalescence and the Sound Barrier might just be enough to equalize on the front. The grab to counter, the damage is there with the regroup from Dr. Bright to keep the pressure on. Only a few meters left to go. The picks come through. Gopher and Bright working in tandem with the assistance of Anti-Pants. No one from Hollows is going to be able to get to this point in time, and that is a victory 3-0 for Palmer Moose against Hollows Gale Gamers.
So close though. All Hollow Gale Gamers finally figured out the secret sauce necessary in order
Play
to
of the
bring
game.
this into rounds 5 and 6 of Noombani. I
Yep.
never expected us to get to this point where we were seeing so many extra rounds come through on this map.
Yes, indeed. And let's just take a look at that bird's eye view. Phoenix still demonstrating a lot of value on this.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder if that would have been a more worthwhile pick on that final hold to try and just maintain it. I mean, don't get me wrong, the May and the Ash had still obtained a lot of value, but that Pharah could have been really beneficial to try and shut down Palmer, which in the grand scale of things, Palmer had a difficult time with. So maybe now Hollows Gale can continue adopting that Pharah play as they continue to follow through here, because they've got 2 more games today to play. So again, it's a lot still riding on the shoulders of both of these teams. But great job to Palmer taking a win here.
Yeah, huge recognition to Palmer Moose just because of how well they were able to play through the last couple of portions of that fight. Particularly because we did see a huge pick coming in from that from that Reaper
Mm-hmm.
that just eliminated that main source of healing for Palmer Moose. Unfortunately, the picks just didn't come through fast enough. Palmer Moose had ultimates online, so it ended up being more in Palmer Moose's favor. But it really could have been anybody's round, anybody's map. Noombani was the closest map that we've seen all day today, and I'm so excited we got a chance to cast that.
Absolutely. I mean, when you go into that many rounds over, I mean, goodness, I can't even remember the last time I got to a round that long into 7. It's been quite some time. So it's always exciting to see as that time bank continues to dwindle and who can use it to their best ability. But yes, we do have more games to come for the rest of our stream today. So we are really looking forward to continue the action, as it's going to be Palmer Moose sticking around for another attempt here. And don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be able to see more action in just a moment. Hello and welcome back, friends, as we continue this amazing evening of Overwatch. We've already seen Palmer Moose just recently take the match over Hallows Gale Gamers, and now we get to see Palmer again fight against Ludlow Falcons. I am your caster, Rich Rat, here with Necra, and we still have more Overwatch for these friends, don't we?
We do. We have two more series ahead. Ludlow Falcons versus Palmer Moose is just the start of the end of the day, where we'll also finish things out with Richardson Nuclear Eagles versus All Hallows Gale Gamers. So excited to see how this rest is going to affect All Hallows Gales Gamers play as we move into the last two matches of the day. But stands to reason, Rich Rad, that this is going to be a tough one for Palmer Moose, as Ludlow Falcons have taken not one, but two victories so far and are looking for that third.
Absolutely. It's really going to be that power level check here because if we take a look back at the history, you did have Ludlow claim victory over Richardson Nuclear Eagles, along with All Hallows Gale Gamers. So we saw Palmer still have a little bit of a challenge through the three maps against Hollows. So that's trying to evaluate how this is going to go between the two of them. So I'm really curious to see how Palmer can come against this giant so far that we've seen in this group that has 2 3-0s consecutively.
I mean, it's really tough because Ludlow Falcons are the number one school from our fall Overwatch Eastern Division. And it really shows as they're going against these other teams in their bracket.
Yes, indeed. And with the first map, as usual, it will be Control, but just a different scenery as we go on to Oasis for our first map. And I'm really curious to see what the start of this is to really set the stage. And it's going to be Gardens as our first selection in round.
Gardens might be the perfect map for Palmer Moose to start on, specifically because we have gotten a chance to see Night Knight play the Pharah before. Not necessarily with the support of the Mercy, but this is still Pharah's playground when you take a look at how Oasis played as a map as a whole. So I am really excited to see how Palmer Moose decides to approach this point.
Absolutely. And even further, really more so, if we do see the Pharah come out, what is the duo DPS going to select to go hand in hand with it? But as we've got these few seconds to go, we can at least surmise here. But the one thing I'm kind of looking at, though, is Ludlow on a more dive-centric composition, which we've not really seen a significant amount of today. And I'm really curious to see if that's going to hold true here.
I have no idea what we actually saw Ludlow Falcons do in their previous matches. So I'm really excited to see them for the first time today, as we do have the number one Fall East Division champions going against the number one Fall Alaska Division champions in Palmer Moose. So this is going to be one for the ages, as we haven't gotten a chance to see these two teams duke it out ever before.
Ooh, nice sleep, though, in the back to slow down the momentum forward for Palmer, so that gives at least a little bit of extra space here for Ludlow to work with. That Tesla cannon damage getting a lot of value early, already 40% into the ultimate. This is a lightning-fast ultimate generation here for Stevic on this high ground and playing in this back position, continuing to dive in, and that primal rage of generated in these next few seconds will be unleashed on the enemy, but a pin comes through in the back and gets the pick just in time to prevent it. And now with this high energy charge from Gopher, this means go on the front line.
It does mean go, and wow, lightning fast ability to build up to the on fire from Mr. Gopher. Oh man, that was some really stellar gameplay coming out from Clone Recruit just to be able to secure the pick onto Stepic before that Primal got online, and now Palmer Moose has firm control of the point. Even Pig Feet with the sound barrier was able to do so much damage and healing in that last fight. They're on par with Dr. Bright's Coalescence. That's really, really impressive to see from a Lucio player.
Absolutely, and having that into this next fight is going to be critical with that sound barrier. Pin comes through in the back as the Primal Rage leads quickly here from Ludlow. In the back line, harassing, does get rid of Dr. Bright, even though the Coalescence has been expended. Gopher, with this still consistent high energy on the front line, though, is trying to work with that in tandem, but can't do much. And the fact that this adjustment from Goldfish onto the Echo is actually holding very well with that focus beam, specifically deleting those health values.
Echo is such a great character to have as a part of a dive composition because you get a chance to focus fire with the rest of your team. That focus scheme ends up being ever more important as a part of this composition. You have Zoom, who's going to be able to do a lot of damage in the backline, along with the enablement from Stevic and Schnark on the Winston and the D.Va respectively, and the focus scheme to finish them off.
Ooh, and there's a nice sleep in the back already on a Night Knight, so that will only make it a 6 versus 5 as Goldfish takes out early, along with Pulse in the back, getting another on to Dr. Antipants. Once again, you have Ludlow, even though there has been some early advantages from Palmer, Ludlow has changed up the composition just enough and now has this Echo duplicate ready for the next engage.
Echo duplicate for a potential Primal Rage into Primal Rage for the next few fights. I could definitely see Goldfish duplicating Stevic's Winston just in case they want to be able to kind of maybe get some environmental eliminations, or even just go after Clone Recruit as well on this Reinhardt. Like, one of the reasons why this duplicate becomes super important is because there is a huge difference in the team composition that Palmer is running with. Now you have a lot of options.
Ooh, and you saw the sticky bombs and focus beam come out just before the pin lands onto the D.Va play, keeping full health value in that exchange. The triple kill overhead. And it's moments like those when you've got a DPS there to support your tank line as well to make sure that that D.Va bomb was available here for this.
Wow. And now you have the ability to duplicate the Musto if you really want to, since Goldfish held on to that. The sound barrier might really help in case you do see Night Knight's Blizzard hit the field. The good news is that because of how mobile Ludlow Falcon's composition is, this Blizzard's not going to be nearly 76.
No, not nearly, and with fantastic cannon damage coming out, the Primal Rage with a nano boost. That Eat as well in the back from the D.Va play. That was a really great, well-held fight there, especially after the self-destruct won that earlier fight and has really just allowed Ludlow to demonstrate how well they can play that control point.
It's a really good dive map. And if we're going to see some dive come out there, then that's definitely the place to do it. But I wonder if Ludlow Falcons are going to stick to the dive for this next point, just because it ends up being very interesting in terms of how you play out this central portion of the map. Your favorite thing to see is an Arisa come out here, but I don't know if we're actually going to do that.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to see it, which I'm totally fine with. I'm more so looking at this Brigitte and the Lucio boofs to knock them into the center, so I'm still content.
What about the hooks? Let's have a Warthog.
This too. But you actually see Ludlow taking this low ground position, which is an interesting way to enter onto this point, and going to look for a flank, actually.
Oh my gosh. Oh, do Palmer and Moose know where they're coming from? That's the real question.
Oh, with 10 seconds still to go before it becomes active. You've got this reposition. The nice knockback, though, with that mace from the Brigitte at a distance, and there is a ton of health values low. And oh my goodness, this swiftness from Goldfish in the back with the rest of the team completely shuts down everyone on Palmer. And I gotta say, that was a great maneuver.
That was spicy, Rich Red.
Yep.
That was spicy. That was a spicy meatball. I really appreciated seeing that flank coming from Ludlow Falcons, and now they get a chance to discuss the
and you see the charge come through by Recruit to start getting an early lead, since Ludlow is playing very aggressive on this front line. Now Ludlow does get a hook onto the far, almost gets the combination with the melee after, but no, the rocket into the wall. Oh, says bye-bye to herself. And now as we fall back from Ludlow, this regroup is still going to allow some percentage gain, even though there is a little bit of a numbers advantage for Palmer to recontest on this. Rally comes through to try and survive, but on this high ground, Ozzy gets picked off, Antipants can't survive, and this will look like to go in favor of Ludlow once again.
Palmer is attacking so heavily from that rally that it's just impossible for Palmer Moose to really get through and fight the good fight. So Palmer Moose getting sent back to spawn, have a couple of tools of engagement of their own though, but you've got to be very careful because Glacier has the sound barrier to respond. Look at Stevic.
I was just going to say, Stevic's... Oh, but somebody in the back line's going to try and take it. Night Knight making sure that their presence is known. And Stevic on this Reinhardt is just here to be nothing but a problem in the spawn line with a whole hog to follow. It is really just Ludlow making sure that nobody can even attempt to switch this back, especially since Night Knight was found 20 seconds still to go. Palmer in a difficult position.
I'm getting Brooklyn Tech High School vibes from this defensive role
Right?
at this point, and I would love to see those two teams go at it. And by the look of things, Ludlow is putting on a good show.
Death Blossom immediately after that Molten Core comes through to try and synergize well. Dragon Strike from Anti will get one, but honestly, despite all of the ultimates, it was still, I think, a lot committed to this for just a barely sliver worth of a change back to Palmer.
I mean, yeah, you gotta risk it for the biscuit though. It's 99% for Ludlow. You have to use everything in your wrist trap.
You're not incorrect, and with that overtime continuing, a switchback comes through. The rally is there to give some armor, and the switchback happens. Ludlow actually takes it away despite Palmer having a second attempt. And what a turn of events there for this team.
Ooh boy, that was a real tough one for the
Ooh.
moose.
The move, yeah.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
moose.
Yes.
That was I got it. I got there. But yeah, it was a really tough one for the Moose to kind of come back from, just because of how aggressive the front line for Ludlow Falcons were really playing. Like Stevik, specifically with Schnark, were just hand in hand going after picks
Mhm.
on Palmer Moose, and it was very impressive to watch. I definitely got Brooklyn Tech High School vibes from that one.
Absolutely. I mean, just you made a comment of it about how close it seems that we saw the match earlier from Brooklyn Tech, and it's very reminiscent of that. It really is, for how far forward and just pressing this team has been. And for Palmer at this point, we've kind of made a comment earlier to the competition to Brooklyn. Palmer at this point really just has to try and take a chapter out of exploiting those aggressive plays. Night Knight actually attempted to do that though, which was really good. The only problem is that I don't think it drew enough attention back, and with the Pharah, it becomes very difficult when you're against a type of focus hit scan like that to really survive through that back line.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Richard, that especially taking a look at the chance that Night Knight was taking on drawing attention away from the front line, it was working, but there was no follow up.
Mhm.
So that was kind of where I feel like that strategy fell a little bit short.
Mhm.
But that's a good thing to keep in your back pocket when taking a look at a team like the Ludlow Falcons. So I'm super excited. Super excited to see how.
Well, and a lot of the part of it, I think that the value didn't come through is because as much as Night Knight was on the point trying to draw attention away, Stevik on that Reinhardt was playing so far forward and making everyone's attention just on that character as a whole kind of equalized the backline attempt on the point. It really just it made it null and void, and so much attention was diverted from both teams that at that point Stevik had, got taken down, and then you had the same thing with Night Knight, but in that return, because of how quickly you were able to have Ludlow reform by falling back and recontesting on the point, it ended up giving them the advantage.
Definitely a bit of an advantage there, but I don't know how things are going to go for the next map, which is going to be Volskaya Industries. That is the assault choice of Palmer Moose. So super excited to see that. I think we're going to see a side swap come in here, as well as we do see the Ludlow
Yes.
Falcons select to the attack.
Oh.
So
And
yeah.
and this is also very reminiscent where when you're more of an aggressive playing team, you want to attempt to exert the dominance early on the attacking side. Set the bar high. So
Yeah,
you make
set the
the
goalpost.
defensive team have to really check themselves going into this.
The goalpost will be there, but we'll see how far it ends up going for the Ludlow Falcons as they do take the attack first. I think Palmer Moose has their work cut out for them in terms of
Mhm.
the level of aggression, especially if we do see Ludlow Falcons come back out on that dive composition, or even if they don't. We saw some really great Reinhardt play coming out from Stevik as well. So it
Mhm.
just really depends on what Ludlow Falcons decide to do on their attack.
For sure. And I'm almost curious to see if we have a little bit more of a dabbling in that dive composition going onto Volskaya Industry from Ludlow. I think that that could still be very relevant on this map, especially when it comes to that first initial point. We've seen a lot of dive centric type of compositions work very well, especially when maintaining that high ground position just before the first initial point where a lot of defensive teams will try and reside. And if you can dive onto that and get a lot of value on that initial push, it can snowball so quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why Assault ends up being kind of like that snowbally map and why we saw them take away an extra minute off of the time bank that you acquire from capturing point A
Hmm.
is because of the fact of how snowbally this can really get on the attack if you do have ultimates going into that point B. So interesting again to see how this is going to go, especially because we now have to find attack and defensive sides for both these teams. But I have faith in Palmer Moose. Like, yeah, it's going to be a difficult fight, but I do have faith based on the gameplay that we got a chance to see in that last series that they'll be able to keep this one close.
Definitely. And as we wait to see what that composition is for the defensive side, I think the other part of this is really not being aware that I could feel that there's some cheesy play a little bit maybe on the outside with the Symmetra. We've seen something unique like that happen before. It's a little unique, but I mean, Ludlow has exerted so much of their relevant gameplay that I'm not 100% sure if I could see it come through on this type of map. And as now we take a look at that defensive lineup, you're going to see the Ryan Zarya coming out, but I like this defensive play with Night Knight on the Mei and Anti-Pant on the Junkrat.
Junkrat's going to be great. And May is also going to be very good. But I wonder how that's going to fare against the dive because both Junkrat and Ana pretty good dive targets here. Definitely can't dive the Brig. The Brig is definitely going to make the dive a little bit harder, but Junkrat and Ana, those are definitely two key picks here that Ludlow Falcons can go after.
I mean, let's also just take a quick look at this adjustment in character role. Davik now on the Echo. Goldfish here for the support role as the Brig. There is a lot of change-ups here, so I'm curious to see how that's going to also bode for Ludlow with a nice engage coming through. Only one to speak for Palmer after 4 for Ludlow are brought down. And this is a nice cleanup and really a swift 35-second start to take on this initial point.
Stevik might be the only person on the roster that's really comfortable with playing Echo, especially when you want to have the Echo as a part of your kit, then that's definitely going to be a very important piece of the puzzle to have. But look at Pig Feet getting staggered here, especially if they get taken out right now. That is going to be a huge issue for Palmer Moose to deal with because you really want to have that support online.
Oh, there was an attempt to ride the platform, but the platform could not move fast enough. Now, as you have the disadvantage here for Palmer, this is a chance for Ludlow to dive in the backside, managing to do so, taking down Anti-Pants. There is still potentially a recovery as long as Palmer plays carefully on this front side, but even with careful playing, there are so many ultimates being released from Ludlow. It is a absolutely difficult moment to be in. Riptide are going to come out, but not going to find any real value here. And the spin to win just draw some time off the clock.
Gotta try what you can at this point, and desperation picks are definitely coming through. But Stevik decides to duplicate the Mei in order to try to stop people from hitting this point.
Self-destruct does come out on that front side from the D.Va play. Junkrat by Anti-Pants now actually gets 2 with the concussion, and now has a potential opportunity of whittling down a few more members from Ludlow, but Ludlow has been able to stick so well together, and the fact that no one has been able to compete against the Ana support in the back line, it is just a completion of this round with a hefty time bank.
4 minutes and 48 seconds is definitely a lot of time to have in the time bank, but we'll see what happens in terms of like how Ludlow Falcons decides to kind of deal with the defense here. The roster switch up surprised me. But again, I think it's just because Stevik feels more comfortable on the Echo than any other person on the roster.
Yes.
So the Echo being such a pivotal part of this team composition, it's great that Ludlow Falcons can really show that off.
Absolutely. And as we have the swap of sides again, just looking at that 4 minutes and 48 seconds to me is just scary just to see how much time is available. And with the defensive position, you're going to have Stevik now on this Bastion play with a Torbjorn. We talked about this on Numbani,
Okay.
and we are going to see it here for the defensible Skya industry. And this could be really devastating.
Seconds.
Depends on how they set this up, but there are a couple of different ways that you can play the Bastion, and without the Symmetra choice, actually, it makes it a little bit more difficult for this team composition to take the rotations. So they really need to just kind of pick a lane and stick to it on Ludlow Falcons for their defense. But it's getting really close to spawn.
Yeah.
What is the strategy here?
3.
I mean, I guess with the Torbjorn turret, just trying to pump in some shots here before to reset it at this point, just to draw attention away. But, oh, actually, it also could tell by who was the one who killed or took down the turret, really. So that's also potentially some intel as well.
Look at the intel that Shark can do at one point at Torbjorn, yeah.
Now with this fallback by Ludlow, Falcons in a good position to acknowledge where this positional rotation is from Palmer. High ground position will be obtained from Palmer with this Torbjorn, potentially going to drop a turret, but so many members are low, and the fact that you've got Gopher down, you're relying solely on Clone, and this collapse comes through by Ludlow, and this is just a very, very challenging moment for Palmer, and have to fall back and just regroup.
Look at the turret placement too. It's just sitting in the middle of the road, middle of Main, and that makes it actually very difficult for Palmer Moose to just kind of move past it without really taking damage from it. Remember, we've talked about how Clone Recruit's going to have a very difficult task on their hands to figure that out.
I called the Symmetra play.
You did
Wow.
call this a Symmetra play.
I can't even believe that I was able to say that. But now you're going to see a flank come through and see if Palmer Moose can make value of this.
Yeah, do they recognize that that's where the team is coming from? Yes, they do. I think that Okiro has spotted this out.
Oh, and the turrets get some shots with those beams, but this crossfire and also high ground position by Stevik is going to be important to shut down the shield, but nice rotation around the backside. Molten Core actually gets 2 here, and that will shut down any sort of attempt with that backline positioning. Nice job for the defensive side responding to that Symmetra play.
2 minutes left. Palmer Moose really needs to work up to ultimates, and I'm kind of looking at this coalescence since they can go through the double shield composition that Ludlow has come up with for their defense. I definitely think this coalescence could be a huge part of this, but look at this. They're switching again. Palmer Moose doesn't feel confident in their DPS choices, so Night Knight going over to the Widowmaker and Dr. Antipants now on the Torbjorn. Torbjorn v Torbjorn here, going to be very interesting.
And the fact that you've got this hit scan going into the double shield composition right now with the Widow is even more just difficult to have a positive outcome. It's going to be really critical to see if those shields can be rotated away. Already having the immortality field expended by Pigfeet to try and press onto this high ground, the stairways of point of entry, and if anybody can even get picked off here.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough road for Night Knight's Widowmaker to get through just because of how those shields have been placed and how much damage. Look at how much damage that Palmer Moose is taking before they even touch the Bastion.
And Stevik now repositioning down. The charge comes through, but the immortality field is there and does get brought down just before the pin lands onto the Bastion. But this is the crossfire. The turret is causing a lot of issues, though, for Night Knight on this Widowmaker. Both amplification matrices used on that bridgeway. Neither at this point gaining any more value. And you've got Ludlow on this defensive side still persevering through this engagement. Palmer with Night Knight on this Widow had a chance, but that Torbjorn turret, like you said, crossfires so much.
Did you see that 1v1 between Glacier and Mr. Gopher? That was a real neat one. I'm really glad production caught that one for us because it was down to the wire there. And this is down to the wire for Palmer Moose. They have 30 seconds remaining to touch this point, and all they have right now is the coalescence and the grav. I don't think that's going to be enough based on how Ludlow Falcons have been playing.
Ooh, Night Knight almost being brought down again, and you've got this Bastion in a very far forward position on that high ground with the shields available in consistent coverage. Night Knight just helping to whittle down that shield, and there is a pick already with the assistance of Goldfish onto Big Feet. The Lucio is gone, no longer available for that utility. Dr. Bright with the Coalescence, and Molten Core comes through, though, on the defensive side. Overtime shredding away here. Ludlow will secure this and manage to tank this assault map of Volskaya Industries, making it a 2-0 map score on this best of 5.
Ooh, what a play so far. Now we are on match point for the Ludlow Falcons. Are they going to go undefeated today, Rich Red?
I mean, it's in the pathway ahead of them, and they're nearing that opportunity of obtaining it. It is this last map potentially for Palmer Moose, and they're really gonna have to, take a time to evaluate their strategies to try and compete against Ludlow, who is just really demonstrating how well they are rounded as a team.
Yeah, this is really fantastic gameplay coming out from Ludlow Falcons. Like the fact that they were even able to take such a convincing victory after changing up who was playing what, and they're doing it again, Rich Rad.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's.
What?
I mean,
that's flexibility right there.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just constant ability to adapt. And we see teams that have a high ability to adapt in moments, both critical and non-critical, that really do prevail. And as we take a side swap here as well, we're waiting to see what that hybrid map is going to be chosen for Palmer Moose. Before we've seen, the selection of we saw New Bonnie that came out. We've seen Kings Row that has come out. We've seen a wide variety. I'd be really interested to see what other hybrid could be picked by Palmer to use to their advantage, and really see if they can somehow turn the tides into their favor.
I mean, Blizzard World's pretty cheesy. That might
Yes.
be something to consider if you.
And we had that earlier too.
We had that earlier, yeah. Just got to make sure that we get all of those choices out there. But I don't know. Looking at the team of Ludlows, especially because they've had this incredible flexibility of how and who plays what, it's wild. And oh my goodness, we're also going to see a swap coming out from Palmer Moose as well, where Mr. Gopher and Night Nate are going to swap positions. Night Nate going to be then taking the I believe it would be the tank role. From Mr. Gopher.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and you're going to have Mr. Gopher switching to that DPS lineup. And I'm curious if this is maybe to bring out a more formidable Echo player of their own, potentially, to try and attempt this, because again, having that type of wheelhouse, because we talked about it earlier, where Echo in the duplicate really looks to favor tank roles for the duplicate. So if you maybe have, this change up where the tank lineup wants to transition to the Echo play and is confident in playing a duplicate on a tank line, that's not so far-fetched.
Absolutely. It's really not so far-fetched, especially because you do most of the time duplicate a tank. So if you're going to have an Echo player that is a tank player also, they probably have pretty good proficiency when it comes to utilizing that duplicate.
Well, and even just knowing the confidently of which tank to select. That's the other dynamic of it too. Depending upon what is available on the board right now, it's really what we've seen with the Winston and the Diva coming out from Ludlow that have been very, very relevant. I could see, a quick generation of a self-destruct be very useful. Even just the juggling of a Primal Rage, which is very helpful as well. So either of those can really disrupt a lot of Ludlow if the duplication comes through. And it looks like it's actually going to be Hollywood. So we're going to see that for the first time today, something a little bit different than what we've already had brought to our attention. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to work out, because there's a lot of interesting positions to play on that first initial defensive point.
Right, and especially if you want to play with a Bastion, then you can use the elevator, you can use the high ground at the beginning of the point or the back of the point above the mini pack. There's a lot of different ways that you can play that map. So very interesting choice coming out from Palmer Moose. But what I gotta say I'm pretty happy with is that we have seen such a smattering and a selection come out from hybrid. I've gotten a chance to see basically everything.
And with it being, again, Ludlow on the attack here first, wanting to set the bar high once again, with Palmer on the defense. He's got a few seconds still to go to see what that breakdown is going to be. I'm really curious what Mr. Gopher is going to play here for this DPS. I mean, we've got the few seconds to wait. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat because
Yeah.
it's going to be really important to know exactly what they're going to pick being brought out onto this map of Hollywood.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here as we do get into the map of Hollywood. Ludlow Falcon's going to be on the attack first as Palmer Moose takes the defense. And again, this is kind of Ludlow Falcons really just
Attackers
creating the
incoming
goalpost
in
and saying what's
10
going to happen here. But Mr. Gopher not choosing the Echo, coming out on the tree.
And you're going to see this Winston Orisa tank lineup too. So it's more of like a kind of divey tank line to a more bunker type position. So between the two, it's going to be really interesting to see how they play this. And it looks like it could even be on this back elevator position with the Orisa.
4,
That's what I was
3,
excited
2,
for.
1. Attackers.
Tree gets up
incoming.
onto the tippy
Defend
high ground.
objective
And that's kind of where we want to see them. But interesting how we are going to see Ludlow Falcons approach this, where Stevic is nowhere to be seen yet.
No, not yet. Going to play a little bit further back. I think evaluating what potentially the composition is. A nice hook actually comes out early from Goldfish on the front, but there is no follow-up on it, unfortunately. And you've got an early takedown by Dr. Antipants, but there's a hook that does follow through that second time around. Stevic going to play the inner wall here to look for a boop to knock off that high ground position. Having a real difficult time getting up there, but finally finds the McCree, bringing him down from overhead. Gets the pick as well. And that will be Ludlow with a great exchange on this fight, taking it into the payload phase already.
That Lucio rollout was insane. Oh my goodness.
Objective A.
Being able to
And
capture
once
that.
again.
Escort
It was just great, right? I'm super excited that we've gotten a chance to see that point of view because Lucio can be such a nuisance. And it's really interesting that you're kind of getting a chance to see how Lucio performs in this meta because of all of the nerfs to their healing potential. Soundberry just isn't very good right now.
Ooh, and you got a nice reposition from the high ground, taking the Ana down from overhead. Once again, leaving the support vulnerable and losing some angles onto the fellow teammates to keep alive. There comes the reposition. The Bionade comes out with that Lucio Stevic assistance. Goldfish continues to maintain this front position with the Hog, just constantly self-healing. And you've got Clone Recruit now on the inside, forcing the Fortify, sticking in the corner, and you are just a Centaur without a dream at the moment right now as Goldfish takes the pick.
Ooh, and the pulse bomb as well. That's a huge stagger. This should be a second point capture here for the Ludlow Falcons.
Oh yeah, and I mean the fact that you've got Glacier playing this far forward on the Tracer and just preventing from anyone getting out of the spawn, even though there is a takedown, there's still so much committed to this. Primal Rage is actually going to be used into the whole Hog, which is unfortunately timed. Goldfish going to keep dominating in this narrow corridor as the payload is trying to be shut down with this Orisa and Lucio play with the supercharger. And now the last few stragglers of Ludlow with low health values have to get back and try and compete. And this could be a good chance here for Palmer to really regroup.
Actually, now that there's two tanks on the cart, this might actually be very easy for Palmer Moose to come back into this one.
As long as Night Knight can utilize that shield while it's up with in assistance to that Orisa shield. Earth Shatter in the back line, though, does not get much value, especially since this Riptire takes out another. Palmer holding their own right now just before this next checkpoint.
Great defensive position for Palmer Moose because the spawns are so close. And look at the straightaways that this second streets phase of Hollywood actually has. They'll be able to dish out a lot of damage before Ludlow Falcons are able to meet them at the cart. So hopefully Palmer Moose will be able to deal with these flankers that are in the back line like Glacier and Stevic.
Oh, almost gets pinned, but barely sidesteps it. The Deadeye from Mr. Gopher on the defensive side still being held on to. Will get a nice flashbang onto the Wrecking Ball, but still, once again, there isn't enough of a follow-up on these chances to take down the enemy. And that's, well, unlike that one, that was a good one. You get the Lucio pick off the wall. But again, there's these chances that are presented here for Palmer, and if you don't have execution on it, it is going to be devastating. And now with the multi-core thrown on the front side, trying to sever and break down this this team of Palmer. You've got the Wrecking Ball play as well with the Primal Rage, or correction, Nano boosted Winston on the front side. But at this point, it's going to still be 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. You've got to fall back from Ludlow and a reset here.
Ludlow switching things over just a little bit. They now have Stepix on the Zenyatta instead of the Lucio, so that'll help to do a little bit more focus fire. And then Okidoro actually going over to a McCree of their own. I think there was a lot of resource investment into that fight when Ludlow Falcons had the no, it didn't have the numbers. So Palmer Moose is really on a better ultimate rotation.
Absolutely, and with that ultimate rotation, it plays a key role, especially when you're reaching this next checkpoint, minute and 45 seconds to go. You have the Winston jump down from overhead, does not land for too long, and this McCree play to counter Palmer's could really speak volumes in these last few meters.
Ooh, I really like the way that Mr. Gopher has been able to play this McCree. And especially with the rip tire as well from Dr. Antipants, this is really keeping Palmer Moose in this one.
Bird Shatter in the corner looking for that pin onto Goldfish, does get it and cleans up. Even though it was only a solo pick, it was still worthwhile. And now a minute and 15 seconds to go. You at least have the Deadeye and also the Coalescence under the radar here for Palmer.
No more Tracer from Ludlow Falcons either. Now they're going with the Hanzo, which is going to be a really nice dive target for Palmer Moose.
60 seconds.
60 seconds now. Glacier on the high ground, really needing to make sure to pick off one on the front line. And this is where you have Night Knight a little bit too aggressive, and a pick comes through with a follow-up onto the support. Both a tank and support are gone. And this Deadeye from Ludlow will really zone out a few members. And with this minefield to boot, there is so much committed. And I can guarantee you this will be a completion of this checkpoint to transition into the next.
Oh. No, Picky uses a sound barrier? No, not with a disadvantage like that. Ludlow Falcons had already captured the point, and I heard that animation come out, and I'm so sad. I feel like that would have been...
Well,
now this is just bad manners.
I mean, I was going to say, you know, you lost that sound barrier, but you lost the Transcendence just for funsies, and look at how far forward this Zenyatta play is going to be. That's definitely bad manners as the McCree gets the kill. Resetting now with a minute and 30 seconds. Still a long way for this payload to go, though.
Wow. Mr. Gopher. I just, like, I'm super impressed with the level of McCree play that we're seeing here. And I really understand now why we actually saw the switch up. Because if you're going to play McCree on this Hollywood map, then Mr. Gopher's the right choice.
Absolutely, and now the biggest question is can Night Knight hold up the same end of the bargain on this tank? Roll. Primal Rage available. The Dragon Strike into the halt does get one. Glacier moving forward and still getting a lot of shots with that bow and arrow. And now with these few meters left to go, 50 seconds left, Palmer needs to touch this point to keep it alive.
Step right.
Tire?
Does get two. Nice job coming in overhead. And you also have the Deadeye forced, but it drew attention away from the Junkrat. Now charge overhead by Recruit to maybe even this up. As Goldfish can't survive, High Noon to return from Ludlow. This is where you can see both the tanks not going to beat that corner with that ultimate.
No, definitely don't want to take that engagement, or else that's going to be lights out for Palmer Moose's defense. Ludlow Falcons able to move back into this one with at least the Transcendence and the whole hog, but 13 seconds left. This is going to be last fight for Ludlow.
Yeah, and the fact that there was that early pick onto Big Feet is really important. Now Goldfish entering in with the whole hog, tucking one into the corner, does get the two as well here with the McCree play. Few meters. Will Palmer compete? The back line, Ryan Hart Earthshatter doesn't get anything. And you have a nice flashbang to clean that up. This will be a round completion in the overtime for Ludlow.
Really great play from Ludlow. Really great play from Palmer Moose. Like, the fact that this is overtime is very impressive for Palmer Moose's defense. And this actually gives Palmer Moose a chance at coming back into this series. If they can finish with over more than a minute left on the clock, they're the only ones that are going to get time on their next engage for rounds 3 and 4.
Absolutely. And I really, really am interested to see what Ludlow is going to choose for this defensive position. Will we have something a little interesting as we saw with the Bastion once again focusing and putting a lot of emphasis on that role, or are they going to attempt to do something a little bit different? And as you can see, the Torbjorn and the Bastion will be
Again.
brought to the table on Goldshire Studios.
Back again. And it doesn't surprise me, just because of how well it worked on both Sky Industries. Ludlow Falcons clearly have this composition and this strategy very well thought out.
I mean, when you can play it so proficiently, and it's one of these types of maps, once again, where you have Bastion on this upper balcony over the cafe, and then the Torbjorn Crossfire underneath where you can see the turret placed, it's no question why not to play it.
5, 4,
How as Dr. Antipants Widowmaker do you get through the shield? Like, oh, look how much damage they already took.
Oh goodness, that was almost a quick elimination out the doorway. You do have Antipants though, still trying to get a shot in a sight line here. Can't get anything. And if Antipants tries to use the grapple over that wall, I'm so scared. Okay, 360 9 whatever 100 spin into the Glacier Bastion play. That was some flashy spinning, but no real outcome.
360, 580 no scope, or whatever you want to call it.
720 no scope, none prevailed, and such as the move forward on this. Palmer going to be outmaneuvered again, and the fact that Bastion's also on this table is even further elevating that sight line to pick anyone that tries to come close to that inner wall.
Okay, Pig Feet looking for an opening to potentially knock this composition off its feet. Maybe get a chance to go in. Has to wait very patiently, though, for the rest of their teammates to come in. But Dr. Antipants is also antied. They do have the Discord.
Oh, and the Lucio boop unfortunately did not come through. Here we go. We're going to get that. Yep, there we go. Looking for it. Almost gets it. Again, you might be having trouble on the attack, but if you can get that for a highlight reel in something like this, it makes you feel at least a little bit better. But the Bastion still getting a lot of damage across that archway. Tank configuration will be used. Gets a pick instantly onto Mr. Gopher. And we just continue to see that defensive play hold strong.
Yeah, and even with this rotation back to point two, Glacier was able to get really aggressive with their configuration tank mode, and now they can get back up on this high ground.
Absolutely, and again, that high ground being sustained. You finally get a pick, though, from Antipants. Feeling confident about that takedown. A fallback and drawback from this on Ludlow, since the Winston played a little further forward by Night Knights. And once again, we are in potentially 2 fights left of this, and there is a tall order for Palmer to take this point.
I took gonna help to at least show Palmer Moose where they are coming from or where the defense is holding, but I still think as soon as people peek their heads, Ludlow Falcons are just taking them out.
Yep, Glacier, the immovable ice object that is the Bastion on that high ground, just continuing to remove anyone that attempts to move close enough. Even with the Coalescence, there is no way to survive. Minute and 15, and at this point, Palmer, with this Sombra play, comes out, but I think it's just a moment too late here to try and compete against this Bastion, and I would have actually liked to see this sooner.
I would have liked to see this sooner as well, just because of how well this Sombra can actually shut down the opposition, but unfortunately, you just won't be able to develop an EMP fast enough to be able to delete these shields, and Ludlow Falcon's sitting at 5 ultimates.
Yep, they are in a prime position to hold for this final engage. 40 seconds to go. The Glacier tank configuration also almost available. The Molten Core will be held on to. I'm wondering if there's even going to be a use of ultimates. There is Goldfish with the supercharger. Once again, Ludlow pushing off of this balcony, cleans up the payload itself. 20 seconds to go. And this last attempt now is a definite field goal, Hail Mary, any of the sort.
Seconds left. I just don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch, especially when they get locked up into a gravitic flux like that.
I mean, yes, indeed, that gravitic flux is going to isolate so many away from any engagement. Overtime actually comes through. Somebody in the back trying to turn this around. You've got Mr. Gopher with a double, And the Lucio here to try and keep the dream alive with the Winston closely after by Night Knight. We might not see the Mei play, but the Winston attempts to do something as the overtime continues to progress down after so many attempts. That will be Ludlow claiming all 3 maps in a row and presently for their day undefeated.
Undefeated, and that secures them a semi-final spot for tomorrow. So very exciting for them.
Absolutely. Making sure that you just secure it right now outright, and definitely do it in style with 9 consecutive map wins. Like, just really putting on a great show. And honestly, with how we've seen some of the teams from the other end of the group stage, it will be interesting to see 2 teams like these clash up against one another for tomorrow. But again, we still have one more round for today.
We do have one more round. It's going to be Richardson Nuclear Eagles versus All Hallows Gale Gamers coming up next on this channel. But before we do that, we'll at least be able to show you to the other stream that's going to be showing off a little bit more of that Group 1 stage that we showed you earlier today.
Yes, indeed. So continue to enjoy before we get our next round underway. So we'll be back in just a moment.
Dragon gets way too aggressive time and time again. We see the Richardson players walking too far forward, and this is no different from that. Nomad has to use the amplification matrix in order to peel back. Paradox trying to find a kill in the front, slowly pushing their way out of their spawn, and they'll be rewarded for it. The greed pays off, and Paradox doing what Paradox does best here on the Pharah.
And Paradox is still going to find value. You still can sit on that Pharah because you're still in that open sky area. Matsu, though, they've got the shadow, they've got the bomb. They need to get close enough to use it, sure, but if they're able to pull this off, Richardson, they don't have that immortality field if the Batiste is just staring at the sky on his back.
Well, that invulnerability field may not have mattered there, but it is going to matter in this upcoming push. Soki has this Valkyrie as well. It's going to be providing a lot of heals, but no invulnerability field for the bomb. Means Sombra's almost guaranteed to connect another one. Paradox, just how do you do it? It's a guaranteed set of 2 kills. A Herculean effort, though, from Matsu is going to force their way through that massive barrage and on to the end of point C. The staggers will come through. They're going to try and stall. They stand a pretty good chance alongside this Valkyrie Reaper Dragon. Still, with Death Blossom in Cho the Sleep, not going to be able to connect on him. He has free reign over this Reinhardt right now. All he needs to do is just press that W key, get in there, and drop the fattest Death Blossom we've ever seen. Waiting for the right opportunity, though. He finds an early pick on a Pretzel King who just flies right to him. It's an early Christmas in June for this man. Nationals headed his way, flying over the cart, but Matsu, Guilty Spark, completely pocketed up, has the nano, has the damage, to Shatter to finish it off, and Matsu, against all odds on that hold, managed to push their way through.
Oh, Richardson, they swapped to the Winston, and away went the Rhine Shields, and in came a bubble. And if you don't know about bubbles, they pop. And Guilty Sparks just took a pin and needle to that one. Matsu doing a lovely job. As soon as that pillar started moving indoors, that was just a little bit of a hiccup. Azimi was holding onto that bob for what felt like far too long, especially since Richardson started moving towards that payload. You can already see that Paradox has swapped off the Pharah onto the Doomfist. The Winston coming in as well means that there's a lot of stall potential. So what you would expect to see is that bob coming in to just immediately finish that fight. But inside Matsu was still very reluctant to give up ultimates. They'd much rather use them as a sort of reaction rather than initiation. And I think if Richardson start learning that and trying to expose that in fights, they can really run away with Rialto.
Absolutely, but now we have to watch Richardson go on the attack. And I think this is why we were worrying for Matsu, right? Dealing with this Pharah, especially on the attack, it's going to be really hard to deal with. What do you think they do? Do you think Dishonored and Zimi are going to be able to do that on their own?
I feel like you've got to put in at least 2 counters, right? We've seen that Paradox has been extremely strong on this Pharah, but what I would much rather see is a Diva. A Diva and an Ashe, because an Ashe and a Soldier, you've got 2 things that are going to be going for the same problem, but they're both DPS, which means no one is looking at Reaper Dragon, and you cannot afford to ignore a Bastion.
No, you can't. They've recognized they have this opportunity with the second DPS. Reaper Dragon struggling to get on top of the card is actually going to net a lot of damage onto him. Dishonored wailing on him with the Soldier 76 again on these patented off angles that he loves taking. Paradox was able to stop him from doing this with the Pharah beforehand because they were playing defense, but now is a lot more free reign. But still, Paradox shuts him down early, pushing the angle aggressively and getting massive amounts of value. Now Guilty Spark in an off position because he tried to push up and help his Soldier, and it is costing his team another support.
And Richardson, they pushed up, they bought the space for the Mercy Soki to get the res onto Reaper Dragon, which means the Bastion still around. Well, not for long. Guilty Spark takes that one into the wall. Azimi finally manages to get Paradox out of the way as Richardson are forced to back out. They can try to stagger this Reinhardt, but at the moment, you're just getting Jimmy charged with that laser cannon. Raven Leader, he's got a shatter. Guilty Spark has one too. It's all about who can find more value with this ultimate though. Especially with Sombra having to go on to the Hammer to try to get back into the fight fast.
The shadows are big, but notably, Matthew's already down one player. You're Reinhardt. Where on earth is he going? Guilty Spark is back in this hallway, bound to go down in some way, shape, or form. There's a Reinhardt duel going on in the back line. What on earth is this fight? Reaper Dragon just mowing people down on the Bastion on top of the cart. Sombra will finally take him down. Dishonored still a real threat on this Soldier. 76 is finally coming from the respawn. Pretzel King as well has an off angle on support. This is going to be a really hard to displace Hammond.
Well, Raven Leader still has that shadow. You can really easily shut down a Hammond if you just denied all of his movements, but you can deny his Soldier if he's denied his life. Paradox coming over the barrage.
Paradox, the first time we haven't seen him get the 2K, but his fight is not over yet. Guilty Spark, 180 shatter onto Raven Leader. Is going to come up big. The Fire Strike manages to finish off the kill regardless of Immortality Field dropping on top of Reaper Dragon, though. Still in the Bastion, the massive sightlines out in the courtyard mean it is just a shooting gallery for this here robot.
Well, Dishonored is going to pop the tag phaser. He's the one who picks up two this time. There we go. He just stole the kill from Paradox that time around with his ultimate. But if you're Matsu, you've got an amplification matrix. You'll have a couple of minefields. Just a little bit. And Azimi's coming up onto that bar, but it's nothing really like that team-winning ultimate, that win condition that Richardson are creeping towards, that graviton that can come out of Jimmy from any second. And Sombra's not on the Diva. It's on the Hammond for mobility and to get back into that fight faster, which means no defense matrix. You're relying entirely on Immortality Field, and we've already seen these Batiste can be very, very aggressive with those early on.
Oh, but the mind split off Reaper Dragon. He drops so low. A great anti-nade onto the backline. Splits off 3 here. Sombra now rolling through alongside Guilty Spark, but they've let them regroup with their team. This is really dangerous. Raven Leader now has all of this in this fight. Will go down, though, again. The highly aggressive charge. AK Guide's more than happy to punish that one with an anti-nade.
Richardson are just waiting. They've got that graviton. Reaper Dragon is going to be hitting tank mode any second, and even an Immortality Field might not be enough to save you if you don't have anything that can eat the damage that will be coming out of that DPS in just a couple of moments.
I mean, it's getting dicey here for Richardson. The Immortality Field, the Nano, the Bob. There's so much stuff to actually peel from this Graviton Surge. I mean, Mox, there's no way we actually see another first point hold here. Sombra now coming in over top. Richardson, it's now or never for them. Barrage into the backline, takes out Azimi. Can they find a second? No, Paradox only getting one, but where on earth are you going, Guilty Spark? Has to back away into the back hallway. Reaper Dragon running him down alongside his Reinhardt. Now it's just Sombra on top of the cart, buying as much time as they can. 3 are alive. Make that 2 as Paradox has the perfect off angle on this Pharah.
Oof, Richardson breathing a big sigh of relief. They need to keep this payload moving because remember we had a draw on Volskaya, which means if you lose this map, you lose the series.
That is ridiculous right now. Paradox coming in though, and yet again doing what Paradox does best. Finds himself a nice set of 2, but traded right back. The Bob, now the sustain is in. The Nano on top of Guilty Spark, shatter immediately onto AK Guys, but that's not onto Dishonored, who's been a real problem with this visor. Jimmy is the last real threat alive right now for Richardson, but this visor just spells death and destruction for them as Matsu pull off the incomprehensible second full hold.
Richardson, they didn't use the grab. So many fights, it would have been perfect, but Jimmy just did not want to put that ultimate down and dies with it and dies with it and goes down with it once more. Azimi going to be going on to the play of the game. They're managing to get Paradox out, 2 taps the Mercy as well, and sends the Bob along. You know, big Omnic Butler, sometimes you just gotta call in the help.
Hey, the help did a perfect job of peeling away the Reinhardt, and I think a lot of that came down yet again. Raven Leader getting really, really aggressive on the Rhine. I think one of the things you need to understand when you're playing with your Pharah is that your entire team's job is sustain. By time, the Pharah is going to do all of the work if you just give them enough time. How many times did we see fight end and then finally we would see the Pharah come through and get the kills?
Yeah, if you'd managed to open with the Pharah kills, then it would have been the perfect opener, but unfortunately, it's just not. And so, Ravens, whoo! We said the Eagles had the advantage when it came to flight speed, to weight, to strength, to the amount of weight that they could carry. And they sure showed us.
we were thinking flight speed. We didn't put it in terms of APM. APM wise, Ravens clearly the higher tier bird, right?
Well, probably the higher tier bird when it comes to putting ultimates in when they should have gone in. I think if you're Purple Eagles, you're looking back at that VOD and you're seeing a couple of moments where you really should have committed hard rather than trying to get out and save ultimates. It's a trap a lot of players fall into, though, especially with these high value ultimates. We see it so much with EMP, with Nanoblade, with Graviton, and I believe sometimes with Shatter as well. People really hold on to those to just wait for the moment where the stars align and 6 players are all clumped up in one spot. But this is Overwatch and chaos reigns supreme. 6 players are never going to be clumped up in the same spot, so you've got to use them in the moment rather than holding on to them.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta press Q. And honestly, outside of Ultimate Economy, one thing I felt that and we're back on broadcast. All right. Looks like we're good. One thing I felt the Ravens did extremely well there was actually adapting. The Pharah became much, much, much less of a problem, and that was because they were able to focus on the team fight that was going on beneath them, take the Reinhardt out from under the Pharah, and you take the legs out from under the War Elephant that was that brawl composition.
Yeah, and I think we saw Ravens really adapt and see the cracks in the Eagles' composition because we talked about how Paradox's kills tended to come in at the tail end of a fight, and so Ravens saw that they could ignore the Pharah until the rest of the team were gone because she wouldn't do value until the rest of the team were gone. So the Ashe, the Soldier, they could both focus on chipping away at the Reinhardt, and that was something that Guilty Spark really exposed. The aggression coming out from both of those tanks, I'm sure you like me are thinking back on that moment where the Reinhardts went a little bit rioting in the streets away from their team. Still not really sure what happened with that. Maybe there was an honorable 1v1 arranged in one of the side rooms, but they absolutely jumped onto the train of Purple Eagles, sometimes had a little bit of a disconnect between the front line and the back line. And even with Afara doing her absolute utmost and managing to pick up as many kills as Paradox was doing, if you don't have a team to back you up, you're not going to be walking away with the victory.
And yeah, speaking of victories, MSCS Ravens. Really, really impressive showing. Great adaptation. They managed to deal with the Pharah at the end of the day. That's what you want to see in a tournament like this.
Hello and welcome back. As you could see that there was quite a stellar game that we have just seen completed now for both of these groups, but we do still have one more today for this EGFH National Championship, the final round of this evening between Richardson Nuclear Eagles and All Hallows Gale Gamers. And Necra, this is one I think we feel really confident is going to be very close.
I think so as well, especially because we've seen All Hallows Gale Gamers in real time level up versus Palmer Moose. Yes, Palmer Moose did win in a 3-0 fashion just 2 series earlier, but that has nothing to do with how close the series actually was. So for All Hallows Gale Gamers, I think they're going to do a lot better against Richardson Nuclear Eagles. But, you know, I haven't seen Richardson Nuclear Eagles in a while either, so who knows how this one's really going to go.
Absolutely right. And again, with both of these and how we've looked at their scoring through the day, that's where we're kind of basing off on how close this will actually be. And with a control point, we are going to be entering onto Lijiang Tower. So again, for our broadcast, we have gone through essentially all control points to start off with now. So we get a nice variation to enter into this as well. And I mean, that is also a map that is very predominantly picked up with a Pharah in the roster. And with how that change and a level up we've seen from Hollows, this could be a very good map to start with.
Right, that's been Phoenix that's been playing that Pharah, and I really hope to see it come out here, especially if, you know, we do see All Hallows Gale Gamers go for something more of like a dive-centric composition, then the Pharah fares really well in tandem with that.
Absolutely. And now, as we are entering into it, it will be night market for the first map round, as we have a decent verticality to it, some still close quarters to work with leading up to that control point. And as we do have these two teams go head to head, it's always interesting to see exactly who will take this first point. And we've actually seen some really interesting usage. We haven't seen it always predominantly Lucio,
Mhm.
and it's kind of been a variation of support picks. When most notoriously on this, you're going to see it, but we have both at least hovering over the Lucio, which is going to be a great use to this, and seeing what the DPS and tank lineups are going to pick.
Interesting to see whether or not the Lucio stay, because for a lot of times you will see like Lucio maybe get used just to speed boost out of point, but we'll see whether or not it sticks as the gates are open, and it looks like both Lucios are here to stay.
Absolutely. It's really just the DPS and tank lineups that are quite different between both these teams. Supports are very even, and I'm really curious to see how much value Wraith is going to be able to gain out of this Mei, and Phoenix actually going to stick with this 76 character versus the Pharah that we did talk about moments ago. Real just hesitant play here. Nice wall going to at least sever the team for the moment, and a reposition is going to come through by Richardson.
Reposition for sure. Richardson trying to meet all Hallow Gale gamers on the left, but this Mei from Wraith might make it a little bit more difficult for all Hallow Gale gamers to really get to point, and the sightlines for Richardson Nuclear Eagles difficult.
Absolutely, and there's some Tesla cannon damage coming out from the side from Darklighter, who is still generating the ultimate quite well compared to Peppy, who is in that dive-centric type of tank category. Jackal on the front will get that nice Mei wall to help prevent some of the damage while the Take a Breather comes out, but no hook lands, unfortunately, with that aggressive push, and Jackal has to remove themselves from that frontline position because they are just constantly being broken down.
I love the way that Dakwall is playing this Hanzo, and if I remember correctly from a couple of months ago, Dakwall was the projectile player for Richardson Nuclear Eagles then too, and played to a very high proficiency. So I expect throughout the course of the series, we're going to see Dakwall actually play a number of different projectile heroes.
Absolutely, and that Dragon Strike comes through, gaining some great early lead value on this attack from All Hallows Gale. And now with Dr. Drago getting also the Death Blossom in there to sprinkle out some damage onto the opponent. 62% and still climbing. Jackal gets the whole hog, but nice evasion with the kit from the Reaper, and will still allow this to be in favor of Richardson, but the Blizzard at least slows down some of the momentum and forces a lot of members outside. Can Richardson reclaim this and keep it climbing?
Pin trying to get something done here by Narcissus, but Dr. Drago finds an opening. Wraith is now out of this fight. That's a huge slowdown gone.
Absolutely, and Phoenix in the back, just attempting to try and just get some damage onto the back line here. The Tactical Visor is available, but still hesitant on its usage, needing the assistance of its fellow team members, but the sound barrier from Skyper will survive through that Tactical Visor very easily, especially rounding this outer corner. A point changeover is underway, but it's really only waiting until that ultimate does cease. Earthshatter comes around the corner, manages to get two. The charge is real, and you will have Richardson with this Death Blossom securing dominance on this point, and that will be Night Market going in favor of Richardson with a team kill to show that all Hallows Gale gamers, they really need to watch out.
They do have to watch out. Dr. Drago actually showed us some really great coverage using the Death Blossom. Now, typically when you look at Death Blossom, it's kind of a net negative when it comes down to the amount of damage output that you end up doing with that character. But I feel like Dr. Drago kind of proved us wrong there, able to dish out a ton of damage and also just crowd control all Hallow Gale gamers off of the point, so that it was going to be more difficult for them to recontest in those final moments. So hats off to Dr. Drago, and also hats off to the rest of the team of Richardson Nuclear Eagles. It's not easy to take a team 100-0, but now we're moving into the next round, and we're gonna see Phoenix finally play this Pharah. I am so excited, Rich Rad.
I mean, it needed to happen. I felt like it was really necessary for the previous map, and I think that Hallows acknowledges that Richardson is playing a very strong game right now, and to go on this pharmacy composition is critical to try and compete.
Yes, I 100% agree with you. Phoenix needs to be able to do damage from this off angle in order to force Richardson Nuclear Eagles to have a more difficult decision to make.
Absolutely. Damage still coming in from the flanking side. The shield is forced away towards that smaller room, and this rotation around the outside allows for a really good chance for Hollows to move in, but a pin comes through. Nice save onto Jackal. No barrier available, and you still have Richardson, despite this pickup by Phoenix on the far right, not survive it.
Not gonna survive it, but Phoenix was able to do so much work in that last fight that they are going to have the Rocket Barrage for the next engage, as well as the Coalescence. Resurrect's going to be forced out just in order to get Archive back online for this next engage, but find a position to use this rocket.
Ooh, instantly taking down the front line, and a support looking for the D-Mech as well. Does find it, and the follow-up by Dark Lighter. Great change up. You made the comments about the Rocket Barrage, and it found great use. But with the Death Blossom coming in to counter, it is going to now try to slow down this progression. 42% still climbing. And at this point, Richardson's just going to throw everything they have to try and keep it as long as possible to generate more percent. And actually are in a position to keep it.
I think you're right, Rich Red. I was about to say, I think that they might be throwing everything at the kitchen sink, but the kitchen sink is theirs. Richardson Nuclear Eagles have firm control of this point right now, and they have ways to keep it. They've got the Earth Shatter. They also have the Sound Barrier, which is going to be such a great response to this Coalescence.
Absolutely surviving on the front, especially with that pick coming through in the back line onto Archive from Dark Wall. Dead Blossom, though, from Wraith gets a triple and a boop to follow. Those numbers being reduced for Richardson is a chance now for this take back from the 80% that has already been obtained. Peppy, again, just still buying some time, though.
Yeah, but you're gonna buy a little bit of time, but also Skyper's back, too.
Yeah, it's really just going to be to that 99 marker. You've got Dakwall as well, buying moments. And with the resurrections coming through from Spawn, the Dragon Strike is just going to evade the Earth Shatter, divide the team of Hollows, and you've got Richardson still holding on to this 99-0.
Oh my goodness, they also have reinforcements coming back. That Blossom comes out.
And does get some value, specifically most onto Ghost, where you will not have the Phoenix support in that high ground position. And I am absolutely stunned at how well Nuclear Eagles were able to hold on to that the whole time.
I am starstruck, Rich Rad. That shouldn't have happened.
No. And it was just execution. I feel like there was not enough focus fire on the stragglers that continued to allow that point to be maintained for the whole duration of the game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I just focus fire definitely matters. But hey, Phoenix ended up with an 18 eliminations, 13 elimination streak. It's pretty good. It really, really speaks volumes to how well Ghost was able to support them on that Pharah.
Absolutely. And you know, I think the biggest thing is there was much value gained from these ultimates and the numbers advantage to transition onto it. And I think it just became where all Hallows Gale gamers really just like kind of let their guard down every time. Like they're like, "Oh man, we got this quad or we got this triple or we got this turnaround and we're good." Not quite. And it really needed to get those stragglers who were really buying. And it's not like we're talking about like a wrecking ball, or it's not like we're talking about a tracer. We're talking about a Hanzo who's managed to keep this up. And we were talking about like a Reaper, again, still has the ability to evade some of the incoming damage, but it's not like those characters who are very, very heavily mobile. And that is, I think, just really a misplay and misjudgment by Hollows.
Yeah, just a little bit there, but you know, that's okay. I think that going into these next maps, given how close some of these team fights really were between Gale Gamers and Nuclear Eagles, this is definitely a fight that the Gale Gamers can still take. So I am super excited to see that they're going to be going to Volskaya Industries. This is a map that I've really cherished watching teams perform on, and we'll see what Nuclear Eagles decide to come out of their defense with.
Absolutely. And again, you made the comment. We've seen Volskaya Industry earlier. We saw a very great rush onto the second point
Mhm.
from the previous team. And I'm curious if that's going to hold the same here between these two. Even though it was a 100-0, there were still extremely extensive fights and skirmishes that lasted a lot longer than I think any of us would have anticipated.
Yeah, a couple of like minute and a half long fights there, which made it really difficult for teams to really kind of get their footing in terms of their ultimate economy. But sometimes it doesn't matter if those fights are long enough that you just have ultimates to use at the very end of the fight, and then you can take the win that way.
Absolutely. Now, as we do have this, it is going to be a swap of sides, as you did mention in Volskaya Industries. The one thing I'm really looking for is if we do still see Hollows continue to maintain this Pharah play on Phoenix, I really, really would like to see the synergy with Wraith to also work in tandem after either one or the other gains some early picks. I think that between the two of them, they have to communicate a little bit more effectively to follow up on the few other stragglers, in addition to potentially, I mean, we've seen a great demonstration of target calling from teams earlier today, even. And if that can be cleaned up by Hollows, I really think that could definitely give them a stride in the right direction against Richardson.
Absolutely. I really think that what All Hallows Gale Gamer needs is just some amount of target focus. That's
Mhm.
definitely what they were lacking in Lijiang Tower, especially when they did have those moments where we saw Wraith get a triple elimination with
Mhm.
that Death Blossom. But then there was no follow up from that. There was no takedown for the rest of the team members that we really needed to see get taken down before the point flip came through for All Hallows Gale Gamers. So
Mhm.
I think that this team of the Gale Gamers definitely has the ability to frag, and that's what you were talking about with the DPS line. It just needs to be followed.
For sure. And now, with these few seconds still remaining to see what the compositions are, we can take a look at a nice pan here to see what the selection is. We can already tell with the figures in the back of a Reinhardt Diva combination. This is one that we've not really seen too much so far today on the defensive side, or if at all on either the attack. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to work out here for Richardson on this defensive position.
Pepe's really good at this diva though, and what this defense matrix provides, especially if Jackal decides to stick to this Roadhog, is that denial of those one-hit knockouts from the Roadhog. You know, where you have the hook and then the left click combination. With defense matrix, you can't do that. So I wonder how Pepe is going to respond to Jackal coming out on this Roadhog, but also how Phoenix is going to use the Symmetra. It looks like All Hallows Gale Gamers are going to be going for that.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly not going to take that outer position that we've sometimes seen, and looking to use it more of a forward push onto the back high ground. And there is quite a transition, and you're going to keep Wraith in the back though for some crossfire here, and finds a flank. Ghost goes down on the with the Zenyatta, but Dakwall in exchange also lost. 5 versus 5. The Ana play in the back from Archive needs to be very, very critical, just because of how low they've gotten, and because of that reposition, because of the aggression coming out from this flank by Dr. Drago, it is just going to slowly bring down this assault, and with a minute off the clock, you have a reset by Richardson.
Uh-oh. Ooh, and a little bit of a late stagger onto Wraith too, just with that Fire Strike coming in from Narcissist. So this is going to be a bit of a wake-up call, I think, for All Hallows Gale Gamers. That if you're not getting anything done with the Widowmaker, you might want to choose to something that will have a bit more point presence, like the Reaper. So interested to see this 1v1 happen between Wraith and Dr. Drago and see who's going to win those out. Lijiang, it was Dr. Drago.
We'll see if Dr. Drago can continue with that dominance in this map as well. Spooky Cypher actually forces out the Coalescence on this front line and does find some decent follow-through, with all of the remaining members of Richardson now going to collapse onto that Earth Shatter. The Death Blossom comes through, gets the double immediately after the early takedown onto Dark Lighter. And there's a nice melee kill from Skyper as a team kill will occur.
I was chuckling at the sleep onto Dr. Drago after the Death Blossom came out. That was really nice positioning from Archive to be able to get that done. Unfortunately, just no follow-up, and it came out just a fraction too late after the Earth Shatter came through. But this is a good job by Richardson Nuclear Eagles to keep hold of this point. Dr. Draco again with a quick follow-up kill.
Oh, and now the charge comes out. Bionade lands on one, though. There is a pickoff. Wraith responds to that Bionade, which there needs to be a lot more of that from Hollows. Photon Barrier severing this wall just slightly, and a Dragon Strike to just dismantle the team's position on Hollows. But a hook comes through by Jackal. The Fade is going to be there for the Moira play to survive. And a whole Hog actually going to be used as well. Not finding too much more after that initial knockback, as Phoenix will flank with the positioning of Jackal to really get a nice pincer maneuver. The Sound Barrier actually brought down before its use. Self-destruct in the corner does get blocked, but still gains one. Minute remains. The Death Blossom comes out for the D-Mech, but pinned mid-use by Narcissist. And Richardson could still be able to regroup, but it's going to be a tall order, especially when you've got Phoenix deleting health bars.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Phoenix was able to do enough value there. Already used the Photon Barrier in that fight, and then is 80% towards another one. So, All Hallows Guild Gamers, they do have some tools to be able to snowball the second point. They are going to have the Earth Shatter, the Photon Barrier, and the Nano Boost to be able to get something like the Death Blossom online, or just try to generate another Earth Shatter. So, really great play from All Hallows Guild Gamers to capture that first point. Let's see if they can get the second.
Absolutely, and again, developing those ultimates critically with that Nano, but when you've got an early pick and that follow-up Earth Shatter, Dr. Drago and the rest of the team of Richardson will take advantage of it swiftly.
Whew. That was some really great team play. I mean, that was even before we saw ultimates come out from All Hallows Guild Gamers. Narcissus has been doing so much in terms of being aggressive to just set the pace of these fights that it's been very tough for All Hallows Guild Gamers to find their footing in the battle.
Oh, definitely, and with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, there's still some time, though, to try and attempt to find that footing. As you lead into this, Dark Lighter has the Earth Shatter, which needs to get some value here. The Dragon Strike does cause a little bit of a divide through the center, in addition to that Photon Barrier. Dr. Drago, though, on this Reaper, still working so well with that front line Reinhardt play from Narcissist that no one of Hollows can even withstand it.
We're gonna have a couple of fights like this, I think, from All Hallow Guild Gamers, especially if Jackal's going to switch over to the Zarya, giving up all their ultimate charge. This means that we really need to see in these next fights, if All Hallows Guild Gamers wants to take it without any ultimates, just kind of finding value from raw eliminations on the board. But Richardson is going to make that very difficult.
Yes, making it extremely difficult. But when you come in with Jackal already at 100 energy, that's an extra DPS worth of character play coming in on this. Now with also the Reaper v Reaper, unfortunately, it's going to be Dr. Drago that gets the better end. And now with 1 minute and 40 seconds, nice takedown on Dr. Drago to make it an even 5 for 5, but Phoenix doesn't find that jump to the other platform for that high ground position. The Earth Shatter comes into the back line for a flank by Narcissist, getting 2. The support's critically in a weak position, but a Sound Barrier can keep them alive. Ghost bringing this fight to the front line against Richardson, who has the respawn advantage. Narcissist gets the Nano, and that could just be enough, swinging this Hammer of Doom. But Wraith, all the while in the back, gets the triple with a follow-up, with Phoenix and Ghost assisting. One tick, looking for the second, and this is still not over yet for Richardson. If they can jump onto this point quick enough, you've got the charge coming through, knocking them away, and a Death Blossom gonna be instantly flashbang by Phoenix in the back. 50 seconds and spin to win comes through. Will this be enough for Richardson to get back?
I don't know. Earth Shatter comes out, so Narcissus won't be able to spin to win much longer. Actually has to go away. Nobody touches the point.
Oh my goodness. Round 1 completed despite the odds.
Score 0
Wow.
to 2.
Despite all of those odds, All Hallows Guild Gamers finds an opening to make it all the way to the second checkpoint. Wraith, the MVP of that last team fight. That huge triple Death Blossom really made the difference to swing the numbers advantage into All Hallows Guild Gamers' favor.
Well, and it was a great response coming out from Wraith because you had Narcissist way on a side flank looking for a sneaky Earth Shatter, which did get the supports, but the fact is that Narcissist didn't have anybody with them to get the follow-up, and it left all of the remaining members vulnerable, and the shield wasn't there to block that Death Blossom.
Yeah, no shields. And you just had squishies on the point, so that was going to be some easy cleanup there by Wraith's Death Blossom. But Richard's Nuclear Eagles, they definitely have their sights set on these semifinals. They want to be able to meet the Ludlow Falcons there. So we'll see how this goes. Definitely want their revenge after that 3-0 sweep the Ludlow Falcons dished out to them just a series earlier. So they've got to beat All Hallows Guild Gamers in order to do that.
Absolutely. Now, with these doors now opening, you have again a far forward position, especially with Wraith on this Reaper. Overhead looking for an attempt to drop down on the supports, get some decent firing onto the Hanzo play in the back. As Wraith still resides in the high ground, it's just going to be really dividing attention from Richardson on this fight, especially with Wraith there.
Ooh, I heard that though. I definitely heard Wraith not be able to complete their Wraith form as they got dropped down.
And with this now Dark Lighter, Reinhardt still on the front. A decent recovery here. Wraith actually does find one despite it, and a nice exchange as Dr. Drago gets the takedown. With this rotation though, Phoenix still out in the open, needing to be careful that Mercy sticks close from Archive to allow that damage to continue to be flowing onto the enemy team. Richardson having actually a very difficult time pushing against this defensive hold from Hollows.
I think a lot of that has to do with Peppy playing this Orisa. It's just like not the same. You can't have the same type of aggression as Darklighter can have on the Reinhardt, right? Because you have the deployable shield versus the holdable barrier. It makes the gameplay very, very different. So you gotta play this a lot more patient if you're Richardson Nuclear Eagles.
Absolutely, and with Richardson at least having this Dragon Strike up, that patience is still building to get multiple ultimates online. Wraith gets another pick and is actually really holding their own on this Reaper play and is doing a stellar job of finding critical picks, and especially with Darklighter as well on these charges.
Ooh, but Narcissist with a nice clean knockout there onto Ghost. That's gonna really help. Just even forcing out the res.
Yeah, the res being gone right now is a chance for potential exploitation coming out from Richardson if a pick can come through, but the Death Blossom does get one, almost an immediate follow-up, has to Wraith form out of there to survive, just doesn't have time for the supports to heal back online, and now you've got 5 ultimates on the defensive side, along with 5 on the attack, so this is going to be an extensively ult-heavy fight and engage coming up.
Dr. Drago needs to be very careful here. Still winning those 1v1s in terms of Reaper versus Reaper. So that's something that you kind of need to keep an eye out for, especially because Dr. Drago does have their death block.
And you have the early use in that, but a sound barrier to try and mitigate it. Both sides actually utilizing it with the Dragon Strike and Whole Hog. Like I said, the ultimates are coming out and online. You've got Dark Lighter holding onto the Earth Shatter, but it will not be useful since far too many of Richardson Nuclear Eagles are on this point and claiming it. Decent time bank to be carried over after obtaining this, and you have Hollows not going to even come near this.
No, they definitely need to give up this point. And Skyper goes so far forward, they get taken out here. That's going to be a pretty big stagger onto this point. Narcissist, though, now switching over to the main tank role. I think this is going to work out a lot better for Richardson Nuclear Eagles. Peppy just seems like a diva player.
Absolutely, I would agree with that statement as well. It's just a lot more proficient in their use of this character as a whole. And with Dr. Drago continuing to get a lot of damage, there's some mitigation as well with the defense matrix from Peppy that can be very helpful, especially when you're competing against Wraith or either Phoenix as well. 3 minutes and 30 to work with. You've got a flank coming out by Dr. Drago on the back line. He has to regroup with the front line since there is a DMEC onto Peppy, and the Valkyrie's actually been forced out by Archive.
Oh yeah, Valkyrie out, so you could just kind of wait that out a little bit. You don't have to wait out the fact that you lost your main tank.
Look at this 100 charge on Jackal. Just sitting there. constantly with this amount of energy to use. If the Death Blossom comes through, nice shield coverage, and Phoenix gets the pick on the Death Blossom. If that can continue to happen, Hollows is in a good position to hold this entire time.
Absolutely. Look at their ultimate rotation now. The ult economy very much in All Hallows Gale Gamers' favor, where they do have the McCree Deadeye. They're going to have the Reaper Death Blossom, and they have the Sound Barrier just in case things get really, really tough. But Dakwall also ready to fire back, not only with their own DPS ultimate in that Dragon Strike, but Sniper has the Sound Barrier too.
Ooh, that is a very aggressive Death Blossom by Wraith in the back, and with the follow-up from Phoenix, it actually works out in the defensive favor right now and collapses onto the enemy.
Darkblighter has been playing this so much more aggressive, and I am so thankful for it, especially knowing that Jackal with the Zarya bubbles is there to really protect that aggression. That's been super impactful for All Hallows Gale Gamers' defense. They've been able to hold on to this point relatively well because of this aggression coming out from Darkblighter. But now let's see the main tank difference, as Darkblighter has that Earthshatter ready and Narcissist has that shield.
Yes, with the shield. I'm so waiting for this Earthshatter to come through, and it's going to be mind games between these two Reinhardts in that front shield. The Dragon Strike to lead could potentially drop the shield to find an opportunity to drop the Shatter, and a Sound Barrier for Richardson to lead into this. Nice counter as well. Jackal with 100 energy up front. Phoenix gets one with that lovely Deadeye, and really going to take advantage of that high ground, but the high ground has to be abandoned. Dr. Drago working through. Wick Dak in the back on this Hondo, moving forward to the front line, picking off the last remaining stragglers of Hollows. That's going to also be a very quick tank here, but there is still a few staggers that can come through with this respawn, especially with Jackal going onto this Wrecking Ball. Up to self-destruct by Peppy. Continues to show that the Diva play is real. The inner wall has been capitalized on by the Lucio, but it will not be enough as the Death Blossom takes out Ghost. Round 2 is completed with only 16 additional seconds for Richardson.
Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. This is a very winnable situation for All Hallows Gale Gamers because they have fought so valiantly on the defense. They have earned themselves a similar time bank to that of Richardson Nuclear Eagles.
Absolutely, and these few critical seconds can truly make a difference between these two teams, and it will be All Hallows Gale Gamers attacking first because they do have the just marginal difference in time, a little bit lower as those 60 seconds we said earlier. And Richardson now on the defense is going to stick with Peppy on this Diva, and I am 100% in agreement to this, that the Diva needs to stay.
Agreed. It wasn't that Peppy's Orisa looked bad, but the Diva just looks so much stronger, especially knowing how much value the defense matrix brings to the table when you are dealing with something like Phoenix rockets and Wraith's shotgun shots. There's a lot of different ways that this defense matrix can be utilized to save members of your team.
Well, and even further, just the amount of disruption that you can get with those boosters and ability to redirect your focus and attention when necessary. There's just a lot more mobility at their hands and disposal that it can be very useful in these types of scrappy fights.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely the way to go if you are on the side of Richardson Nuclear Eagles. But you gotta also pay attention to All Hallows Gale Gamers. Phoenix coming back out on this Pharah could mean some disastrous consequences for Richardson.
And the biggest part is now there's a lot riding more on Peppy's shoulders to make sure that Peppy can withstand this Phoenix Pharah play, since there are no hit scans available for Richardson.
Yeah, that is something to be very wary of, especially because Archive is there pocketing Phoenix.
With this pressure forward, All Hallows in a good position, forces out the Immortality field, but has to be careful on this follow-through engage. Jackal gets one onto deck, which is critical to take down that Storm Arrow, which is very easily able to reduce those shields. But Phoenix in the back does get a nice flank, and Peppy unable to even manage it at the time because there's so much damage on the front side to rather be mitigating. And this will be a pickup here with 3 seconds left to go. This is a great numbers advantage and will gain 30 seconds to carry over into this next attempt.
And Ghost has an amplification matrix. Phoenix has the rocket barrage. That's going to be a lot of damage heading Richardson Nuclear Eagle's way. Skyper's sound barrier has to be huge and right on target in order to mitigate that damage coming through. And even then, that might not be enough based on where that amplification matrix gets placed and who is taking advantage of it.
Absolutely. Now Phoenix repositioning quickly on the high ground with that Wraith Reaper play. Phoenix has this rocket barrage, and it needs to be big to secure that these last 10 seconds are worthwhile, but there is a nice attention grabber with Dak and Skyper getting the pick. Here comes the res, though, with the Valkyrie by Archive to get Phoenix into this fight as the Earthshatter comes out in the back line. Grab thrown into the corner. Is there enough to follow through onto it to the backside with a Death Blossom coming out from Wraith? It does get the double, but a counter with a triple by Dr. Drago. On this point, overtime will not last much longer, and Richardson finds the better end of that fight and will stop this third round's completion.
But Hallowscale gamers, they really set the bar high for that attack push. Not only capturing point A with only a minute on the clock, but also really putting Richardson Nuclear Eagles on the back foot for a lot of those fights until that Death Blossom came online. Can Richardson Nuclear Eagles get the same job done? Will they have enough time to secure a third of the second objective? Or do we draw this map?
It's technically doable. I mean, a draw is within sight. And then that also brings the question, when you have that draw, then transitioning to a control map, will you see once again a more dominant play from Richardson Nuclear? Again, with that just confidence in playing a control, but with this minute and 16, it is still a tall order to even complete that first point.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall ask, and Richardson Nuclear Eagles need to play this flawlessly because they won't have much time in order to reset and get the job done. It took all Hallowscale gamers a couple of tries, but Richardson Nuclear Eagles, if they want to have enough time to attack the second objective, need to win this first team fight out and need to win with the ability to get ultimates online for that second.
Oh, for sure. It has to be convincing on this win. And with how far forward you've got Wraith playing with this pocket of Archive on the Mercy. Oh no, that very low Dr. Drago. Able to force back Wraith. Nice recovery here for this first initial fight. With all of Richardson regrouping and just pumping a lot of shots into that shield. The mitigation is there also by Peppy with this Diva to transition to the right-hand side. A little bit of separation though, and you've got Wraith actually taking down Narcissist. This is an even better position for Hollows to be in when you've got so many taken down with 45 seconds to go.
45 seconds could be potentially 2 more engagements here, depending on how quickly Richardson takes these. But you gotta pay attention to Wraith's positioning because Wraith recognizes the value that the Death Blossom has been able to have, especially after getting Peppy out of map. So that's gonna be a huge ultimate in this fight.
Now, Wraith getting very low, but so much resources being pushed towards Wraith on this Reaper, who has been getting a lot of value on this front line and breaking down the shield. Consistent generation of energy from Jackal. Now going into the window, looking for that engagement on the back line of the supports. Nobody sees it except for the 76 play. Dak having to tell the rest of the team to be careful with this bomb going to be thrown out from Phoenix on the point. Pin in the back, though, will get the reposition and knocks Bob almost off the edge. This overtime commences. Sound barrier from Hollows, making sure to withstand this damage from Richardson, and it is doing a lovely job. Overtime will run dry. And you do have now a 1-1 map score going into this. First control to Richardson, and now assault to Hollows.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This is a very close scoreline for both of these teams. Dr. Drago, though, they are the winner of this play of the game, and rightfully so. Just really being able to seal the deal with this Death Blossom. So very, very fantastic play by them. And honestly, all around, I just really appreciate how all Hallowscale gamers have really stepped up to the plate and played as a team. It's making this match very close.
Oh my, 10 upvotes for 81% kill participation
Wow.
for Dr. Drago. That is a, like you said, stellar gameplay on this Reaper. But again, we now have a 1-to-1 map score in this best of 5, and there is a lot more still to come. We're going to go on a brief break for a moment here as we let these two teams decide what the next map is going to be and the side. So don't go anywhere because we want you to see exactly who is going to be taking this final round today. back again, friends, as we are here to continue on between All Hallows Gale Gamers versus Richardson Nuclear Eagles. I am Rich Red here with Necra as we now enter into the map of King's Row.
Oh yeah, King's Row, a favorite, a classic, and definitely the map choice of Richardson Nuclear Eagles. Unfortunately, taking that loss in map in Volskaya to All Hallows Gale Gamers, they have selected the map of King's Row, and now we have side swaps too. So All Hallows Gale Gamers going to be on the defense, and Richardson Nuclear Eagles first up to the attack.
And this is one of those maps that we saw earlier where there was a little bit of the interesting Bastion play, and I would be curious to see if that's relevant coming out in this map, or it's going to be something where we're not going to see, you know, be utilized. We also saw some interesting Symmetra play as well during the Volskaya moments, which could be viable for this, but for at least the defensive side coming out from All Hallows Gale Gamers, you've got an Ashe by Phoenix and Wraith sticking onto this Reaper.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this. Definitely, I think that teams are definitely getting ready for this one. But I like the composition that we see All Hallows Gale Gamers come out with. The Ashe definitely going to be able to do a lot of damage here, and Wraith again on this Reaper just provides so much point presence to match with Darklighter and Jackal.
Absolutely, contesting quickly on the front line. The thing that I'm really focusing on here is, well, I was going to say now I'm going to focus on Dr. Drago getting an early pick, but it was really just, again, how well Peppy is going to work with Narcissist on this map of King's Row, where it's so predominantly the Zarya and beat Reinhardt, and a nice takedown from Dr. Drago in return, once being back in the fight to get this front line tank out of the way, and now there is a follow-up on the support line, and this is just crumbling underneath Hollows.
Just a little bit here, as that early pick mattered a lot from Dr. Drago, and a look at Wraith, you're gonna get picked again!
Could not Wraith form fast enough to get out of that, friend, and that's gonna be a nice pickup by Dr. Drago, consistently staying in this fight, constantly. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds, we transition now into that payload phase.
Ooh, you see Drago get really low, but able to take down Jackal before the rest of the respawns come through from All Hallows Gale Gamers. Darklighter with a bit of vengeance there onto Dr. Drago, but because of how far the respawns are, this just means that Richardson Nuclear Eagles can't take the super aggressive positioning, but they're still able to get a lot of progress.
Definitely. Phoenix gonna take a different angle here, which is pretty typical for that hit scan. Though has to be watching out for both of these two swarming around Phoenix. Nice response coming out from Archive to get up there and boost along with heal that Ashe play. Ultimate's nearing for this engage. You got the Earth Shatter by Narcissist, but no real follow-up, to be honest with that, as Skyper also commits to the sound barrier. This has been now a nice counter shatter, but is blocked, unfortunately, by a Narcissist on the front. The Death Blossom comes through by Dr. Drago, and the boop does mitigate some of that damage from the ultimate, but it's still a very, very just well-rounded engage start to finish from Richardson here.
Very nicely done by Richardson for sure. And with that last stagger onto Phoenix, it's going to buy enough time that I don't think All Hallows Gale Gamers can come back and contest this, even with Wraith being right there.
Yeah, Wraith is just at this point trying to just buy some time and draw attention away, but there's no way that Wraith alone can single-handedly stop that payload. Now reaching into this last final stage of King's Row. 5 minutes and 30 seconds still on the time bank. There is so much for Hollows to have to reduce in these fights.
Sniper's been doing such a good job of playing with the front line and also enabling Dr. Drago to get this damage done. Bob coming out now, though, from All Hallows Gale Gamers, and it just gets pinned away.
Yep, gonna be nicely blocked in the corner, but while you have the Reinhardt getting that pin, Wraith on the front side manages to take down one, specifically on the support, which is critical. And you've got Baby Diva as well, no longer with a great mech to survive in. And that is the first of many defensive holds that you're gonna have Hollows need to do.
5 minutes left on the clock means that we are going to have to see Hallows Gale Gamers get a lot of defensive holds in, but we have quite a couple of ways to do that. Unfortunately, Phoenix might be a little late to the party, going back to switch over to the McCree before Richardson Nuclear Eagles move in.
And with that regroup, you've got now this backline position.
Oh,
Dackwall will slowly turn the corner. Nobody knows. Oh my goodness, but the Death Blossom gets it first. taking it away from the co-DPS. And that was just unbelievable.
Did Duckwall even need that?
No,
It kind of looked like Dr. Drago stole the thunder there.
absolutely. Thunder struck and stolen. You've got a grab coming out onto this payload, and every ultimate from Hollows on this defensive side being used. Self-destruct by Peppy will zone out multiple members from Hollows, now trying to reconvene back on this payload to attempt to hold on with literally under 1 meter to go. Narcissist gets a pin, and Wraith follows up after because there is nobody to block those shots. And oh, by Death Blossom.
My Death Blossom.
Later.
Oh my goodness.
Reset comes out, decent meters left to go, but this is now another opportunity for Hollows to hold on.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if they don't secure this whole payload push, they've already gotten it 69.65 meters. That's basically all the way there. So you don't have to worry too much if you're Richardson Nuclear Eagles. But of course you want to try to finish this map out.
Absolutely, and finishing out this map needs to be very critically discussed in these comms, as you already have Richardson taking down one. A nice exchange, though, for another. Phoenix with this May on the front side, trying to mitigate and crowd control as the Death Blossom by Dr. Drago gets a triple. This Reaper needs to be stopped from Richardson.
It's winning so many of those 1v1s again. Like, Dr. Drago's Reaper has proven in a couple of different ways to just be a little bit stronger than Wraiths on the 1v1 level. But honestly, I thought that Wraith did a great job of holding on to this defense for All Hallows Gale Gamers too. I mean, 2 minutes 48, that's a lot less than what Richardson Nuclear rolled into third point with.
Absolutely. It's a combination of not only just the 1v1 between the two of them, but the macro play of knowing where to position yourself and when, finding some serious advantage with that Death Blossom is really crazy. Like, the fact that you're seeing a quad and a triple back to back in fights is really just well done on the timing aspect of Dr.
Yeah.
Drago.
Oh, absolutely. And again, like finding those openings behind when the tanks are just gone. Like if Darklighter's out of the picture, Dr. Drago's Death Blossom ends up being even bigger. So that's been some huge heads up play by this Reaper for Richardson Nuclear Eagles. But again, I give a lot of credit to Skyper and Spooky Cypher, the support lineup for Richardson Nuclear, because without them, the Eagles wouldn't be able to actually move in on their opponents and get all this damage in. So Dr. Drago has been really enabled by the speed boost from Skyper, as well as the orbs of healing coming out from Spooky Cypher. Really great work there, for sure. And now let's see how All Hallows Gale Gamers really perform under this pressure, where they do have to capture all 3 objectives, and Phoenix is going to try their hand at this Widowmaker once again, even behind all of these shields and with that defense matrix from Peppy.
Yeah, I mean, we could see it change if pressure is applied onto the point. Phoenix still sticking with this, though, and Wraith is really going to try and find a flanking position here. Dr. Drago has to fade out of that quickly, and Phoenix actually does find one. This Widowmaker could yield some value as long as that front line of Richardson is swinging. Again, you only really have that shield from Narcissus versus the double shield, which we've seen time and time again, and the defense matrix is more focused on the amount of damage coming out from the low ground. So Phoenix could get a good opportunity of sight lines through the thick of this, but there is still some heavy structure because of the support line for Richardson.
Heavy structure. The Jackal is full charge.
Oh, now you're going to see Phoenix get picked off. Yes, indeed, full charges there from Jackal. That bar, so scary to see at 100. Shatter comes through, knocking down, and the fact that Jackal is out of this fight reduces the outflow of damage by so much.
It really does, and Jackal has to work to reset all over again. Wraith, though, switching over to the Tracer gets a really, really fast pulse bomb, and I think All Hallows Gale Gamers might have just turned this around.
Yeah, actually, because of that pulse getting through, taking down the Reinhardt, it really broke apart that front line, and Peppy just wasn't able to recover from it, being all alone, and now it's this completion of the first point and transitioning into this payload phase.
Ooh, gotta be really careful, Richardson. You don't have all your members left back. Peppy getting very lucky to be able to get this closer spawn, but you can't engage without Peppy being there.
No, not at all. With either tank, to be honest, and with Dak rotating around the side looking for a potential Dragon Strike for a nice flanking position. As long as you don't have Dr. Drago stealing it away once again in this next engage, that's the key point here. Death Blossom comes from overhead, does get the flashbang stun, and I definitely could say that there is some knowledge learned from that prior fight, along with the Dragon Strike coming through with the Immortality Field fused. These supports for Hollows, Archive and Ghost working significantly well together to keep this team of Hollows alive.
Ooh, a little bit of a late coalescence, I think, to just kind of continue this part forward. I really like this play from Archive because it's going to be able to get some good staggers. Pappy's not getting away with this mech.
No, not at all. And that is a great stagger, again, preventing that respawn and also the mech. Stellar job with the Immortality Field and the flashbang from Phoenix and those two back-to-back ultimates from Richardson.
Really great play there, but Richardson Nuclear, they don't have much for this defense. They are going to have the sound barrier, but that's about it for 4 or 5 ultimates coming out from All Hello Skill Gamers.
That's so much to use carrying into this next fight, especially when you're approaching this next checkpoint. The Earth Shatter is going to be dropped first, though, by Richardson, and Dark Lighter will hold off and refrain from using theirs, since it is still a favored fight for Hallows, despite not really using any ultimates just yet. This rotation with the tumble from Phoenix, zoning out multiple members to the side, could get a pick, though, if they do show their face, and does. Spooky definitely got spooked by that one. And with 4 minutes and 25 seconds, now you're going to see Hollows try to press to the end.
I want to see Richardson Nuclear prove up.
Yes.
They
need
just
to.
haven't done that yet. So it's been really difficult for them to get this defense together because they've been taking disadvantaged fights over and over and over again and not being strong enough to get through those.
Now with Dr. Drago still leading the way on the front side, Self-Destruct comes over top, does get one despite the shield coverage and the Immortality Field being thrown out and used by Hollows. Counter pin coming in the backside, getting Dark Lighter out of this. And that could be a reset here, and it's definitely something Richardson needs.
I would have saved that amplification matrix if I were Ghost.
I agree.
Especially because you don't have your whole team there. That would have been a great engagement tool for the next one. But it still stands to reason that All Hallows still have 4 ultimates, now 3 after the whiff of that pulse bomb, but there's still a lot of tools that they can use.
Oh, Shatter comes out getting a few, 3 to be exact, and with Dark Lighter getting picked off, and this Dragon Strike actually committed, I think that's also an ultimate that wasn't really necessary as well.
I think it was just a good zoning tool coming out from Dakwall. I would actually disagree with you on that one, where you can use that to zone out and buy some time for the rest of your team to come through. This also provides some setup time for Dr. Drago to figure out how they want to approach this point. And Phoenix is going to flex over to that Pharah again. There's not really too much room for this Pharah to fly around, so I'm really curious to see how this is going to work out.
I absolutely agree, and since you've got these close corridors, there is now a great Death Blossom again overhead from the window, despite the Earth Shatter gaining value from Hollows. That flanking position, for the 3rd time now from Dr. Drago, has been unbelievable.
Yeah, that's been really good, fantastic positioning, and being able to secure these health packs too just really pushes the limits here. But Phoenix gets a nice kill.
That is definitely a nice kill. Needed that to come through with a pulse bomb dropped in the back.
What?
Gets 2. No stick on the character, but the floor. It's close enough. Triple. And here is a fluid movement. And you will have now Hollows in a great position to reach this. Richardson has to get back soon.
Richardson has to get back soon. That's why Narcissus is just swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to come out of this.
The grab pulls together multiple. There is the Rocket Barrage to keep distance, and a Diva now by Peppy attempting to hold on. Wrecking Ball from Narcissist, again, a desperate plea to try and keep this going. The pin to the side by the Reinhardt, Dark Lighter. But surprisingly, Richardson has the chance to regroup. The ultimates will buy some time here as this continues to ensue.
Continues, but Earth Shatter comes out. That might seal the deal for Dark Lighter and their team.
with the Wrecking Ball still continuing to spin. Again, buying those critical seconds necessary as Peppy maintains a lot of mitigation with the Defense Matrix on top. Now with Dak rotating to the 76, has the healing zone to assist those two frontline tanks. Spooky joining with the Moira. Reaper all back onto this point. The Coalescence will assist the front line for Hollows, additionally dealing significant damage onto the Wrecking Ball, who once again consistently rounds this payload, finally being picked off. And round 2 is completed by Hollows.
We are going into extra rounds again.
3-3.
Kind of what I expected based on Volskaya and how that map went down, but 3-3. Is this going to be a repeat of what we saw earlier in our series on Numbani versus All Hallows, Gale Gamers, and Palmer Moose? It feels like that's just how things are going on Hybrid for when All Hallows, Gale Gamers are in play.
We just wanted to keep you for this much longer, friends. It's been a good day of Overwatch, and now we just want to keep you
Has been.
reeled in. As
Yeah.
we have now All Hallows Gale Gamers on the attack first because of the lower time bank, the solid minute that they will have to use in this attack. And again, we've seen Hollow have a little bit of an initial trouble taking this point, but once the few picks come through, it can be easily taken over. And that 60 seconds, once transitioned into the payload phase, will for sure be going into the overtime. And like you said, we could see another Numani here on Kings Row.
I believe it. I really believe it, especially when it's All Hallows Gale Gamers that are at play. They made such a Hail Mary push through Numbani. It was flawless. And I gotta say, I feel like Palmer Moose really struggled in order to actually stop the push. But we'll see. I mean, Richardson Nuclear Eagles do have 3 minutes on the clock. It's a couple of attempts that they'll be able to make here. But All Hallows Gale Gamers, the best.
Indeed, lots of damage early. Immortality Field actually going to be thrown out very quickly by Ghost, so that is no longer a utility tool for quite some time. And utilizing this hotel side room is very, very advantageous for Wraith to try and get an early pick. Has to force the recall and can't manage to stay from that flanking position. All the while, now the regroup happens on the main point. Still peppering in damage in the back from Wraith with those full clip pistols. Can't get the kill, but there is a follow-up by Archive. Both Reinhardt tanks have been brought down. So that tank, that main lead tank line is reduced. Peppy going to get instantly demeched after that shield is no longer available. And Jackal with 100 again, lighting it up.
Super lit up right now, and I think All Hallows Gale Gamers are going to feel really good about this one. They have the Amplification Matrix, the Sound Barrier, the Pulse Bomb, the Tac Visor, so many different ways that they'll be able to keep this cart rolling. I expect the Amplification Matrix to come out first, and there isn't really a great response right now from Richardson Nuclear Eagles to be able to deal with that Amp Matrix. Skyper's still 20% away from that Sound Barrier.
Absolutely agree. And with the amount of ultimates that's coming out, even if it doesn't get to completion, the fact is that you have enough tools to work with to still get a reasonable distance to compete when you're holding on your own. Phoenix gonna lead out with the Tactical Visor, but does get picked off by the support line. Nice response to the Tactical Visor. The Earth Shatter comes through, a pin attempting to get one. Both Sound Barriers committed to this, and Dak in the back needs to be extremely careful on this defensive side, falling back just behind Peppy to be sure that that defense matrix is there since Narcissus is no longer available. The DMEC now comes out, and this is Hallows still moving dominantly through the streets phase.
I only have the Amplification Matrix left for the second point, but I don't know if Richardson Nuclear Eagles are going to get back fast enough in order to hit this Death Blossom. Dr. Drago's ready, though. They are at least here to be able to deal with it. Maybe that will be enough to buy enough time for the rest of the reinforcements of Richardson Nuclear Eagles to get back to this point. But it's got to be a big Death Blossom, and you've got to make sure Dark Player is out of the way.
And we've seen big Death Blossoms before. This one not gaining nearly as much. Doesn't get anything, actually, to be correct. The Immortality Field holds on and keeps a lot of it alive. And an Eat comes out by Peppy onto the Pulse from the Tracer. It will not gain nearly as much value as we've seen before. And Jackal, once again, plus 90%. Constantly unleashing this laser beam on the enemy, and with this overtime commencing still, Grab going to be committed. There is Phoenix on this Symmetra with that photon barrier already developed and in the final push of this map.
Oh my goodness. This shield is not going to be enough to be able to deal with these. Like, oh, what can Richardson Nuclear Eagles do? There's the photon barrier, there's the sound barrier. These fights have gone on long enough that immortality fields are coming out twofold for these fights. There's so much sustain for all Hallows Gale gamers as they approach this third checkpoint.
And with this third point just in sight, Self-Destruct comes out. Nice. Photon Barrier does skirt just on the opposite side, but still survives. That beautiful assistance with the Sound Barrier will help manage Peppy's Self-Destruct. Phoenix up front, but a triple pulse comes by Wraith, saying that I can not only do it on the Reaper, but I can also clean up on the Tracer, with Dark Lighter saying I can do some things too with this hammer. Overtime commencing, still pushing.
Still pushing. This might be another Numbani. I really feel it. Dr. Drago in the backline trying to build up this Death Blossom, but the turrets.
Few percentage shy. The turrets are there. Has to force it out. Only gets one since the Reinhardt shield is there. Seeing and gazing into the eyes of Dark Lighter with the Earthshatter knocks down 2. And the swinging hammer continues to keep Hollows in this fight. The Wrecking Ball will be stunned. The damage is far too high. And you have another round of Numbani with a different set of teams and a different map.
Score
Unbelievable.
6-3.
6-3. And now 3 minutes for Richardson.
Unbelievable. All Hallows Gale gamers with the back against the wall can do some miraculous things.
I mean,
I'm stunned. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed by this team, especially knowing that they've only had a minute on the clock. Both attack pushes that they've been able to capture all 3 points of their hybrid map. Insane.
Yep.
Ready for
Absolutely.
battle.
And you gotta say too, when you're looking at this now and you have 3 minutes to work with, you still just realize that you allowed an entire overtime payload push to just
30 seconds.
breeze by you.
Yeah.
So going into this now, again, on the attacking side, we will have almost 3 minutes. But with this defense, Phoenix is actually going to change up this initial defense and go with the Junkrat this time, while Wraith resides still on this Tracer pick.
I like it. I like it a lot, especially if somebody falls for that trap and not expecting it. I really like it. I think somebody on Richardson Nuclear Eagle saw it, and you can definitely see it now. Dakwall is right there to be able to see the Junkrat spam come through. So I think Richardson Nuclear Eagles are very wary about the traps set ahead.
Yes, indeed. Oh, but look at that. Wraith going to go down early, and you still see Dak pumping out a lot of shots in the backside with that bow and arrow. And this is a chance now for Richardson to take quick maneuver onto this point. The Immortality Field is out, no longer available by Ghost. And this consistent play by Dr. Drago is making it difficult. Phoenix having to rotate around, though, as this Junkrat, you said, is going to get some value. Does get a pick, looks for the second onto the Moira, has to force the fade. The Concussion Mine comes out to reposition this front line and deal some serious damage. But there's still so much to survive. And Dr. Drago will be able to prevail on this front line for another fight.
That'd be so low. Please heal your diva.
Oh, goodness. Hashtag heal me.
Oh boy, Wraith is still trying though to work around the back of this point and try to get out with their life. But the chase is coming through. Richardson Nuclear Eagles are definitely trying to find out how to get around this one. They want the pulse bomb.
Yes, very much wants that ultimate, but barely able to escape that, and even then gets a fire strike to the face. And with now these ultimates starting to stack up for both teams, the Riptire will be led first just around the back. Gets 2 to shut down part of the team, but the Death Blossom is instantly countered on Drago. And what a reset by Hollows.
Reset without using too many ultimates either, so all Hallows Gale gamers should be able to hold this spawn pretty handedly as long as this Tracer post bomb gets some value and they also utilize this amplification matrix. Junkrat has been so buffed. You can really feel the power of that hero as this spam comes into the door.
Definitely, and this archway, like you said, being that doorway, even if there's a flanking rotation here, still getting able that banking grenade damage is so significant. With Phoenix now drawing attention away because Dr. Drago is in the back, that could allow Richardson to have a chance to get this, but a pulse bomb into the charge actually works out very favorable for Hollows again, and the Dragon Strike actually will only get 2 in this, so it's an even exchange. The grab comes out with a sound barrier as well. Now, this is just an extensive drawn-out fight with both sound barriers just trying to mitigate the damage coming through.
I think that sound barrier worked out just a little bit better for Richardson Nuclear Eagles, though, especially given how close those respawns are. And the immortality field that's forced out here. Dr. Drago can just eliminate that tool.
Absolutely. Now going to chase it after that Lucio play, but has to force the reload and Wraith forms out to make sure that that Junkrat damage doesn't get the execution. But the Death Blossom is ready and rearing to go.
Yeah, Dr. Drago's definitely trying to hold up this one. It has to be big if we want to see Richardson Nuclear Eagles make it to the second point.
Absolutely. Does get very low and picked up. Could not Wraithform fast enough. The Earth Shatter is going to be blocked. Phoenix on the high ground with the Riptire will look to get multiple. Gets the quad in the end. Overtime is going to finally reduce. Phoenix wins that fight in the street phase for Gale Gamers. And my goodness.
Phoenix.
Just
Phoenix.
unbelievable.
The game.
Rises from the ashes, gets the quad, and completely shuts down the miracle push that Richardson Nuclear Eagles were going for.
Even though Dr. Drago's going to say, all right, you may have gotten the quad kill and you took that round. We've got this here as well for you. But still, I mean,
Unbelievable.
that Riptire, it's just, it's moments like those. And you made a comment, too, that you liked the Junkrat. And it really
I like the
worked.
No, I really like the Junkrat. So there was a buff that came out for the concussive mines. And with the concussive mines, they're a little bit lighter, so they go a little bit farther. And
And
you're
faster,
also,
too.
yeah, they're faster. You're also able to be more accurate with them. And you could tell that whether or not Phoenix was using those concussive blasts in order to get into a position or just to secure an elimination, every little bit of that momentum for those concussive mines mattered. And I am so impressed with the level of play that we have seen from both of these teams, but more so from All Hallows Gale Gamers, where we've really seen them come into their own, even just over the course of the day.
Yeah, they've grown in such a short amount of time. It's really impressive.
Yes.
It really, really is. I mean, it's just,
Absolutely.
I mean, and as we go into this next map, again, so far it is now 2 maps in favor of Hollows, while Richardson does only have the 1, and they need to try and just evaluate what happened to realize that, all right, we are still needing to play very competently going into this to make sure that we are not shorthanded in this exchange any further.
No, Richardson Nuclear Eagles, if they want to come back into this next fight, need to take this map. So this map choice ends up being very critical. If I were them, looking at the escort maps, I would definitely not pick one where Junkrat would be a big asset to the team. So I'm thinking, like, let's not pick Havana.
Yes, agreed.
Let's
I was going to say.
maybe, yeah, let's stay away from that one. I think that would be one that All Hallows Gale Gamers would be able to take. But even when it comes down to the payload phase, All Hallows Gale Gamers have looked so good when a card is involved
Yes.
because of all of this explosive damage coming out from both of the DPS ultimates. I'm baffled because usually when you take a look at Death Blossom, it's not supposed to find value, right? So that's super impressive from both of these teams as well, just being able to balance that and say, hey, your main tank's out of the way. I'm going to press the Q button and we're going to get this going. So it's been really fun to watch both of these teams go head to head, and I can't wait to see what happens on Escort.
And the other part too is I'm wondering if now that you've seen a lot of value from Dr. Drago on this Death Blossom, will Phoenix look to keep this type of Junkrat anyways? Or is there going to be a alternative counter to this just outside of the Junkrat? I mean, you're very correct that Junkrat is working really well to start bringing down Richardson. And it's just, I have to see Dr. Drago going into this if they see a Junkrat that they need to maybe attempt something different. It's such a difficult position to be in, especially when you're finishing off the night, to make sure of where your positioning lies to go into tomorrow.
If you can't beat them, join Maybe run a Junkrat of your own. That would be really fun to see. Junkrat versus Junkrat. I would have a field day with that one. I think you'd have one too.
Mhm.
I don't know though. It just really depends. I have no idea what I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna really see
Yeah.
from either of these teams, because we're still waiting on that pick to come through from Richardson Nuclear Eagles, but it is an escort pick, and you've got to be very, very careful about what we're going to see here. Interesting that we might see a swap come through for Nuclear Eagles.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one thing I think we're waiting on as well, is that there is that possible player swap. And again, it's one of those things where when you're in moments like these, you have to pull out all the stops. And if that rotation is something that you feel that you want to substitute in, it would be, really great to do so for this type of matchup going into escort.
Yeah. So we have a potential swap coming through. Still waiting on the map. So
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just go to a brief break here for a moment as we allow the two of them. It looks like we might just have a small break for these two teams to coordinate right now. Again, having that substitute come out. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, friends. We continue between these two absolutely stellar teams. I am Rich Rat here with Necra, here for this amazing EGF tournament championship here. And we are really, really excited to bring you this next map. And it's going to be on Dorado.
Mm-hmm. Oh
It's going to be a
boy.
good one.
Yeah, this is another one where I feel like Junkrat shines though. So I don't know what Richardson Nuclear Eagles are thinking, but we have seen them flex over to the Bastion composition, which could be good to set up on the cart too. So there's a lot of different ways that I feel like this one can go, but I definitely expect to see more spam damage heroes come through, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for the fourth map. We are on match point. All Hallows Gale Gamers took us into a 6-4 Kings Row and are sitting at this point where if they win Dorado, then they win the series.
Absolutely. And that is going to be extremely interesting to see as we are about to get this underway between the two. And with this being, I actually didn't anticipate seeing Dorado. I am really curious to see how this is going to bode into Richardson's favor and really looking at their composition. But as we take a look here at Hollows, you can see that there is going to be the Junkrat again, and I'm not surprised at all to see it.
Nope.
Attackers
Nope.
incoming in 30 seconds.
Why would you be surprised?
I know. It's just, I mean, it was really, really well executed. I mean, though, if we take a look here, at least for the attacking side, I know we've got a few more seconds, but Venom is going to be coming out here as the substitute, it looks like, to try and change up that composition and exactly what the coordination is going to be like between these players.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see this swap come through. I definitely think that Richardson Nuclear Eagles were doing fine, but I guess Venom being able to play this Ashe will be able to pair a little bit better with Peppy on the Orisa and Narcissus on this Roadhog.
Absolutely, and Phoenix still resides on this high ground, still putting a lot of pressure here. With Wraith looking for an opportunity with that Tracer play. Dr. Drago, though, in the back gets one support, looks for the second, but there is far too much coverage from that front tank line while responding to it. And this still high position going to be maintained. Wraith not yet diving yet into the back line. Still going to keep that high ground position. But this payload's actually still moving forward.
Yeah, Narcissus has been able to move this payload forward, and the rotation hasn't come through fast enough for all Hallows Go Gamers.
Now a charge comes in the back line. You've got the assistance from Archive to keep Dark Lighter available for this engage. Ghost going to get that Immortality Field out, but instantly brought down, and does get picked up by Narcissus. Phoenix in the back doing still a lot of damage, but the fact is that there's already too much on the front line that have been brought down. The damage doesn't matter.
Damage doesn't matter when you have all of those reinforcements fallen. So all Hallows Gale Gamers have to back up and try to rethink their strategy going through. Archive hasn't been able to play this game!
Nope, basically not at all. Has pretty wings and is running around on the battlefield at this point. And with another pickup onto Ghost, this is just spelling disaster for Hallows.
Whew, what a show so far. I've been so excited to kind of watch how these DPS are going to battle it out, because we got a Riptire ready, we have the Pulse Bomb, and on Richardson Nuclear Eagle side, we have another Death Blossom. So let's see how this goes.
And Drago on the high ground does have the Mercy pocketing for the time being. Could look for the damage boost. But at this point, Riptire is going to be the first to lead into this bobbing and weaving between fire. Pulse Bomb gains one, and the Riptire actually doesn't gain any. The res comes out by Spooky Cypher in the back, and numbers advantage here is in favor of Richardson. Still getting near this payload. Nice sidestep as well from the Reaper from Dr. Drago to take down Dark Lighter. And 4 minutes and 18 seconds, and you have Richardson approaching this next checkpoint already.
Already go, and just like with the Bob in tow too, that's just an extra bit of damage to really help reinforce the second checkpoint for Richardson Nuclear Eagles. And if you want to throw the Valkyrie on top of it too, then Spooky Cypher is ready with that. Narcissus has been able to just play so aggressively, getting huge picks with that hook.
Now as we transition into this final phase, the hook does fall short that time around. As these doors open, giving some more visual perspective of where Hollows is. The Bob coming out though by Phoenix in the back on the payload to try and at least cause some pressure here. Nice Zarya shield as well to keep that energy high for Jackal. And Rick is getting a Pulse Bomb in the back once again, flanking and doing a stellar job to turn this around, but This constant back and forth between these two consistently makes this a difficult contested payload.
Well, I think All Hallows Gale Gamers is going to be able to find their footing on this defense now that they were able to secure the numbers advantage. Let's see how they work with this Graviton and this Amplification Matrix as Richardson Nuclear Eagles moves back in with ultimates that they didn't have to use yet because of how close the Recons are.
Agreed, and with the ultimate holding on to Narcissist, we can see firsthand has that whole hog being hesitant in usage. The hook doesn't land because the shield is still active, but now that it is low, the engagement comes through. The payload's actually going to block some of the damage because the grab is there. So that actually worked out in favor of this defensive position, but the Death Blossom will also be shut down. A res has to be forced by Spooky to keep some contestability on this attack from Richardson in the backline regrouping.
I think this is still very easily won by Richardson Nuclear Eagles. They haven't had to use their ultimates yet. Now Amplification Matrix comes out from Gamers though.
Oh, but that dynamite overhead from Venom lands on 3 and just continues to accelerate this payload forward. Bob being hesitant to toss for this final few meters. There are 3 still and another dynamite to get this Reinhardt play low. And a nice cover fire from Venom on the back line, getting Wraith extremely low to draw back and not keep this forward position. And another sound barrier to be used as well by Achieve. Archive.
Sound barrier used here, but no one's really getting the advantage from that. It's just really to buy some time for the rest of the team of gamers to come out. But Supercharger are now on the field.
Yes, the Earthshatter was not able to really gain any value outside of just a fraction of a second stun. 3 minutes and 13 seconds, and Richardson is blazing through this map.
Richardson Nuclear Eagles are here for a vengeance. They are not happy that All Hallow Gale Gamers were able to take 2 maps off of them after winning control. They want to tie up the series and bring us into a map 5 where they know they're going to have a bit of a leg up in terms of the control matchup. I feel like that's where Richardson Nuclear Eagles has shined all day, is especially on that control map.
I was going to piggyback off that as well. I mean, we've seen it stellar plays, and both of it being 100-0 this time around against Hollows. And Hollows really would rather have this end now instead of having to even jeopardize that competitive play on a control map where they're not as comfortable. And with Richardson now on the defensive side, you're going to keep the same loadout, no change-ups here because of how well it was played. And the fact that Venom has rotated in is really putting Hollows in a difficult position.
I think it's just like having an Ashe player.
Agreed.
Ashe's Dynamite is such a powerful tool to enable your team to just dish out extra damage. And if you're going to have Dr. Drago in the back line, just, making, cleaning up and getting those picks, then you have the Dynamite that really helps to get that done.
Yes, indeed. We do have a small disconnect, it looks like, here for All Hallows Gale Gamer, so we will allow a few seconds to make sure that they are reconnected and back online. And from that, at least we like to see it happen between the match
Yes.
and as it's being reset, not to lose that ultimate charge. But, I mean, you can already see, and we can kind of hypothesize at least, you've got Wraith hovering over this Symmetra and Phoenix on this McCree. Now, the Symmetra we've not seen as much today. It's been a little bit more of a hesitant selection. And coming into this again, we don't know for sure. Do you think that we could see Wraith actually adopt this Sombra play?
I'm not sure. I think that, that is a good pick, but if Dr. Drago repositions themselves to play closer to the team to protect the supports, then Wraith is not really going to be able to get much done. Sombra finds value from generating EMP and finding a way to rotate through that effective ultimate alongside everything else. And if you're not generating the EMP, then why are you playing Sombra?
True. Very true. And it would be curious to see if that's going to stick as we wait for that second support to come back online. It still looks like it might be a slight selection as we just let that disconnect come through. And we might actually look to see if there is a need for a potential break for the time being. But, with this selection of Venom coming out towards the end of it, I'm also curious if you have Richardson able to claim this map, does Venom stay in for control?
That is a good question. Only because I feel like you win with the pieces that you won with, right? So I do wonder whether or not Venom would stay in for the control. I'm not sure. I'd have to see how Venom decides to play this out, and
Mhm.
Richardson Nuclear Eagles know better than we do about who should play what. So
Yes, I mean, despite all of the question and hypothesis, at least at this point, is the fact that at least Venom is coming in really in prime condition on this Ash play, and it's really coming out well. Um, and it actually looks like we are going to allow a few more moments for that reconnect, since it looks like it was a very bad disconnect here. So we will be going to a brief break before continuing this matchup on the map of Dorado. So don't go anywhere, friends. We'll bring this back very soon. and welcome back, everybody, as we are here for more of the EGFH National Championships. Again, we had a slight pause for those that are just wondering what had maybe happened as you're just tuning in. And you do have All Hallows Gale Gamers reconnecting. Archive, who was disconnected against Richardson. And Richardson here on the defensive side is ready to go as we get this underway, Necro.
Yeah, so for those of you that are, maybe unfamiliar with what happened before we took that pause, we did see Richardson Nuclear Eagles go ahead and capture all 3 points in a pretty fast fashion. 3 minutes and 13 seconds left back on the clock as Archive still trying to get back into this game, it looks like. Archive having to select the Lucio now to get back to the field.
Absolutely, and with this flank coming through by Dr. Drago, able to just really clean up in the back line, taking the numbers advantage, and Wraith attempting to take down Venom earlier, and both are just working really well on Richardson's side that Wraith really can't find much value here.
Yeah, Wraith is going to have some trouble, I think, being able to grab some ultimate charge off of the team, but even with this time that we've spent so far, maybe, getting a hack now.
Finally gonna get a little bit of value in this, but does get hooked instantly. The translocate comes out and barely goes invisible in time, but a chase comes through. Nice job by the supports to keep that Wraith Sombra play alive, and did get a decent amount of ultimate charge out of that. With Dr. Draco, though, still sticking up front, a main threat on this side of Richardson, just causing so much harass against Hollows. Phoenix gonna play this Genji as well, just really going outside of the comfort zone, but because Darklighter on the front gets the double with Wraith following up on the support, that's gonna ultimately give a better advantage here for Gale moving forward.
I don't know about that Bob placement. I don't know about using it in that last fight just after you lost 3 members of the team. I think, though, that with this push, All Hallow Gale Gamers, they are definitely going to be able to make it through the streets phase. Wraith, unfortunately not going to be able to get past Skyper's keen eye, but does have the EMP online and ready to go for this next fight.
Nice hook on the side there just to kind of alleviate some pressure and make sure that there is a generation towards this whole hog, which is going to be necessary for the next engage. Hook gets another pick onto the Lucio. What a long shot to pick that one up. EMP comes out, 5 members except for Dr. Drago, who is unaffected by this. Managing to still withstand some of the incoming damage. Jackal very, very low. The whole hog coming online, and now you've got to reset. 4 minutes to go, and finally Richardson gains some bearings.
I would have waited to use the EMP in the graph too. No, you guys are using your ultimates way too late, and I'm so sad about it because EMP is supposed to be a team fight win, and if you're using it too late, then you're not going to be able to get the job done.
Absolutely. Even though it did land on multiple, it was not bestly timed for the rest of the team's usage. And now with 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you've got Hollows moving up through this. The Death Blossom comes in from the back, getting the double and just shredding through the Zarya health that remains. But Peppy takes the triple and is actually doing, I think, a lot better on this Orisa this time around versus what we saw in Volskaya Industries.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think it just has to do with the synergy between Peppy and Narcissus. Peppy has actually had some really great Orisa pulls to be able to not only just get extra damage onto All Hallow Gale Gamer's team with the dynamites from Venom's dynamite, and also just the pulls for the hooks from Narcissist.
And with this regroup now, you do see Narcissus still maintaining a decent position up front, rotating in and out of that shield coverage for some potential hooks if necessary. And Dr. Drago really going to hold this side position. All Hallows really playing this slow right now for the next engage.
You have to. You're waiting for Wraith to get this EMP online.
And with now Dr. Drago moving in with that Reaper, forcing out the Immortality Field, which is great, but Wraith barely escaping. Unbelievable timing with the Earth Shatter to land, but Sound Barrier comes out from both sides. Phoenix with this Dragon Blade is going to have a hard time gaining value working through that shield. Only does get 1 as Bob takes them down. 2 minutes still to go. Wraith again has the EMP, but has to hold on to it. If it is used in any capacity now without a full 6, it will definitely be a difficult position, but they're going to use it anyways. And another misstep, I feel, here.
Oh.
I can just feel the pain in your voice knowing that happened. But, you know, despite that, there is some recovery and the payload is still moving forward, though. So that's something to, at least.
It is. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Oh, wait. Venom gets so low.
Yeah, and Phoenix on the high ground really just getting a good chance here with that Junkrat peeking around the corner to start unleashing some damage down this narrow area, but the Death Blossom comes in overhead once again, gets one and a second, taking down the Zarya, and the Immortality Field no longer available, so this is still a decent opportunity for Dr. Drago to continue dealing damage on this team. The barrier is broken, and can there be a continued collapse? So low as Skyper gets another, and this is now a fallback for Hallows, and a very prime position for Richardson.
Really good position for Richardson Nuclear Eagles to be in. They have 5 ultimates that they'll be able to use in this next fight in order to hold on to this point. Oh my goodness, though. This is tough. Jackal has needed to capture this energy, and I don't know. I don't know if are Richardson Nuclear going to give it to him.
I don't know. The Earth Shatter leads up front, knocks down one, but there is a beautiful sound barrier timed by Richardson to keep this alive as the whole hog comes in to counter. Valkyrie going to be committed as well. Feel like that could have been held onto, but wants to try and secure it. And you now have just another reset for Richardson here.
30 seconds remaining.
Where'd the sound barrier go?
It's
Sound barrier didn't go off, and now Archive is switching back over to the Zenyatta to try to give as much help in the damage department as possible. Not that you're lacking with having a Junkrat and a Reaper, but I guess the Discord Orb is going to be able to help you there too, as Venom gets taken out.
Oh no, and you're gonna have now an even exchange. Grab comes out on the front side as the Immortality Field is dropped. Ghost has to force out that oh, but no, you're going to have Bob get the kill on the Death Blossom once again by Dr. Drago. Overtime shredding away. Peppy with the Supercharger will increase the amount of damage. The Riptire so far from downtown is going to be used, but that is either looking for a kill or not to compete. And you have Richardson Nuclear Eagles bringing this to a map 5.
Map 5, where we saw Unleashing Richardson Nuclear Eagles take it 100-0 twice in a row. So this is definitely Richardson Nuclear Eagles series to lose.
It really is, and I'm really not exactly sure what Hallows is going to have to do here. They attempted to take the Sombra play, which did have some kind of, you know, early asset with the hacks, but EMP was never really used to its fullest extent. The Junkrat change really started to at least gain some damage output, but then we saw that random sound barrier fail out of nowhere, which then forced the change. And there was just so much, I think, dysfunction coming out from Hallows. I'm really, really concerned of how this control map is going to go.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I definitely am excited to see what's going to happen. Is Venom going to stay in? That's my biggest question on whether or not that's going to happen. So we'll have to see. But the good thing that All Hallows Gale Gamers has going for them is that because they were the ones that lost the Dorado map, they get a chance to pick again. So hopefully they'll pick something that's going to really lend itself well to the game, the play style that they've developed over the course of these last couple of series.
And we're feeling it, I think, just as much as these players, is where you've got a long day of gaming. You are just at the final moments where you not only have to try and get to best of 5, but then you're on a 5th map of your last round for the entire day when you started back at like noon. And even probably before that, scrimming together for today. So this is going to be a real test of mental and physical fortitude right now between these two. And with how Richardson has played in this last map at Dorado, they still have a lot of fire in them. And I'm hoping that Hallows can really lift themselves up because, again, like we said, it's already been Richardson dominating in the control field. And it looks like we're actually going on to Ilios, picked by Hallows.
Ilios is definitely screaming Pharah to me if Phoenix decides to go with Pharah. And the way the Nuclear Eagles respond to that might be with Venom staying in and playing more of this Ashe. That's going to really put a damper on how Phoenix decides to play and what character they decide to pick.
That's extremely true. The fact that you've got Venom now in this rotation is going to be really critical in the lineup from Richardson. Even though we didn't get to see Venom play on the control map prior, there is still that just dominant factor of the hit scan versus the Pharah. And if we go into, I mean, any of the maps is most, vulnerable when you're having a hit scan into a Pharah, but
Mhm.
I think more so either well or also just the lighthouse, which we're going to come out on first. Ruins is a little bit less because of all of the ruin architecture and pillars that you can use to your
Yeah.
advantage. These buildings right here are going to be critical for Phoenix to use if that Pharah play does come out.
I mean, whenever you're playing against a more poke style of composition like what Richardson Nuclear Eagles has been going
Mhm.
with, then you have to watch all of your angles. And so it really does depend on playing around the architecture of the map in order to eliminate how much damage is going on to your team. So, yeah, it becomes important not just for potentially the
Ready
Farah
for
player,
battle.
but for the rest of the team as well.
Mhm. Absolutely. And as these last final seconds count down, as we enter into not only just the final map of today, but the fifth for both of these teams to see if they will be entering into the finals tomorrow. It is going to be critical. And with already the lineup showing here, even though we don't have it for sure locked in, Phoenix
5,
actually opting to go
4,
potentially on this
3,
Ash with Wraith
2,
selecting a
1.
Tracer for a more heavy
Round
mobile
1.
composition with a
Capture the
Winston by
objective.
Darklighter.
Ooh, I'm excited about this. I mean, Darklighter picking the Winston, you can definitely take control of the map, but you've got to play with Wraith.
Yes, you have to. But there is some separation between the two right now, and you're going into a Reaper, which is that hard counter. Drago looking to have a field day on this back line. And now you do have already Jackal going down on this Sigma, which we've not seen too much relevant play with. And Richardson going to start taking this point first.
Yeah, now that Richardson has control of this point, when they're playing with this bonker poke style of composition, this is really going to be difficult for all Hallow Scale gamers to come in and contest. You just have complete control of this point, and Dr. Drago as well is able to kind of poke some damage in and come back from the brink.
And the fact that you've got Dr. Drago taken out is an opportunity here to move in on this for Hollows. The boot comes through to try and reposition. Pulse Bomb doesn't get anything, though. That is a very, very large loss going into this fight. Already a quarter of the way there, though, for Richards. Jackal still holding their own on the front side, even though both DPS have been taken down for Hollows. The Winston as well, trying to compete in these close quarters. But the fact that Dr. Drago is back in this fight is still making it extremely difficult to try and turn back over. With that Death Blossom, even with the knockoff, still gaining 2.
Knockoff's still gonna gain 2, but there's still a lot of sustain on this point. Even though the immortality field going down, we do have Richardson Nuclear Eagles holding on and contesting. Narcissist even bringing out the whole hog here. Might be sacrificing their life, but
Skyper on this Lucio, the area of effect healing literally kept that whole hog active for as long as it was. And this nice pickup onto Wraith the Tracer. This is still going to be Richardson keeping this, and a boop to take down another on Jackal.
oh, Archive definitely can't contest this point right now. We'll be able to take the health pack and get away with their life, but you gotta wait for Jackal to come back, or else Darklighter, you just don't have support.
You're going to get the pick onto Darklighter early, but a now takedown onto Dr. Drago. So it's a 5-for-5 moving into this. Wraith generating that pulse as quickly as possible to try and compete into the backside. 90%. These 10 seconds are critical here for Hallows to try and compete against this, and there is so much fire from Venom against the pick onto the Tracer. Wraith no longer available. The amplification matrix will be thrown from Ghost to attempt boosting the damage to keep. The boop comes out onto Venom in the back, so that will shut down some of that fast fire hit scan, and you have still, regardless, Richardson dominating on this initial map here of Ilios. The Pulse Bomb comes through, but does not gain any value. Overtime fades, and you have 100 to 0%, and this is just like we saw in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Richardson Nuclear Eagles keeping Venom in really puts a stunt on being able to bring out a Pharah. You saw how aggressive and deadly that McCree could be coming out from Venom, and even though we're going over to Well, I don't think Phoenix is going to feel comfortable playing the Pharah against Venom's McCree.
No, not at all. And it's again a risky play. But despite that, I mean, you need some kind of change, and this protect the McCree type of strategy could help out Hollows, but even more so. Ooh, though,
Wait,
though,
maybe?
though.
Okay.
Round
And it's gonna happen. All right, let's see if this works out. Well, is the
Okay.
map to show the Pharah, but you're going into Venom, and you've got to keep your head out of those sight lines.
I mean, that's where the architecture plays a role here. You've got to be dancing around the lighthouse, and look again. Oh my goodness.
This is just such a dominant play coming out by Richardson. Again, this control map is so strong for them, and this is not what Hollows wanted, to reach this control point again. And with it becoming open and available, Richardson will be able to take this again first and looks for another 100-0.
Darklighter and Jackal can't stay on the Orisa and the Hog unless they find maximum value from those characters, just because Peppy and Narcissist already have firm control of the point.
Thanks for the assist.
You can really create those crossfires from Richardson Nuclear Eagles that All Hallows Gale gamers are going to have trouble advancing upon.
Absolutely, and again, you've got Venom in the back still pumping out a lot of damage, but seeing how far back this Phoenix play is, it's actually very difficult for Venom to get an accurate shot, and just pumping a lot of bullets into that Roadhog for the time being at the moment, looking for a grapple and hook across that open pit, but can't find much. Phoenix has been doing a stellar job rotating around this high ground here, and despite the hit scan being there is still a lot of value being yielded, especially with this Phoenix having to draw attention away from Richardson's position on this front line.
Very true. Ooh, but the Hogs!
Both together in tandem, Dr. Drago, but a boop in the back line as well. You see Richardson continuing to hold on this control point back and forth, and 60% still climbs.
Wow. Even all of the value Darklighter and Jackal got, that was the maximum we were talking about. Richardson Nuclear Eagles still had the ability to come back to this point, and Dr. Drago getting Phoenix out of the skies, clipping their wings. This is going to be last fight territory here.
Wraith in the back needs value from this Death Blossom behind the shield, but does get taken out. A boop counter onto Skyper, but it's just not enough. The res comes through, 15% to go. And Hollows, despite their efforts, are in desperation of touching this point.
I don't know how you come back from this one unless this is a huge sound barrier and a huge Valkyrie.
Absolutely, the overtime starts. Both going to lead in with the sound barrier. Supercharger comes in the back, but the Deadeye gets two. Doesn't matter how much protection you've got from the sound barrier. Control point will still be Richardson's dominant map style, and they will be able to come back after a 2-map deficit and take this here and move forward. Oh my.
Wow. I am so impressed by Richardson Nuclear Eagles' stamina, their mental fortitude to not allow All Hallows Gale gamers to reverse sweep them and take them out of the running to be a part of this semifinals. This was fantastic play from both teams, but the fact that Richardson Nuclear Eagles found their way back to control point, that really sealed the deal for them. Congratulations to Richardson Nuclear Eagles for this phenomenal win on control.
Absolutely. And let's just take a note here. Archive had so many gold medals.
So many.
Just so many gold medals in that play. Environmental kills, damage, healing done, point control. Like, unbelievable job from these support lines. And yes,
Yeah.
we will see Richardson definitely feeling a sigh of relief after that one, because I mean, well done. 100-0 on both maps again. Control is definitely a scary thing to be going against Richardson as they continue to move through this entire group staging.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, hats off to them, though. This was fantastic gameplay. We now have our semifinalists, Rich Rad, for
We
Group
do.
1. We have Brooklyn Tech High School and Matsu Central Ravens that will be seeing tomorrow. And for Group 2, Richardson Nuclear Eagles secures their semifinalist spot along with the Ludlow Falcons to round out our top 4 teams.
And it really has been an amazing day. It has been a long broadcast, but a good one. And for all those that have tuned in, I mean, it's been a really fantastic time, hasn't it, Necra?
It really has. That's going to do it for our broadcast tonight. If you like the content, be sure to follow EGF on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, Mixer, and all at official EGF. Hopefully, we'll see you guys there. And be sure to tune in tomorrow to catch our Rocket League, our Super Smash Brothers, and our Overwatch Grand Finals Sunday, starting at 9:30 a.m.
And once again, I have been Rich Rad, which you can find me at Rich Rad Live on Twitter, along with my amazing co-caster who's been with me all day long at Necra Gaming, that you can find her as well on Twitter. It has been an absolute pleasure. We are excited to see the climactic finish tomorrow. And so make sure that you tune in again to see how this whole story comes to an end.
Got to make sure to follow our amazing producer as well at Juke Casts. Thank you so
Yes.
much to Juke for capturing all of the phenomenal plays that we got a chance to see today. And we're going to be your crew for tomorrow. So you guys will get a chance to see us again there too.
Have a great night, everybody. Take care.